later this.
I figured it out.
You got me?
Say something.
Test.
There we go. All right. Here we go. Got a show to do. I'm going to see if I remember how to do this.
All right. You got it, Kyle?
I hope so. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. No Joe Brazil today. Jesse Tapia is going to be out for D'Lo and KC, so I'm doing double duty, running the board, producing shows. So I'm in studio. If you're a longtime listener to the program, I'm in Studio One. This is where we did this show for the first year or so.
Yeah,
this is how we did this setup. Where I'm in Studio One, you're in Studio Two, and we're talking to each other through glass until they gave us. It was probably a year and a half until we got Joe. And now Joe does all the production stuff. As you can see, I'm moving my hands and hitting the microphone because I'm so unfamiliar with the setup in here. But I know how to do this. I'm going to try and remember how to do this as we go. We're going to talk about the Sacramento Kings draft. We're going to talk about what's next for the Sacramento Kings.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to talk about expectations for this year. We're also going to talk to Nick Clifford's head coach, the head coach at Colorado State men's basketball. Ali Farokhmanesh is going to join us at 11:45. We'll get his insight into Nick Clifford. Now, Coach Farokhmanesh was an assistant coach for the last 7 years with Colorado State, and he was a big piece of Nick Clifford's development. Even though he wasn't the head coach, he's now the head coach.
Yeah.
He wasn't the head coach while Nick Clifford was there, but he was a big part of Nick Clifford's development during his 2 years at Colorado State. So really interested to talk to him at 11:45 and get his insights into what the Kings are getting with their first round pick.
Sounds good.
That's what we got coming up.
Awesome.
And I'm going to try and remember how to operate this program. So if there's some hiccups, we really appreciate you guys bearing with us on ESPN 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. Everybody on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN 1320, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Please hit us up in the chatty house there. We'd love to hear from you. Love to hear your thoughts on the Sacramento Kings draft, because I think what we're getting right now is a ton of optimism, which typically reigns this time of year, late June. But I think when you start stacking up what the Kings did with the 24th overall pick after trading up into the first round, and then what they did with the 42nd overall pick, I think it's important to, with all draft analysis, not just the Kings, not just the NBA, but with all draft analysis, to go, okay, there's a difference between, hey, this is what this player is and what he's going to be and the impact he's going to have. You can project in that sense. But from what we knew and the projections from various draft analysts and insiders and experts, the Sacramento Kings walked away with great value with their two selections at positions, or at play, not necessarily positions, but like player profiles, player types that they just didn't have. So I think for now, you get a thumbs up if you're Scott Perry on the Kings draft. At least you get one from me, which is a big deal. I know Scott's been waiting.
So I don't do I don't do draft day trade grades. It's something that I refuse to do. I don't like grades at all. But the general consensus around the NBA, with draft experts, with people who are in the know, is they're giving Scott an A to an A plus on
Mhm.
his 2-day draft
Yeah.
haul.
Mhm.
And I think we should include not just a 2-day draft haul, but then what they were able to do with unrestricted free agents, undrafted free agents in on draft night. So there's a lot to unpack here, but for me, when you're looking at Neek as a player who should go 14, 15, 16,
Mhm.
he drops to 24. It costs you some protected stuff for sure to move up, and so you're already looking though at like basically a +8 as far as like
Yeah.
where your pick was selected versus where he was projected
On the consensus big board, as
on
it
the
were.
on the consensus big board, and then you get to the next pick and they go out at 42 and draft Maxime Reynaud.
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 I've been working on it all day.
Okay, you've been working on Reynaud.
The first video I watched, because I look, full disclosure, I'm not locked into Stanford basketball.
Of course not.
I'm not locked into late first round picks. Like I just, especially a 7'2" center, like it just wasn't. We were looking at wings and point guards and all that jazz. So didn't do a ton on Maxime Reynaud when before the draft.
No.
So last night I'm going through and I'm just trying to watch and catch up and see what. And the first video I click on was one of those guys who just like, because the first thing was, how do I pronounce this guy's name?
Yeah.
Because Reynaud is like the I think anglicized, not anglicized. What's the word I'm looking for? Is just the like English version of that.
The uncouth white guy version of trying to say it.
Sure. But I'm like, I don't think that's right. And so the first video I watched was like, today we're going to take a look at Stanford center Maxime Reynaud. Like, oh my God, okay, I can do that.
Yeah.
So anyways, that was my first venture into watching him play.
Well, I think the big thing to like keep tracking as far as where he was projected. He was projected to go around like 23, 24, 25. Some had him as low as like 28. So when you get him at 42, now you're looking at like, again, a +17.
Yeah.
As far as where you got him versus where he was projected. And that's tremendous. In a 60-man draft to get a guy 17 picks behind where he was supposed to go, that could be real value. And what we're looking at, you said it, like he might not be a player that anyone had circled and said, hey, this is a guy that I love. But especially if you didn't have a pick and you were hoping maybe to get into the late first round, everyone knows they need length and athleticism. Everyone knows they need a point guard. But this is a stretch 5. And a guy that might be able to play alongside Domantas Sabonis for stretches, but who can space the floor, shot 34.7% from 3. That's not great, but I think the video shows that he's a much better shooter than the actual percentage. And so I think there's potential for him to be much better at the NBA level, especially standing in the corner, shooting a 3-point shot. Without defenders close enough to stop a 7'1" guy shooting a 3.
Yeah, and it's so I've been struggling with this a little bit because there's two separate roads I think you go down when you start talking draft picks, specifically the 24th and the 42nd pick in the NBA draft, because there's a very real chance that we're looking back on this in 2027 and going like, oh, what a disaster that first draft was for Scott Perry.
Yeah.
And that's I think an important thing to remember is that we're talking the 24th pick in the NBA draft's like a mid-second round pick in the NFL. The 42nd pick is like a late third round pick in the NFL. Like if you hope to hit, but if you miss, it's not gonna completely torpedo everything you're doing. But I loved this swing. Like we talked a lot about Neek Clifford yesterday, and I really like that selection a lot. But the thing I like so much about Reynaud is that we talked about the ceiling with Neek Clifford and how, man, you know what? He feels like more of a high floor than a high ceiling guy. Whereas Reynaud's the opposite. If you miss on the 42nd pick, so what? Like take the home run swing. And so you found a guy who was falling for whatever reason. Maybe he doesn't move his feet great in space. Like maybe he's just, I know he averaged almost a block and a half a game, but from what I understand, that was a lot of just kind of standing near the rim. I don't know if he's going to be great in defending in space, and maybe that just keeps him from ever being an effective NBA player. We don't know. But if you miss, it's not the end of the world. And I think the ceiling is so high there where, man, you know what? If he can survive defensively, if he can develop a reliable 3-point shot as a legitimate 7-footer, if he can be effective on the glass, like those are the things where all of a sudden you go, okay, this is where the value is. This is how he affects the team. It's not just a throwaway pick. It's not, oh, they drafted some 6'4" scoring guard who are a dime a dozen in the G League, and that's probably what this guy's going to be. They didn't just throw away a pick like that. Like, you see the vision for each thing.
Well, yeah, that, and you also see a what is close to a finished product. Like, he can get better at certain aspects of the game, and when he gets with a pro coaching staff and a pro training staff, I think they're going to do really good work to improve some of his deficiencies.
You hope so.
He's got to get stronger, because that's where I think in the key, getting pushed around a little bit. Like, he's a shot blocker, but I think he's better on the perimeter than he is down low. And that's something, like, I think he's solid at closeouts. He moves his feet well. He moves his feet well on pick and roll. Where he really struggles is I think he just kind of gets pushed around a little bit.
Sure.
So you're going to have to work with him to get stronger. But this is a guy who averaged 20 and 10 at the college level, 1.4 blocks. He had 25 double-doubles on the season.
Yeah.
You know, if we look at him and you look at what Neek was able to accomplish, Neek Clifford, again, another guy who averaged, close to a double-double a game. The Kings, rebounding wise, if these guys get on the court, they are going to be a better rebounding team than they were last year. They've already addressed some of that need. And so I'm intrigued by him. But when you talk about, like, the guys, we shouldn't be putting all the eggs in a basket of the 42nd pick, just like you shouldn't be putting all your eggs in the basket of a 24th, 25th pick in the first round.
Yes.
Right. These are guys that may or may not make your rotation at some point during their career.
Right.
But there was a situation 2 years ago where Trace Jackson Davis, who basically has the same exact stats, he's 20 and 10 guy coming out of the draft, and the Kings passed on him not once. This is, again, a guy who was supposed to go in the 20s. They passed on him like in the early second round, and then they passed on him again in the late second round, and then he goes 3 picks later. And I think it brings us to, like, you can't pass on talent that is proven talent. Like, there are always going to be upside guys, and you want to go chase upside guys for sure. But when you're a team that needs to sort of fill up your roster and you have specific deficiencies, like, this is a guy that I'm not saying he's going to step in right away and be Domantas Sabonis's backup.
Sure.
But it might give you a little bit of leeway to potentially move on from Valanciunas if you have to in a trade. And to move on from a guy like Trey Lyles, who has been your stretch 4, stretch 5 for the last couple of years. You're able to do it on a much, much cheaper contract. So you're hoping to find value here with a player hopefully that can play.
Yeah. That's I think, like, you go back a couple years ago when they brought in all the centers, right? Where they brought in, was it Nerlens Noel and JaVale McGee? And I think there's another guy I'm forgetting.
Well, they had Neemias Queta.
Neemias Queta was on the right. That's right. And they just bring all these guys in, and they're like, we got to kind of figure it out. Well, now you have a player who, even if Reynaud spends the entire year in the G League, which we talked about yesterday, I don't think necessarily the G League is the best place to develop big men, just because if you can play, if you're going to be an effective big man, you're in the NBA. So we may see Reynaud go down to Stockton and average 35 and 15, and it's like, all right, well, this is dumb.
Yeah,
like, get him out of there. It's pointless. But I think that at least gives you, even if he doesn't play this year, even if he plays 0 NBA minutes this year, can you have him in your program where over the next couple of years you are able to trade Jonas Valanciunas because you feel good about what's happening developmentally with Reynaud?
Yeah.
Or over when Valanciunas is a free agent, it's not all of a sudden scrambling to bring in a bunch of randos with Alex Len to try and figure out who's going to be the backup center. I love the ethos of what.
Just laughing because Just In Case has been behind you with his buddy, and the chat has been ridiculous this entire time, because basically it's two guys that look like very similar, and
That's two King of the Hill characters.
Just in case, one of the most spectacular disc jockeys that there are.
An all-time good guy.
An all-time good guy.
And the way he's talking to that person, the person he's speaking to, also an all-time good guy.
Yeah.
Or a person who's spending a lot of money on Just in Case's radio station. One of the two.
Yeah, that's very possible.
It might be both.
I'm really surprised there aren't tall boys in their hands right now at this point.
Oh, 1,000%. Although, hey, Just in Case is definitely a Yellow Belly Coors guy. He's a Coors Banquet. He's not a Coors Light guy. Yeah, I feel really good about that take.
Yeah, I absolutely adore Just in Case. Spectacular. 96.9 Eagle. Yeah.
Shout out. No, but I think just the thing that I like so much about this draft, because I am hesitant to be like, wow, home run draft for the Kings. Neat Clifford, Maxime Reynaud, look at all this value. Holy crap. The Kings are going to win 50 games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't do that because we don't know. You don't know if Ace Bailey's going to be good. You don't know if we don't know if Cooper Flagg is going to be good, right? Yeah. Like, we have a good idea. The projection is strong, but maybe Cooper Flagg gets into the league and it's just like, oh, he's Nick Batum. Like, he's a really good player for a long time, had a really good career, but man, he's not like, there was a lot of buzz about this guy and he was just a good player, not an all-timer, right? So we just don't know. But I think the important thing to me about this draft is that Scott Perry attacked it in the way that the Kings needed to attack a draft.
Yeah.
They need look at the roster, regardless of who's getting traded, who's not. You need a player like Neat Clifford on your roster.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's Neat Clifford or a different draft prospect or an undrafted guy or a player in a trade, you just needed more guys like that. So you get him in your building. Again, whether he's good or not, don't know. But frankly, right now, I don't care. We don't know if any draft pick's going to be good. Right now, the same thing. You know what? Hey, don't really have like a 7-footer that can handle it and put the ball on the deck a little bit and shoot it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's got just kind of a rare skill set. Let's get him in the building. There's no overlap. There might be a little overlap with Clifford, with maybe Keon Ellis or with Keegan Murray, but that's fine. That's the kind of overlap you want.
Yep.
It's not just redundant skill sets. So that's the important thing to me. And I think when you're grading, that's what you can grade now. What's the theoretical fit? What's the projected fit? It's like they didn't get a 6'2". If they had gotten Jace Richardson from Michigan State, who I think is terrific.
Yep.
But if they had gotten Jace Richardson, we would have been sitting here going, okay, he's a really nice prospect, but how does he fit? Where does he play? Whose minutes does he take? With Clifford and I think with Reynaud, you see if they develop into NBA players, you see where they fit and you see how they could help the Kings. We'll continue talking about this, how the Kings draft prospects fit, how they changed the expectations for the Kings this year. And we want to hear from you in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You can also hit us on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Back in a second here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
There's a lot going on behind Kyle today.
Okay, I think we're good.
All right. I don't know how to put in holiday time.
Did you work a holiday?
No, but we're supposed to get paid for it, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, that's wrong.
Sorry, guys. I'm on like quadruple duty today, so I'm going to... I said duty.
Something's wrong. All right, Kyle, I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Tight.
We back?
We're back. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. No, we'll do it old school. We'll just do it live.
There it is.
Because apparently my buttons don't work over here anymore. Goodness me.
That's funny.
All right. We're the Insiders. Let's try this again. We're the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you until noon, talking Kings NBA draft. I'd love to hear from you at the Chatty House at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We're also on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you would like to join the program. So the Kings made a couple other interesting additions last night that I think continue to drive home the type of player that Scott Perry and Doug Christie are trying to bring in.
Oh yeah.
Because there is a I think a common thread, like a mindset that's different about every single player they brought in. Like Nick Clifford, just kind of a dog who does a little bit of everything. Maxime Renault, same thing. Like there's just a little bit of edge to his game. Who's the undrafted cat, the center from Auburn that they brought in?
Yeah, Dylan Cardwell.
Yeah, Dylan. I was reading about him last night and saw him described as an a-hole on the court. Like, all right, man, cool.
No, that's good.
I'm in.
Yeah, he just plays with a crazy force.
Yeah,
and he's like slightly mean-spirited. And we're talking about a 6'9.5" guy with a 7-foot wingspan, 7+ wingspan, who can jump out of the gym and is known as he weighs 260. He's like an enforcer. And the Kings just don't have that guy. Like when you look at a guy in the NBA draft who, number one, is a fifth-year senior, but number two, averages 5 points and 5 rebounds, you're like, okay, like, look, this isn't a pro prospect. What are we doing here? And then you watch the footage, and he's an elite, above the rim finisher, a great defensive player, played at Auburn, played alongside Johnny Broome, which is probably why his stats look so bad, because they're too similar as far as player types, and Johnny Broome's just a better offensive player. So, but you're looking at a player that like the Kings just don't have. You know, how many times have I said they need a player like a Montrezl Harrell, or they need a guy like Brandon Clark? The Kings haven't had that guy.
Nope.
And
an energy big, as it were.
Yeah, and exactly, an energy big. And when you look at what Dylan Cardwell sort of projects as, he might never play in the NBA.
Sure.
But the fact that the Kings were aggressive, jumped all over him with a 2-way contract. He's already in the system. He's on the team. He's a 2-way contract. And now you get to see what you have, a defensive-minded guy that you just didn't have. You're talking about, hey, look, the stretch 5 position, or Nick Clifford and what he brings to the table. You didn't really have that jack of all trades like wing. Well, this is another player type that the Kings didn't have. They didn't have a rim runner / defensive minded shot blocker / a guy that will go up and get a lob anywhere near the rim that Malik Monk could play with. And now all of a sudden you do. And again, he's going to have to prove that he's an NBA player, but look at like the reports on him. Go in and look. He's 22 years old. He graduated from college 2 years ago.
That's so crazy.
Smart kid. He's been not only like he's a student athlete, but he's a student leader at Auburn. He's a very, very smart, well put together guy who plays mean. And there is clearly a type that Scott Perry is looking for. And like realistically, he's looking for more Doug Christie's. His head coach is a representative of who he wants as a team. And, we hear Scott talk about like the types of players, like the high character, the high motor, the like physicality, like not punch somebody in the face, but punch somebody in the face type player.
Yeah.
He always is describing like who Doug Christie was as a player to a T. And that's what you're trying to like sort of filter through and give Doug some types of players that he just flat out hasn't had.
Yeah.
That Mike Brown didn't have either. And for that matter, Luke Walton didn't have.
And
mean-spirited guys who go out and play hard and make you feel them the entire game.
You know how when you play the Miami Heat and you just go, you know what, no matter what their record is, it's just going to suck. Like playing against the Heat sucks.
Yeah.
Playing against the Memphis Grizzlies, like, God, it's just going to, it's going to be annoying. It's going to be hard, no matter how good or bad they are. That's the kind of team the Kings want to have. And I think there's an important thing here, because we talked about this a lot going into the offseason. And I think this persists going into free agency. To me, this year one, I know they want to be competitive. They're not tearing it down. They're not rebuilding. They're not doing that. But year one, to me, of the Scott Perry, Doug Christie era has to be about finding those players, finding the right type of player, starting to instill a mindset.
Yeah.
And starting to instill, like, okay, hey, just very clearly, this is the culture. If you can't hang with that, you can't play here. And that's fine for year one.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a focus for now. I think at some point, like, the players have to be good enough. That's something that's going to matter at some point. Like, I'm fine right now with going, hey, as long as the mindset's good, as long as they're going to go out there and play 100% and dive for loose balls and grab rebounds and create extra possessions, hustle defensively and be this hard-nosed kind of tough team. Like, that's all great for now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's part of why I said, like, it matters less to me that Nick Clifford is good, or that Maxime Renaud is good. Like that. That would be awesome if they were, but I just like that the Kings very much prioritized, and they didn't force the point guard thing.
Yeah.
They didn't go, okay, we're moving up in the draft. We need to get a point guard. Who is it?
Yeah.
Like we're like, no, you didn't need to do that. Get the best guy available who fits what you're looking for. Like I said, I don't want to crown Scott Perry as exec of the year because of the 24th and 42nd picks in the draft. But I have a hard time coming up with a ton of criticism right now, as much as I would like to be able to kind of have a discussion about the pros and cons here. I think when you map out what they're looking for,
mm-hmm.
it's kind of like it reminds me of the 49ers offseason. The 49ers, and John Lynch said this on the 49ers Talk podcast, like the plan, this all went according to plan. We had a plan and we executed it the way we wanted to execute it. That was a bunch of players leaving, a bunch of veterans leaving. They're going to bring in some low-cost veterans to impact the roster in these ways, but then it's going to be a big influx of young guys, and we're going to try. Now, whether that works or not, no clue. But they had a plan and they executed it well. That's how I'm viewing the Kings draft. I don't want to say they're off-season yet, but their draft, it's just really difficult for me to go like, oh, man, they messed that up big time. Like, nah, you still need a point guard.
Yeah,
but overall, it gets. I think they did the right thing. I think they had a plan and they executed.
Well, and I think when you're looking at the point guard position specifically, if you're talking about getting a point guard at number 25, the chance of him becoming the player that, a starting level point guard is very slim. It's just the way the game works. Like top tier point guards go in the top end of the draft. They go in the top 10.
Right.
Because it's the most important position. Mm-hmm. So you can find really nice backup point guards. You can find guys who might be able to be rotational players. But of this draft, there are like maybe 4 or 5 of those guys from, let's say, pick 15 to pick 30. Of all of them, maybe 2 of them work out.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you're looking at wings, you can get a much higher percentage of players working out and of becoming who you think that they should be.
Mm-hmm.
And so I like the fact that, like, look, you're probably not going to find the right value at the point guard position at 25, but you can find the right value at the wing, and you can find the right value as a stretch 5, not a starting center, a stretch 5 who might be able to come off the bench and give you something, maybe develops into something better. And to speak to what you're saying too, it's like there's an identity that they're reaching out for, that they're searching for, right? And I had like talked to somebody within the walls last night, and their response to, hey, solid draft, was now they just have to come in, realize the potential, and play well. Like that's it. Well, like, but you got the right type of player. Now that's what you have. That now that's where the Kings are at. They're like, okay, well, it's nice and all, we did fine, but we need them to come in and play well. We need them to realize their potential. Like it doesn't matter what everyone thinks on draft night. It doesn't matter what they look like as college players. What truly matters is when they step on the floor and they start doing the work, are they going to do the work? Are they going to do the work to get better? Exactly. Are they going to put in the time? Are they the right type of person to change the culture, to help further the culture of the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
And that's what Scott's looking for, is looking to put his own stamp on the player types that they're bringing in.
And it's the right type of player, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like they're both guys who, and I think Cardwell fits into this too. I think those are players who, if they went to Oklahoma City, or if they went to Indiana, or if they went to Miami, or if they went to Memphis, you would be like, man, that's a really good addition by that team.
Yeah.
It's just the more you can do things like that, where you would be jealous if another team did it. I know that sounds silly, but it's just kind of how I choose to view this point of the offseason, or this point of the team building process. I want to stick on the insiders here. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Matz, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. I want to stick on the undrafted guys for just a second, because if Cardwell is on a two-way deal,
he's on a two-way deal. Yep.
Isaac Jones got a standard contract.
Isaac Jones was elevated to a standard contract on the main roster. Mm-hmm. Now, his second year this year is non-guaranteed, so the Kings could or could not keep him. But again, he fits this mold, this type of player that we're talking about. Mm-hmm. The hard-nosed, on the court, fights, gives you everything that he has when he's playing, and he has potential to continue to expand his game. We saw him get better as a shot blocker. We saw his 3-point shot go down. A young player to the game, a guy who was working in a warehouse somewhere, and someone said, "Hey, you want to join this junior college team with me?" And 3 years later, he's in the NBA. Right. So there's going to be, he of course played high school basketball, but that's a type of player that, might fit your, what you're looking for, the mold. But he's no longer on a two-way. Isaiah Crawford is another guy who was on a two-way contract last season. He's a restricted free agent for the Kings, but he does not have a second-year two-way. I would assume that the Kings are at least kicking the tires on bringing him back, because again, the same exact type of player.
So they could bring him back on a two-way, though.
Yeah. You can be a two-way player for up to 3 years. Usually, like a player like Isaiah, I would say if he's going to sign with the Kings, it would be on a two-way. I don't think he's going to get a regular roster spot. But then if he signs on a two-way, you'd always have the potential to bring him up onto your main roster. You get 50 games with the two-way contract.
Right.
But also there's a point where after the trade deadline, usually if someone's growing and figuring out, you usually convert them in the second year, like they did with Keon Ellis, like they've done with other players, even like Isaac Jones. So as of right now, the Kings only have one player on a two-way contract, and that of course is Dylan Cardwell, or they intend to sign him to a two-way contract. And then you have Isaiah Crawford, so that could be a second. But their third two-way last season was Mason Jones, and Mason Jones has aged out.
Cannot be a two-way player
of the two-way contract. I don't even know how Mason Jones was a two-way contract last year, to be honest. Just looking at his years of service in the NBA.
Yeah, he's been in the NBA before.
But you're only allowed 4 years.
Right.
Actually, you're allowed 3 years of two-way, and then there's an injury exception, the Harry Giles rule, basically. And Mason Jones really didn't fit into that, so I don't know how they were able to get him on a two-way. Either way, it's great that he was on a two-way, but he cannot be on a two-way this year. And so Mason Jones is going to have to make a decision. The Kings are going to have to make a decision on whether they want him in their program still. And if they do, it's going to have to be as
he's on the roster,
as a rostered player. And it's not just the Kings he can't sign a two-way with. It's anybody. And so he just went from making $650,000 or whatever a two-way contract is to two-way. I mean, a G League contract is $42,000. That's not great.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Again, the Kings have some openings here, and that's why the next guy that they brought in, which is Isaac. Oh, I don't know. How do we say this?
Nogues
Gonzalez.
Sure.
Right. This is he's a kid who skipped the high school, the college world and went straight to the G League,
right? And
is a defensive menace, at the point guard position. This dude is long, he is athletic, man, a little bit like body style reminded me of Dante Exum, just
Okay.
not as tall. But like the length and physicality, like a big time steal guy, just like a guy who picks up the dribble 3/4 court and just makes someone's night like really crappy. So they signed him to an Exhibit 10 contract, which is
What does that mean?
it's called a summer contract in the NBA.
Okay.
But an Exhibit 10 basically means that he can be with the Kings summer league. He can be with the Kings through training camp. He can be with them until they get to the end of the cuts at training camp, and then they'll have to make a decision. But what it does do is it covers him, like it gives him a little bit of upfront money, and then it gives him some basics like insurance in case something happens in the gym. It allows the Kings to have him in the gym and working out like this summer, and you'll see what you have.
Sure.
Again, super raw offensively, but somebody who, maybe even like a smaller version of Matisse Thybulle, like really interesting defensive prospect. And like they're gonna have to work with him and see if they can develop a 3-point shot and develop some rudimentary other skills.
Yeah, he shot 27% from 3 last year.
Yeah, it's not great, but I mean, like any player who's coming out who's going to play guard in the NBA, he's got to be able to shoot way higher than that.
Yeah.
And so you're hoping that there's a possibility of giving him a shot, but he's going to have to earn that. And that's what the Exhibit 10 is. And basically what I was told, he's competing for a two-way spot. He's competing for a spot with the Stockton Kings. There could be a point during training camp where the Kings might sign him to a regular roster spot and then waive him, but give him a bonus. And if he goes to the G League, he'll get that bonus, and that can be 150. It can be, whatever, 150,000. It can be something that makes that $42,000 G League money look much, much bigger and more comfortable to at least live on for a year or two while you're trying to assess who he is as a player.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
The way NBA contract stuff works is pretty wild. Real quick, some NBA news today before we step aside momentarily. Masai Ujiri is out in Toronto.
Absolutely weird.
Really odd. One, it felt like they were pretty locked in with him and having a plan and executing said plan. But to get rid of your president of basketball operations, I think was his title, the day after the draft,
and 3 days before free agency, 4 days, 5 days, whatever it is.
Maybe
like
maybe he hasn't been involved. Like I don't know. I'm not in Toronto, but it from where we sit in Sacramento, a few thousand miles away, that's kind of wild to me that they just punted Masai Ujiri.
Yeah,
and it matters less for the Kings, for like, because who cares? But there was all that smoke around the Kings and Raptors making a trade, and the Raptors' interest in Malik Monk and trying to get rid of Emmanuel quickly or RJ Barrett, or at least trying to get off their contracts. Now that's all in flux. You have no idea what the Raptors are going to do internally, and whether there's going to be a dramatic change, whether they're still enamored with Malik Monk. I have no idea, but I think you got to pause all Toronto Raptors related things if you're the Kings right now.
Yeah, it's tough because that's a team that you're really looking at to work with. And hey, maybe it's because they swung and missed on the Kevin Durant thing. Maybe it's that they got involved on the Kevin Durant thing. I'm not sure what happened there. It just seems really strange because this is a guy who brought you a championship.
Yeah.
And made savvy moves to get you that championship. And it was a one-time thing. But that one-time thing was because he took a big-time gamble on Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
And it paid off, and he got you a ring. And so for him to be out is kind of crazy. Although that was 2019. So I guess it's been a while.
A few years.
It's been like 6 years.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where that came from.
Yeah.
And whether the Raptors are still interested in making a deal with the Kings for Malik Monk or anyone else. Anyways, that's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We got to talk about Ace Bailey, because Ace Bailey is supposed to be going to Utah today. Ace Bailey is not going to Utah today. We'll talk about what that means next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
What's going on, everybody? I'm trying to find. There's some chatter. Okay, so according to Shams, the Rockets intend to sign their free agents, Jayshawn Tate, Aaron Holiday, and Jeff Green on new contracts to bring them all back for next season. That's intriguing. I haven't seen any other players signing with the Kings, but maybe I'm wrong. I also like the Shams breaking Masai Ujiri is really strange because they literally have the Sacramento Kings logo in the background of the picture, which is just odd. Bol Bol's not getting re-signed. Yeah. I haven't seen the Sharif Abdul Rahim that his son is signing with the Kings, but I mean that's possible. I don't know who had it. I haven't, again, we got a radio show to do. Jose, there is nothing on this yet. No, absolutely nothing. Is this a question? Is Devin Carter a player type Scott Perry is looking for, defensive minded rebounder, high athletic? Yeah. I mean, on paper, but players aren't paper, and so, sure, maybe, but also there are other intangibles that the Kings and Scott Perry and their franchise is looking for. And look, he might be here. He might be part of what they're building, but Aldrin J, I think the Kings will sign Maxime to a regular contract, but I think they'll give him the second round exception contract that they gave Colby Jones. Yeah, I did explain the Exhibit 10 contract, and Exhibit 10 is basically it's what they call a summer contract. So that just means that they're covered to come and work in your building, and again, it comes with some money, not a ton. And if you give too much of an Exhibit 10 guarantee, then they're not eligible to be waived and then go straight to the G League team. I don't know. Mr. Fletcher, I'm very disappointed with the Nick Clifford pick. So redundant. See three of our best players are two guards. However, Maxime is good. They look at Nick as a small forward, which is the position he played a lot in college. He can play the two, and he can play the three, and he can defend multiple positions. Am I in on Westbrook? I mean, if it happens, it happens. I mean, not at this point in his career. I think the problem that you have is that without an identity, you open the door for Russell Westbrook, kind of take over. And I'm not sure that I'm game for all that. Okay, I don't know John Chepkevich, but Providence Jabari Abdul Rahim will join the Sacramento Kings for the Summer League, I'm told. God, I remember him as a little kid hanging out.
Welcome back into the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Some 49ers news.
Oh,
Before we get back to the Kings, yeah. Typically, news about an NFL team on June 27th is never good. And that's the case here. Diamador Lenore, this is according to TMZ. Diamador Lenore and another man named Marcus Cunningham. They were approached by law enforcement down in LA when they noticed a car was double parked and blocking traffic. The officers saw a gun in the car that, according to TMZ, belonged to Cunningham. Cunningham threw his car keys to Lenore, and then Lenore didn't give the keys to the police officer, so he has been arrested for resisting a peace officer. He was released Friday morning, and he'll appear in court next month. Nice.
Okay.
Just what the 49ers needed.
Yeah.
That's their best quarterback getting arrested in June.
Yeah, that's not great.
Not the end of the world. I don't think there will probably be punishment from the league for this or anything. But man, that's tough.
Did I ever tell you we went through a stretch for like 5 years where our fantasy football league, if you had a player arrested, it was a $10 fine.
I love that.
Yeah, it was pretty spectacular, but then it got a little expensive for a couple of guys. And so we had to
price of doing business, brother. You know the rules. Hey, I have a question for you while we're talking about the NFL. We'll get back to the NBA draft because we got to get to this Ace Bailey stuff.
Yeah.
But if with the Odyssey Fantasy League, do we just do a team together again this year?
Oh, heck yeah, I think so.
Okay, I had a lot of fun with that. So
yeah,
that'll be great. I can't wait to draft Christian Kirk again.
Yeah,
it's gonna be
not
awesome.
drafting Christian Kirk this year, but that's okay.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to clear that up before we moved on. All right. Ace Bailey, according to Brian Windhorst, is not traveling to Utah with Utah's other draft pick, Walter Clayton Jr. Bailey, according to Windhorst, is expected to show up Monday when Summer League practices begin.
Mm-hmm.
I'm torn on this because I think this is largely a non-story.
Okay.
If Bailey is not there on Monday, let's talk about it. But I think if Ace Bailey had just gone through the draft process, interviewed with teams, worked out for teams, done the normal thing, got drafted 5th by the Jazz, and he wasn't going to show up till Monday, I don't think it's a story. I don't think anybody's reporting anything on this. But Ace Bailey and his representation, I want to emphasize his representation, have put him in this position now.
Yes.
Where he was supposed to be a top 3 pick. He was a consensus top 3 guy all the way up until the draft process. And then there's a bunch of teams he won't work out for. Cancels his workout with the Sixers. And then you hear, he wants to play on the East Coast, but somewhere between Boston and Atlanta or New York and Atlanta or whatever it was. He wants to play in this really specific corridor. And if possible, he'd really like to play for the Washington Wizards. There was just all this. And then the questions start arising about, man, how good of a prospect is he really? He's super talented, but is he a winning type of player? All this stuff. And then he goes 5th to the Jazz. And now Ace Bailey, anything he does that's outside the scope of what we consider the norm, it's going to be a story where people go, oh my God, what a disaster for Danny Ainge and the Jazz. He's going to be under a microscope for the rest of his career.
Maybe. Okay, so here, first of all, like there are like AAU guys and like high school coaches and stuff that like are known to like prey on young players to get them under their wing, so then that way they can be their agent. It's a horrible mistake by Ace Bailey to have, when you're a top 3 pick, to have somebody who does not have a client list, that does not have a track record of success as a agent in the NBA, right? But this is an 18-year-old kid who has no idea what he's doing. And I don't know what his parents are doing either, but it's very possible that, like in these situations, a lot of time you get money up front from some of these agent guys to like hold your place.
Yeah.
I mean, is it Tatis we were talking about? The Tatis signed as a 17-year-old some weird contract with an agent or some sort of firm that gave them 10% of all of his future earnings forever and ever. Amen. And so now he's suing because number one, he is underage, but number two, like he's now like long past those people and they keep taking his 10%.
Yeah.
Like, so there are people who are just not good at this.
They're
right?
predatory.
They are. This is a predatory situation. And so here's my hope. First of all, Ace Bailey said everything right on draft night about the Jazz and about going there and all that stuff. Yep. His agent then turns around and was asked a question and becomes a punk about it again. His agent, again, he has no other clients. It's Omar Cooper. His son, Sharif Cooper, lasted in the NBA about 3 minutes, probably because of this exact thing. Yep. He was drafted. He slid all the way to the late second round, was supposed to be a late first round pick. Late second round, was out of the league after playing like 13 games for the Atlanta Hawks in 2001. His son is 24 and out of the NBA. There are players that are in this draft that are older than his kid who's already out of the NBA, who was drafted in like 2000, 2001. So, I mean, 2020, 2021. Sorry. So here's my hope. My hope is that Ace Bailey shows up, that Ace Bailey gets in Utah, gets under the wings of the Utah Jazz, Danny Ainge and that group, Will Hardy and all that stuff. But the real thing here is that some of the veterans on this team step in, pull him aside, and as players say, hey, let me introduce you to my real agent. Let me introduce you to somebody who has your best wishes, right? Your best, like they want you to succeed, not get you in all this crazy trouble that's happening right now for you. And I can almost guarantee there is no way this guy is going to be his agent for the next 5 years.
Or his manager or whatever the hell he is.
No, they'll bail on him so quick once he gets into an NBA like system. He'll bail on him quick, and he'll be, someone will introduce him to Rich Paul. They'll introduce him to Mark Bartelstein or Bill Duffy, one of these guys that are really good at their job. And the problem that Cooper has here, the agent has, is he tried to swing like where Ace Bailey was going to go. And that's impossible because he doesn't have another client.
Right. Okay.
So when Jeff Schwartz says, hey, I don't want someone to go to Sacramento, it's because Jeff Schwartz has like 6 other clients that the Sacramento Kings might be interested in or already in the building, and he might need to work out a contract extension. He's like, hey, we're not going to work out that. I'm just throwing Jeff Schwartz's name out there. Just like, or
pick an agent,
or any of these agents. They can say, hey, look, my guy's not going to sign there.
Right. There's a right way to do this and a wrong way to do this.
Yeah.
And refusing workouts and then 2 days before the draft going, yeah, hey, he only wants to play for this select group of teams.
Yeah.
Like, no, that's not the quote unquote. I don't think you should do that at all, but that's not the quote unquote right way to do it.
No.
And the way that Ace Bailey's representation has gone about representing him has put him in this place where maybe he's showing up on Monday because he's 18 years old and having a difficult time saying goodbye to his family.
Yep.
Maybe there was something weird. Maybe he's trying to arrange his living situation and something came up and with his move, something came up and he's got to show up Monday. That could be the long list of things that just have nothing to do with anything. Maybe he's got a dog sit. I don't know. But his representation has put him in this spot where him not going today and going Monday when practice starts instead is this huge thing. And oh my God, he doesn't want to go to Utah. But Shams Charania has said it on the Pat McAfee show today. Like the logic is, in reality, is he's going to play for the Jazz.
Of course he is.
Like this isn't, and I think it's being painted, especially through the power of aggregation and that telephone game that goes from Ace Bailey's going to show up Monday or is expected to show up Monday to he could show up Monday to he doesn't want to play there. Like it just becomes this gross misrepresentation of what's happening.
Yeah.
And I feel for him, but this is where his representation has gotten him. So I'm rooting so hard for Ace Bailey to get to Utah, have an awesome career, get real representation, and have this be a footnote, have this be a cautionary tale for future young NBA players going through the draft process.
I totally agree. I just feel like there's so many of these cautionary tales, and so few times does it actually work out for the player, and they just get burned to the ground in these situations. And I get it. You should be embracing wherever you go. You just got selected into the top 5 of the NBA draft. He should have gone to Philly.
Yep.
The fact that his agent told some of these teams in the top 5 not to draft him, multiple teams in the top 5 not to draft him. What are you talking about? You know the difference between the top 3 pick and a top 7 pick? It's
tens of millions of dollars.
Yes, it's so much money.
It's a lot of money.
Why are you listening to someone who's saying, hey, we're going to flush the money down the toilet?
And also, you're now going to Utah, where there's no direction. There's no foundation. Instead of going to Philly, where at least there's Tyrese Maxey, Paul George is there, health, TBD. Joel Embiid is there, health TBD. Like, it's an organization that has some standards.
Well, I agree, and I think Utah is taking a beating, especially because they are the prime example of what tanking is and all that stuff. But they still have a good coach. They still have a good front office. They still have the right basketball type of situation. And players have, like Sacramento, players have gone there and stayed there for years and end up loving it and being part of the community, right?
And Vernon Maxwell also exists.
Well, then there's Vernon Maxwell, who does not like Utah at all and chooses every moment to make fun of him. Yeah. So it's a tough look, but I think he'll get through this. And the quicker he's able to get around actual NBA players and they're able to say, hey, look, man, you are making some colossal mistakes and we need to help you, because a team can't do that. The NBA cannot do that. Go and tell him who his representation is, because if they push him to somebody else and that somebody else does something nefarious, then they're on the hook for anything that they promoted to him. And so they're not allowed to. So I'm really hoping that the players step in here and say, hey, look, this is a good spot for you, but also this is what a good agent does, not and what we're seeing right now from you is not what a good agent does.
Yep, absolutely. All right. Nick Clifford's college coach, Ali Farokhmanesh, is going to join us. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'll make sure to confirm with him before we have him on. But he's going to join us at 11:45. Really excited to get his insights on Nick Clifford. But there's a player available for trade that doesn't solve the Kings' biggest problem, but it helps one of their major problems. We'll tell you who it is next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, and that is Sacramento Sports Leader.
Sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and 98.5 HD2, Sacramento Sports.
Maybe I'm just hearing what's in your room. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, it's just tough because I think one of the bigger things is it shows the immaturity of Ace Bailey. And he's supposed to be immature. He's 18 years old. 18 or 19, I don't know. He's a baby. And he's also, if you've seen interviews with him, he's very young and again, we talk about this all the time with the COVID kid stuff. He's just a super young kid, a little bit naive in the world. And to me, it's crappy that this is where he's at. Utah will provide him an unlimited opportunity to be a star. There's really, Lauri Markkanen might not be there for a long time. We'll see. But John Collins is on a 1-year deal now, and he might be traded. There's a wide open avenue for him to get a ton of touches and be one of the true stars of that team. Let's see, what do we got? We got all kinds of weird stuff going on here. Anything else happening? Andrew Sterling, there hasn't been any murmurs in the LaRavia front. But I would say this. I asked Jake LaRavia about this during the season, about why it is that Memphis ends up with a bunch of players like him. And maybe we can discuss this on the air.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Hanging out with you until noon. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey, and they would take you up to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento's Sports Leader. We've been talking a ton about the NBA draft, and we will continue to do so. Nick Clifford, the number 24 overall pick for Sacramento, his college coach, Ali Farokhmanesh, is going to join us at 11:45. Farokhmanesh is now the head coach at Colorado State, but he was an assistant that helped was a key part of Nick Clifford's development over his 2 years at Colorado State. So really excited to get his perspective on one of the newest members of the Sacramento Kings. But I think spinning it forward now, we've kind of assessed what the draft class looks like, how Renault and how Clifford could impact the Kings roster. What's the next step now? I know they still need a point guard. Still got to figure out the point guard thing. Yeah, we got it.
Okay. The first thing that has to happen here, again, free agency opens on Monday, right? It opens on the 30th. That's when things are going to go crazy.
Yeah.
We're going to start hearing all kinds of things going on, and who the Kings are chasing, who they might land, all that stuff. But before that happens, they have to make a decision on Keon Ellis. And so that's
that's coming up Sunday.
That's on Sunday. That's going to be the first step here. And for me, it's a huge, huge decision, because what you hope is that they're able to figure out a way to take care of Keon without eating up all their cap space and sort of move forward with him as a player. They have two options. They can pick up his player option at $2 million, a little over $2 million for this coming season, and then try to work out a long-term deal with him, or just let him work out the season at $2 million. But at the end of that, he would be an unrestricted free agent. If they decline his option, he becomes a restricted free agent this summer. Then he's open to any team, but the Kings have the right to match any offer to him. So that would be step 2. And of course, there's only one team in the league with true cap space. That's the Brooklyn Nets, which of course Jordi Fernandez is there and probably absolutely adores Keon Ellis because they were here together. And then, but there's also all of these teams with mid-level exceptions of $14 million. So you run the risk of Keon getting a much bigger contract and also like shrinking this window you have to go negotiate with other people, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be one of the things that has to happen between now and the next time we see everybody here. We talk to you on the radio on Monday. We will by Sunday afternoon know what's happening with Keon, and maybe sooner. That's going to be the first thing. And secondly, like we were talking about a little bit at the break about Jake LaRavia. Jake LaRavia he's an unrestricted free agent. He'll drop into the free agent pool on Monday. The Kings will have an opportunity. They already have, I think, an opportunity to open a window right now to negotiate with him. Whether they're going to land on a contract with him or not, I don't know. And that's because, like, look, he was acquired last season by the previous regime. And while he's young and he's 6'8" and he provides, a lot of what the Kings are looking for, he's that bigger 3-4 that they kind of need, whether it's off the bench or whatever. We don't know how that's going to work out. The Kings are limited to a $5.1 million offer that they can extend to him. And that's it. They can go like a multi-year deal, or they can do a 2-year deal, like a little over $10 million with a player option for year 2. If they do something like that and he opts out, he gets his Larry Bird rights back, and then he can sign for whatever. But they're going to have to address that situation sooner rather than later. And the other thing I was going to bring up is, like, we keep talking about this type of player that the Kings are bringing in, right? This physical, defensive minded,
glue guys.
Glue guys and good culture guys, right? I asked Jake LaRavia about this during the season, because this is the type of player that the Memphis Grizzlies always have a ton of, right? So we talk about, teams that you want to go get a free agent from. Miami Heat, you want to get a free agent from Memphis because they had this culture. There's the San Antonio Spurs were the team for years, and the Kings were a pipeline. Like they got to get Garrett Temple, a Trey Lyles, a Chimezi Metu, these guys that you bring in because they played for the San Antonio Spurs, and their standards there are extremely high. But I asked Jake LaRavia, like, hey, is it something that they do there once you get off the team plane, off the plane, and you're like, hey, I'm now a Memphis Grizzlies, and they're like, okay, here's your handbook on how to be tough and how to be an NBA player. He's like, no. He's like, this is who I was before.
Right.
He's like, I think they look for players like me, and they accumulate players like me. And that was it was interesting to hear, but also that's what Scott Perry's doing right now.
Yeah.
He's trying to find guys that play hard, that don't give up on any play, that they give you second, third efforts, that are tough, that they don't mind pushing back and are physical. And it's reminds us of the Memphis Grizzlies. But again, I think it's sort of a unique look into the way that the Grizzlies might search for these types of players, and how the Kings might be a team who's now mirroring some of that in their approach to finding players.
So with all that in mind, you have changed my mind about Cam Whitmore.
Oh, yeah.
So Cam Whitmore, according to Kelly Iko of The Athletic, is being shopped by the Houston Rockets. Not a surprise. Cam Whitmore, a super talented young player who couldn't get off the end of the bench for Houston. I think he spent time in the G League at one point last year.
Oh, yeah. He's torn up the G League a couple of times.
Yeah. So, but just the kind of player that you and I went, man, switchable defensively, great athleticism, just kind of fits the archetype of player the Kings don't have. But the more you talked about just now, the kind of player Sacramento's looking for, if they are looking for, just to continue using this name, the Jake LaRavia type, the glue guy type, the one who's not going to go give you 25 a night, but he's going to give you 6-7 points, going to grab a couple of rebounds, going to get you a steal, just going to maybe do all the things that, like, outside of the box score that affect winning, just the little things on the margins.
Yep.
I think if Cam Whitmore was doing those things, don't you think he would have played for the Rockets last year? A Rockets team that lost in 7 to the Golden State Warriors, in part because they didn't have enough offensive creativity in the half court. They could have used Cam Whitmore, but he didn't play because the Rockets are accumulating Tari Eason types, Fred VanVleet types. Amen Thompson is the peak of that archetype of player. They had a bunch of these guys, and I feel like he would have found his way into the regular rotation if he was the kind of player that Scott Perry and Doug Christie are looking for. And I just don't think he is.
I don't know. When I watch Cam Whitmore play, he plays with the physicality that the Kings like so desperately need. He's a dude who does not mind running over somebody at all. Like he is a beast of a player. But the problem that I see with him, we're talking 6'7", 230. Like that's a big dude.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, but the problem that I've seen with that team specifically is an over accumulation of top tier talent, of top tier draft picks. I mean, look at they traded Jalen Green, who was the second pick in the draft or the third pick in the draft. Jabari Smith Jr., second pick in the draft. Amen Thompson, top tier, fourth pick in the draft. Reed Shepard, fourth pick in the draft. Tari Eason, 16th pick in the draft. Like, you can't play all your young players at one time. You bring in a Fred VanVleet to help, be the adult in the room. You bring in Dylan Brooks, who I don't think he's an adult in the room, but he's still a mature player.
Sure.
And that's what he's competing against. He's competing against Tari Eason, who is a higher pick, against Jabari Smith, who's a higher pick, against Jalen Green, who's a higher pick, against Dylan Brooks, who has, the reputation around the league as like a physical defensive player, against Jeff Green, who, just keeps playing. It doesn't matter how old he is.
40.
I think he's like 47 at this
point. He played for the Sonics.
Oh yeah. He definitely played for the Sonics. Yeah. But
is that right?
He for sure played for the Sonics. He was maybe. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Are we certain?
Yeah, I'm almost positive.
Oh yeah, he did in the 2007-2008 season, their final season in Seattle.
Yeah, the 2007-2008 season.
I was in high school, bro.
He's still playing.
I'm 34.
He's still playing.
That's crazy.
But I'm not out on Cam Whitmore. What I get with him is he's lost in the shuffle.
Okay, and maybe this would be worth calling somebody from Houston and getting their thoughts. But the fact that this isn't a player who just should have played more minutes. This is a guy who I don't think played in the playoffs at all. He got 2 minutes of garbage time in game 2 and a couple minutes of garbage time in games 5 and 6.
Yeah.
He was not a factor in there. He played late in the season after they'd punted. He played 32 minutes, 38 minutes, 18 minutes. But prior to that, a minute. Here's 12 minutes in a blowout win, DNP.
Yeah.
13 minutes in a blowout win, bunch of DNPs. Like, this is the concern here is less about, he couldn't, or the issue for me, I don't think it's, he couldn't crack this rotation. There's just too many good players. I just don't think he was either the play style or there was some deficiency that he didn't fit that mold for the Rockets, because I think if he did, I think he would have played at least a little. This is a dude who didn't play at all.
No, I get that, but Jayshawn Tate didn't play hardly at all either. And he's going back there. And look, they just brought in Kevin Durant. Like, how are you going to play a guy like Cam Whitmore? The one thing I'd point out to you, Kyle, is Cam Whitmore can't walk into a bar and order a drink for another week and a half.
That's so crazy.
I mean, he's 20 years old, 354 days.
To me.
So, look, when we talk about underutilized talent hiding on other NBA rosters that could walk into your building and be a star, Cam Whitmore is on a short list. I mean, we're talking about a guy who, in his rookie season, averaged,
24, 7, and 1 per 36.
Yeah.
1.5.
But he averaged 12.3 in 18 minutes a night in 47 games.
Yeah.
I mean, he walked in the door and could play. And this is a guy who was supposed to go in the top 5 of the draft and fell on draft night. So, sure, there might be some issues here, but as far as the type of player, the physicality, the strength that he plays with, I would gamble on a guy like Cam Whitmore. And not only would I gamble on him, I would gamble on him and potentially use him as a starter moving forward, because I do think he's one of those underutilized players around the league. Now, you might get him in your building and his play style is just totally wrong.
That's I think because you wrote I'm all in. Was your
I've always been. I love Cam Whitmore as a prospect.
That is a steady take you've had. I'm of the belief that if you're going to be all in, where you're going to give up real assets in this deal, there has to be some assurance on your side that he is that type of player. Because what you can't have is you're giving up a first round pick or a future first for Cam Whitmore. You're getting him in your building and then he's sitting on the end of your bench instead.
No, I get that, but I don't look at Cam Whitmore as a player who is going to cost you that at all. You're looking at a player who's in his second season and he's already they're shopping him. It's just like when you go buy a car, the second you walk off the lot, you just lost, 30% of your investment. You're so far upside down, and that's the same thing. You have him in your building for 2 years. He hasn't been able to break through, but again, break through against Amin Thompson and Jabari Smith and Dylan Brooks and Jayshawn Tate. And
I wonder if the argument you're making is what every NBA front office will be talking themselves into.
Oh, I think so.
Which is where I don't think you're going to go hey, here's a couple seconds. And the Kings don't even have second round picks to give away.
No, they don't have a bunch of them. They definitely could give up a second round pick in next year's draft and maybe land a player like that. But also, like, maybe it's a place where you look at a guy like Devin Carter and say, hey, he doesn't fit what we're doing fully, but would you guys like a combo guard that plays defense and maybe like fits better with your system? And maybe it'd be something like where you can make a complete swap like that. And Houston, because of their acquisitions, they're probably a team who's looking at a big tax bill, even if it's like going from, maybe they take on a player like Devin Carter, maybe they don't. But I would at least call, because this is a type of player, again, you're looking around the league and saying, okay, how many underutilized players are there that might be able to be impactful for me? And he's one of them that just jumps out.
All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. I'm going to ruin everybody's cornflakes next.
Oh.
This is The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We'll keep talking Kings. And then Colorado State head coach Ali Farokhmanesh. He coached Nick Clifford during his 2 years at Colorado State. He's going to join us on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Yeah, I get what I believe you're talking about the Cam Whitmore situation. I just don't know that, like, there are too many young guys there. I just don't know that there's I think there is a reason why he's not playing. And of course, like, your best players are going to play. But every time he does step on the court, he's just awesome. And, it could be personality issues. It could be a lot of different reasons, but like, I'm willing to go out on a limb and try on a guy like that. And we're talking about a guy who's got 2 years left on his rookie scale contract. If he works out, he works out. If he doesn't, you can move off of him really quick. Yeah, Michael, the Kings aren't giving up Keon for Cam Whitmore. I just can't. What is Manny asking? I don't know. Yeah, I agree, Lotus Prime. NBA Guru Show. I have no idea if Sabonis is staying for sure. And I don't know if DeMar is going to get traded, and I don't know if Carter's going to get traded. I don't run the team. I just know that the Kings have lots of options. Uh-oh. I'm back. Thanks, Steven Castaneda. I think that there are trades out there, Chris Cook. I think there are definitely trades out there.
James Ham is there. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you till noon. Ali Farokhmanesh will be joining us at 11:45. Who the heck is that? Well, he coached Nick Clifford at Colorado State. Farokhmanesh is now the head men's basketball coach for the Rams, but He was an assistant on that staff for several years, including during the time when they were bringing Nick Clifford over from the University of Colorado, and then he helped oversee his development that made him a first-round pick in this year's NBA draft for the Sacramento Kings. It's been a lot of sunshine, a lot of rainbows. The Kings front office, kind of figuring things out in terms of types of player they need, and you love the archetype of Maxime Reynaud, and you like what Nick Clifford could bring to Sacramento. What are the expectations though for these two picks? Because the optimism says, oh my God, the Kings are winning 50 games. I don't think that's necessarily the case, because while optimism reigns this time of year, and I don't begrudge that. I think every team is probably super psyched with what they're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like, nothing has happened yet that makes me go, wow, the Kings have really won the offseason. They've hit it out of the park. I still feel like this is a team that's going to sit between like 40 and 44 wins, depending on how the ball bounces.
Yeah, as of today.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, that might be a little high as well. Like, I don't know that I have them winning that many games at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Look, this is where the real work begins.
Right.
The draft is like, it's truly the first avenue of like building your team during the offseason. It's the first thing that happens. There are trades that have gone on before the draft, but this is a moment where you've got to like look at what you're doing as far as you've checked boxes. You added depth, right? The teams in the league that are the best this season, Oklahoma City, Indiana, they had so much depth. It was crazy. I mean, when you lost, Tyrese Halliburton in a playoff game, and you shift Nembhard over to that position, and then you bring TJ McConnell off the bench, and then all of a sudden you got Benedict Mathurin backfilling, and you got like all of these players that team was so deep, and they could not withstand the loss of their best player or their superstar player. But again, it's the same thing with OKC. Like, they just had so much depth. You have to start somewhere. And for me, that's where, the Kings only had 8 players. They only have 8 players walking until yesterday. That's all they have left on their roster that are of guaranteed contracts. So right. And so like what happens next is, it's going to be free agency. It's going to be trades. Like this weekend, there could be trades. The first couple of days of free agency, there could be trades. But the free agency is starting on Monday. You got a $14.1 million trade exception. You got a biannual exception. Those are things that you can go out and actually improve your team and start building something. It's just going to depend on like how aggressive the Kings are. And they're like, so far they've been extremely aggressive to get their name in on a bunch of things. But you also got to be able to close some deals. And that's the deal. I think this team specifically, they need a trade like as soon as possible.
I agree.
In order to set up their free agency.
That is what I keep coming back to.
Yeah.
Because I keep going, all right, well, who's worth trading for? Are you making a deal for John Morant? Is he available? It seems like the Celtics are keen to hold on to Derek White, but is there a move you can make that gets them off of Derek White, or is there picks you can involve or players you can involve that get you I keep coming back to that, because when you start going, okay, free agents, it's Dennis Schroeder, Tyus Jones is a name we've heard thrown around. Maybe you take a gamble on Trey Jones. Maybe you really like Trey Jones as was he 24, 25?
Yeah.
Guy in his mid-20s who still has some growth left in his development. Maybe you want to take a gamble there and you feel good about that. But either way, you probably need multiple players playing point guard. And if it's 2 guys that are sub-mid-level players, I come back to, it doesn't move the needle winning wise for me. At least not to the point that you're going, okay, this is now a top 6 type of contender. Yeah, you might again win a game or 2 extra, but you're talking about winning a game or 2 extra from a team that won 40 last year. It is largely the same. So I don't think real quick, I don't think the answer is going to be via free agency. There will be some signings, there will be some additions. But if the Kings are going to move out of this tier of team that they're in, where they're just kind of they're making the playoffs depends on the play-in, and they're making the play-in depends on the Suns and the Blazers.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's a space you don't want to be in. If they're going to get out of that tier, there has to be a trade in here. I don't think they're getting there via free agency.
No, I would agree with you. And that's just like, first of all, Sacramento's never been a hotbed for free agents.
Mm.
And when you go into a season and you don't have a bunch of money, they don't have natural cap space. They are not a cap space team.
No.
There's only one of them. The Nets are the only cap space team.
That is the one team that can absorb salary.
Yeah, and that's where, like, we've talked about this a little bit, but the Kings are playing in this area where they're over the salary cap but under the luxury tax, right? So there's this window that they can play in, and it's a big window. It's it's a lot of money, but at the end of the day, like, you've got to be able to manage that space in such a delicate way. Because we talk about, hey, you love to see the Kings go out and get, a player like, even if it's Dennis Schroeder, just so you have a point guard, right?
Yeah.
Right, and like maybe him and Malik Monk can man the position, and you'll be fine.
Sure.
Right, so you got to go out and get one of those players. But if you decide to go spend that $14 million on one player, but you also have this situation with Keon Ellis where it's either $2 million or it's probably closer to 10.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now you add those two things, that's $24 million between what you paid Keon and what you paid Dennis Schroeder. And you're looking at like being over the luxury tax or being right around the luxury tax. Like, this team has to, like, the biggest way they're going to improve for me is always going to be via trade. And then once you get done with that, it's going to be, okay, like, how can we improve on the margins? Is there a Jake LaRavia? Is there like a couple of players like that? Because, again, your mid-level, it can go to multiple players. Like, you can break that up into multiple contracts. And so, like, the Kings should have the ability to make improvements. It's just, I don't think anyone is out there thinking, like, the Kings aren't going to go out and sign a LeBron James and everything's going to change.
Right.
No, like, the path forward, again, we always talk about the three ways. I think Jeff Petrie said it. This is something Scott Moak tweeted out the other day. Jeff Petrie always said the three ways to improve a team: the draft, free agency, and trades. And the draft is the biggest gamble of the three.
Yeah.
And that's where the Kings are. Like, they've got some good depth that they just added, whether those guys play a ton in their first year or not. I'm going to say Nick Clifford is probably going to play 16 to 20 minutes a night.
I think he's going to play. I feel good about Nick Clifford.
I think so too. But it really does depend on who else is on this team and how you create space for him. Because, if you have a 35-minute per game small forward, that leaves 13 minutes per game at that position. And, does Keegan Murray play some of that position? Like, it gets a little complicated pretty quickly.
Yeah, man. I'm trying really, really hard to not overreact and to not fall into this, like, oh my God, everything is awful. Because ideally, Doug Christie and Scott Perry, a new era of Kings basketball, is going to change. You don't want to be, I forget if it was Damian or Kenny, who's like, I'm not going to be, oh no, it was Jesse when we were talking about the Ace Bailey thing.
Yeah.
If the Kings make some crazy trade up into the early lottery and Ace Bailey falls to him, do you take him? And Jesse's like, you can't be beholden to what you used to do. You have to let that go. You have to act on now. But everything you just laid out points to what I perceive to largely be inaction. You needed to pick a path. You either needed to be a team that was going to be the ESPN 2026 NBA mock draft that just came out. The Kings are picking 5th.
Yeah.
In that mock draft. And so I don't know that they're going to be that bad though. And that's the problem. If they're picking 5th, fine. But I think they're too good to pick 5th, barring lottery luck.
Yeah.
Right. I think they're too good to go into the lottery with the 5th pick, which is a problem. But I don't think they're good enough to be a very serious playoff contender. And so you're just existing in this purgatory that we talk about.
No, I'm with you, but I want to see what this team looks like next Friday.
Absolutely.
I want to see what this team looks like a week and a half, 2 weeks from now, because that's where we're going to see like where the real substantive changes could come. And if they don't, then it's like, okay, we start assessing what exactly this is going to look like. And it probably won't be super rosy. Like, again, you drafted Nick Clifford. That might mean that you don't go out and even try to sign Jake LaRavia, Or maybe you look at Jake LaRavia as a 4,
Mhm.
and you know, maybe he does work within your system. But you know, if you already have DeMar DeRozan, you're not going to keep adding and adding and adding to the small forward position.
Mhm.
You know, if you've got Zach LaVine at the 2, you know, again, we all think, oh, you just trade that guy or give that guy. Like sometimes it just doesn't materialize. I mean,
Right, you can try.
yeah, I mean the Oklahoma City Thunder have built their entire, you know, dynasty, soon to be dynasty, on other teams not wanting players and then them accepting draft picks and salary
Mhm.
to just absorb more assets, right?
Mhm.
Well, the Kings don't have those assets. They're not flush with assets. Although I will say that the one other thing is that on Tuesday, July 1st, they're all of a sudden going to have an extra first round pick to deal with.
And an extra second.
And an extra second. They'll get their access to their 2032 draft capital. And again, that might not seem like that much to people, but the Kings still walk into this with 9 first round picks. You can say, oh, well, the 2027 Spurs pick is all tied up now, that 1 through 16. It's like, okay, it is, but it's protected 1 through 16. You can still trade the 1 through 16 protection to somebody else. So like there are
Okay,
ways.
I was going to ask that. So I'm glad you brought that up because I was thinking about that today. So you could theoretically, so you have a 2027 first that is top 16 protected. If that doesn't convey, it becomes their 2 2027 second round picks.
Yep.
So you could theoretically trade that 2027 first to just to Memphis.
Yep.
You could send that to Memphis and say, hey, you get this if it's 1 through 16.
Yep.
If you don't, could it then also convey to the 2 2027 seconds? Because it's going to convey either way. So those 2 seconds are going to be available.
Yeah, you could probably put that kind of switch into it. Yes, because I mean there are, if you look, that
has less to do with like the Kings team building and more just the machinations of these deals.
Yeah, because there are second round picks out there that have like you only get the pick if it's pick 31 through 38, and then the next protection is 39 through 46, and then like if the pick falls in the back end of the draft 47 through 60, it goes to a different team. They break it up. Like there are crazy protections on second round picks that convey for specific reasons. I think like in all honesty, you could even have the 2027 Spurs pick. You could trade it and say it's 1 through 16 protected, and if it doesn't convey, we'll give you our own 2028 pick.
Jesus.
Yeah, so like the way that those picks are established, like it can get complicated for sure. But like I like the fact that it's not their pick that's being held up.
Right.
That it's somebody else's pick.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing. It doesn't matter how well the Kings do in 2027 for that pick to convey or not. It only matters what the San Antonio Spurs do.
Yeah, because it belongs to the Spurs, right?
Yeah. So, and I think that's like people are like, oh, well, you know, like are the Kings going to be good or not? That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like it's whether
Not
the
their pick.
Spurs are going to be good or not.
Yeah. Mitch in New Jersey has been hanging on the line. Mitch, what are your thoughts on Cam Whitmore? Mitch, you're on the Elk Grove Kid Talk Line. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going.
Good, man. What's happening?
Good. Did we get 2 second round picks? Because I like our second round center better than the first pick. Of course, we had to give up more assets in the future. But with Ace Bailey lying about his height, that might have cost him. Does that make it? Could it be easier to retain him from Utah or even John Collins? Because they had 3 number 1 picks from last year and they had 2 this year, so they're getting better. And maybe they have less leverage if Ace Bailey doesn't want to play it because he's a Hall of Famer already. Especially that 1 year at Rutgers. Anyway, you have a nice weekend. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Mitch.
Yeah, John Collins opted into his $26.2 million player option for this year.
Not a shock.
Not a shock at all. Would I be totally surprised if the Kings made a run at John Collins again? Not really.
No.
I would not be surprised.
Not at all.
And, again, just like, again, this isn't something that like I'm saying is going to happen, but like say you were to move a player like DeMar DeRozan for John Collins, John Collins like slides into the starting power forward spot. It allows you to move Keegan Murray back to the 3. And then now you have like a lot of depth and creativeness that you can do. Shot blocker, 3-point shooter, big time scorer, very good rebounder, John Collins. But I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Like the Kings have flirted with the John Collins idea through like multiple regimes at this point. Like they almost acquired him when he was with the Hawks. And then they kicked the tires on him big time last year. But again, it was a player that Mike Brown didn't necessarily want. And that doesn't mean that they can't trade for him. Mike would have coached the guy, but it was like, hey, this isn't fitting what we're trying to do. He might fit what Doug's trying to do, or Doug might not have the same opinion on John Collins that Mike did. And so
to me, the John Collins thing.
Yep.
It's like, you don't watch Love Island USA, right?
No.
Nah, all right, fine. I was gonna make a Huda joke, but it's you're not. I don't want to have to explain it. So if you watch the show, you'll understand the Huda joke I was gonna make. So, anyways, I'm out unless it's like the last thing they exhaust. I would like to see them explore every. See if Cam Whitmore's available for cheap. Go try and find a point guard. Whatever assets you're going to use in a John Collins trade, see if those are better used, or see if those could be used on, like I said, a point guard, I guess he would be a 4, but on a player, maybe a younger player on a longer contract. See if there's another fit out there, because the John Collins thing, A, you don't know what version of John Collins you're going to get. B, he's now on a 1 year expiring, which I know you don't hate, but also I think you're trying to build something kind of a little more long-term here. So I think you don't want to go to John Collins first and be like, hey, this is our big offseason acquisition. If you land there, okay.
Yeah.
I just think there's other things they should be looking for first.
Well, of course, they should be looking for starting point guard first.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's like front and center. You need a starting point guard. But like, look, John Collins is 27. He'll be 28 in September. And John Collins was spectacular last season. He averaged 19 points,
really good.
8.2 rebounds. He shot 39.9% from 3. Again, he can block shots. He averaged a block a game, even though he's playing 30 minutes. I'm not worried about the fact that he only played 40 games. He didn't play 40 games because he played for a team that didn't want to win.
He was healthy for many more than 40 games.
He was healthy for a lot more than that.
Does the whole losing thing come up for you at all with this? Because if typically when we bring up a player who's on a losing team, you do the thing where you go, oh, well, somebody has to score. Somebody has to do this. Somebody has to do that. Team stinks.
Yeah.
Does that factor in at all?
I mean, it should factor in a little bit, but at the same time, like John Collins is like, he played on a team that went to the Eastern Conference Finals in Atlanta.
That's true.
Right. And like he's my bigger concern is like, is he a starter? Is he a coming off the bench and doing crazy things for you guy? Is he a guy? Is he a high basketball IQ player? And that's always going to be the question, especially for a player who, the second he signed anywhere, he's always on the trade block. And again, you don't have to make it a 1 year thing. You can trade for John Collins and extend him. Give him another 2 years and see how that works out for you. But I do always have that like in the back of my mind, man, this dude, he signed a big time contract extension with Atlanta. And the second he signed it, they're trying to trade him.
Yeah.
And I guess I get people trying to hold the value of their players and all that stuff. And, you thought you could just move the contract and stuff, but I don't know. It's not the worst thing if they land John Collins this season. I agree. But it should be pretty low on their list of priorities, like you said. Yeah. Go look for something else maybe first. I don't know. I'm okay. Would you rather? Hey, very quickly, just to get all the way into the throwback machine, would you rather have John Collins or Cam Johnson? Let's just get back to last year's trade deadline. Cam Johnson, because he's a better defender, smarter player, but maybe that's interesting. All right.
He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Nick Clifford's college coach, or one of his college coaches, Ali Farokhmanesh, who's now the head coach at Colorado State. He was not the head coach while Nick Clifford was there, but worked very closely with Nick during his 2-year tenure with the Rams. Really excited to get his insights on Nick Clifford, the player, because I don't know that there is a better person to ask about a player than the guy that coached him for 2 years. Coach Farokhmanesh going to join us next from Colorado State. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's happening, everybody? That's interesting. Dennis Schroeder and let's see. Dennis Schroeder and Cam Johnson reuniting in Sacramento. I mean, I don't know. I think a bigger question, like, if I were asking, would you rather have DeMar DeRozan or would you rather have John Collins? And my answer might be absolutely ludicrous, but I would rather have John Collins because I just think he fits the system better. Lotus Prime. I don't know what the next move they're going to make. They're trying their best to land a point guard, but I don't know. Yeah, John Collins is younger than Cam Johnson. Let's see what else we got in there. I agree with this. But what if John Collins can also play a small ball 5? So what if you went John Collins, Keegan Murray, and Nick Clifford in a small ball lineup? I don't know. Okay, cool.
Okay, here we go. All right, let's get right to it here on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, and joining us now, Coach Ali Farokhmanesh. He has been with Colorado State for the last, I believe, 7 years. Is 7 years now, Coach? You've been in that you've been in Fort Collins?
Yeah, 7 years, going on 8 now. So it's long time.
Well, congratulations on the recent promotion to the head coaching job there. That's outstanding for you. Really happy for you. But I want to get to Nick Clifford. We only got a few minutes with you here, but I want to get to Nick Clifford, who you coached over his 2 years at Colorado State with the Rams. What type of player are the Kings getting with Nick Clifford?
And obviously, I think the first thing that comes to mind when you talk about Nick is his versatility. He truly is a two-way player, and I think he showed that both years with us, to be honest. And then the scoring and the shooting and the playmaking really picked up in his second year. But I mean, he's always been an elite rebounder. I think from a guard position, like he's on the Josh Hart type level of rebounding. From a comparison standpoint, to be honest, it's kind of ironic, but I've always because I grew up watching the Kings with them in the Mike Bibby era and whatnot. And Doug Christie comes to mind in some ways. And I think so it's kind of ironic, but I love the way he competes on the defensive end of the floor. But I think in the last year, what he added to his game is the shot making off the dribble, off the move, off the catch and shoot. And then his secondary playmaking skills. There's not a lot of guys that you can say are true wings defensively that also can make plays for others on the other end of the floor too.
Coach, when you're looking at his development, again, it's not like he was being squandered in Colorado, but when he came to you guys, he just took this massive leap. What has he done off the court that makes you feel like he's going to continue this this sort of aggressive ascension that he has since joining Colorado State?
Yeah, I don't want to say he changed the way he worked when he got to us, but I think he morphed his thinking and his mentality of the way he worked. We became way more intentional with what he was doing in his development. Because everyone gets in the gym and he was always going to get better because he loved being in the gym, but the intentionality that he had with his work in terms of his shooting right away when he first got here, we were working on his feet and his balance and then his one motion. And then the next thing we wanted to work on was him playing off 2 feet better. And so once he progressed in that area, then the next year when he came back, it was his shooting off the dribble. And then obviously his ball handling too, because we thought he'd become more of a playmaker in that year too for us. And each one of those things was very specific. And I think you could see that progression happen through those 2 years here. And it all led to this. And it doesn't always work out that way when you have someone that's willing to work, buy into the work. And then the humility that he has, because a lot of guys, you tell them what they need to work on and they don't want to hear it. And he was very accepting of what we thought we needed to work on right away. And it was fun to see that progression happen for him that fast. And it's cool to now say that we got 4 guys that are going to be on NBA rosters this coming season.
Talking with Colorado State men's basketball coach Ali Farokhmanesh. Now, Nick could have come out last year in the draft, but he chose to go back to school there in Fort Collins. What was it? What was the reason you think he went back, and B, what were some of the things you think he improved with that extra year in college?
Yeah, honestly, you just don't want to go back to school. That was the biggest thing.
Sure.
Because you've been in school up to that 4 years. He was graduated already. It was that was one of the biggest things to him. And then it got to the point. It was everyone says bet on yourself, and that I took that more as bet on yourself to come back to college to improve your stock. Mm-hmm. And he had basically 7 months with us at that point, from the time he got here in June to the end of that season. So we thought if we had another 9 months to work on his game, that he would change completely, because he made that much progress in essentially 7 months. What would he look like with another 9 months with us? And so specifically right away, it was the shooting off the bounce and the ball handling, because we thought he had Isaiah Stevens the year before that set him up for a lot of plays. And this year we thought he was going to have to make plays for himself and for others more. And that showed up, in a completely different atmosphere than I think anybody thought, which I thought was ironic. He came out trying to come out the year before, and he only was looked at as a 3-and-D wing. Then this year, now we had teams calling us and being like, well, is he like a secondary point guard type player? And it's like no one even talked to me about that a year ago. So it's a huge credit to him, just buying into that work and also having the humility to understand, I'm not good enough in these areas yet. I need to improve. And he did. He made double the amount of threes he made the year before. And the year before that, he made double the amount of threes that he made previously his entire career at Colorado. So the level of growth and development over the 20 months was something that that's what we pride ourselves on, but that doesn't happen with a lot of kids either.
One of the stats that jump out on his box score for me is his free throw attempts jump from 2.3 to 5 from his 4th to 5th season. And again, before that, he'd capped out at 1.53 free throw attempts. That shows me that, number one, he's got the ball in his hands more, but also number two, he's being more physical going to the basket. Is that something that you guys were able to work with him, sort of the development of the off the dribble game and getting to the basket, drawing contact?
Absolutely. It's funny you say that, because that was one of the key things that we thought we needed to develop. If you want to be a true scorer, that doesn't mean just making shots. The best scorers in the world get to the free throw line. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, right? Foul merchant. Mm-hmm. So you look at all those guys, the best scorers get to the foul line. When they're not making shots, they're still scoring 4 to 5 points a game just at the foul line. And he did a tremendous job of not only getting the line, but also converting once he got to the line. So no, you're 100. It's funny you point that out because we made a sheet prior to the season, and that was one of the 4 things that we needed to work on and grow in. And that's what he did. I mean, he went from 12 points a game. If you just add the free throws right there, he's already at 15 to 16. And then obviously you add some more scoring and playmaking at the rim, and he got to 19 to 20 points a game.
Ali Farokhmanesh, he's the head coach of Colorado State. He helped coach Nick Clifford during his 2 years there. What type of guy is he? Is he quiet? Is he a vocal leader? Tell me about him as a person.
He's the most elite teammate you're ever going to have. And I think there's the one thing that I can point to, the story that always comes to mind to me is, so he was at Colorado before. Obviously, Colorado State don't like each other. So that year, his first year with us, we beat Colorado at home. So they really don't like us now. But then some of his best friend, Tristan Da Silva, who's now with the Orlando Magic, they're having senior night in Colorado, and we're off. I think we had like a 2-day break or something. Well, he decides to drive up from Fort Collins to Boulder, which is about a 40-minute drive on Tristan's senior night. It was up for Tristan Da Silva's senior night. I don't know too many guys that would do that in general, but much less you're going into enemy territory at the same time. And I think that just speaks volumes to the type of teammate he is as well. You're not only getting an elite basketball player, but the type of teammate that you want not only with the other guys in your locker room, but also in the community.
That's outstanding. Coach, thank you so much for your time, man. Know you're super busy this time of year, so really appreciate you hopping on with us, telling us about Nick Clifford, and best of luck with the head job there at Colorado State.
No, I appreciate it, guys. You got some new Sacktown fans now.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Coach.
Thank you.
Coach Ali Farokhmanesh.
Really good.
Really good.
Yeah.
Shout out. Understood the assignment. The thing that, this is so cheesy and cliche, but the teammate thing is my favorite part of that.
Oh, yeah.
Like all the stuff about how he worked and he was he had the humility to know what he needed to work on, and he's really hard worker. Okay. Like that's all great. But the stuff about being a good teammate is not even for like, hey, locker room and hey, he's got vibes guy. But that to me says he's not the type of player who's going to come in and go, okay, well, hey, I've been working on my ball handling and my scoring, so that's what I'm going to do here. Like, no, it seems like the kind of person who's just going to, hey, whatever's good for the team.
Yeah, and I'm going to point out too, like staying in college now, like the 5 years that he played. I've talked about this a bunch about, again, this is a kid who is a 2002 birth year, which means he lost the last half of his senior year. His first 2 years at Colorado, most of his classes were via Zoom. They, they might have had some in-person stuff, but probably not. He's playing in an empty gym, part of his college career. Like all of these things happen, but developing at the NBA level is so incredibly difficult. Developing at the college level, you can take a player during one off season and have him go from a guy who barely gets to the free throw line at 2.3 times per game and double that to 5. And the player I'm going to point to right now is Keegan Murray. Like Keegan Murray does not get to the free throw line nearly enough.
Not even close
for his size and for his athleticism and everything else. Now, part of that's because the Kings put him in the corner a lot and have him shooting. But a lot of it is also just because he hasn't figured it out. And, working with a guy like DeMar DeRozan can help you figure that out. But this kid was able to go back to college, stay in, and then really, really create a different style of player for himself. He was a 3-and-D guy. Now he's a jack of all trades guy. He's, the Swiss Army knife of the first round. And some of this is it's really impressive. Like the stats you're looking at, the fact that, his third year in college, he's averaging 3.9 rebounds a game. And by his senior year, he's averaging 9.6, including 8.1 defensive rebounds a game.
That's so crazy.
A guy who, again, averaged 0.4 assists, 1.3 and 1.5 in his first 3 years in college, averaged 4.4 in his final year. Okay. That you got better. You didn't just stick around in college and drink more beer and have more fun. You got better as a basketball player and you made yourself into a completely different style of player going into the NBA draft.
Yeah, and what that does is, okay, that might lower his ceiling because we've found out more about who he is as a player. There's less guesswork involved, but you raise your floor really substantially. If you can come into the NBA, be pesky defender guy, be able to create a little bit for yourself off the dribble, but largely just hang out, knock down a three when the ball comes to you, and go rebound. Like, how many times have we been like, man, Keegan Murray being a more consistent rebounder would be a big deal. Got Harrison Barnes. Can you go get me 8 rebounds one game, Harrison? Like, we've been wanting this type of player. And Devin Carter, to his credit, was that right off the bat. Just came into the league, knew how to rebound.
Yep.
And so if you can just, if you can do those little things that affect winning, I think it'll go a long way for Nick Clifford and the Sacramento Kings. All right, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. D'Lo and KC are next. We're done for the week. We'll be back with you on Monday, though, when we'll have some free agency for you.
Yeah.
No, free agency starts Monday.
It starts Monday. It's going to
go
wild.
Monday at 3. But we'll have some legal negotiating window stuff for you because that opens on Sunday.
Okay.
The legal negotiating window. The 30th? That's Sunday?
I think Monday's the 30th.
Monday's the 30th. That's when the legal negotiating window opens. Here we go. Anyways, we're going to be done now, as you can tell. D'Lo and KC next. For James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Drink water, be nice, people. Woo! Appreciate you, Chadios.
Thanks, everybody. Hit the thumbs up for us if you don't mind, please. Bye, friends.
What's up, everybody? Everybody. What's good, baby? What it do? Boy, they tapped in for the insiders today. Hey, you got me? I know it's going to be. Got me? Oh, I know it's going to be tough. But if you cut that interview with the coach, I'll re-air it. So yeah, just throwing that out there. Video. Yeah, video. Okay, excellent. We'll load it into StreamYard and play it.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yes, sir. What's good, baby? We welcome you in here one more time for Friday Vibes. It's already 90 degrees outside, man. This summer weather is hitting. Welcome in here to the Friday, June 27th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
We skeleton crew today because no Kenny Caraway.
Acknowledge me.
And no Jesse Tapia.
What are you doing with him?
We are truly live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
My man Kyle Matson over here working double shift, trying to do 50 things all at once. So we appreciate you, brother. And we appreciate you so much for tapping in here. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Shout out to everybody listening on the radio, 1320 AM or 98.5 FM. HD2, where the signal is crystal clear over there. Kyle's doing all of his post-show work. He's going to join me. He'll obviously be with me throughout the day, but he's going to join me here coming up in about 15 minutes to talk some things, Kings, that went on over the last couple of days and what might be ahead here in the next couple of days. That's all on the way. Of course, it's Friday. Our man Eddie Gonzalez is going to be with us in the 2 o'clock hour. We've got quite a few things to talk about, man. Last night just kind of came and went. Almost exactly as we predicted. It was a quiet night, one around the league. There was a lot of movement. There were a ton of trades over the last 2 days, which I always think it's interesting. I said this yesterday. It felt like it might have been a couple of days ago. It might have been leading into the draft rather than after the first day. But it felt like for a solid year, maybe even longer, we were talking about this class. We were talking about this draft class. We were talking about how many players would be available. We were talking about, how deep these picks might get. And then by the time it actually rolled around, obviously it was the Cooper Flag sweepstakes, but it was also, Ace Bailey, which is kind of a weird situation. We could talk about that. Dylan Harper, all of these different guys who you kind of knew by name all throughout the college year. But it felt like it truly lacked the cachet that the draft was built up to be in the year prior. We go through 10 picks without a single trade on the first night, and then all of a sudden we get 10 trades over the next 20. I don't even know how many we got last night. And it's funny if you watch the buy the book write-ups, if you watch the buy the book bottom lines or the buy the book draft synopsis, you'll see, pick, I'll just make up a scenario, 42 Sacramento Kings via the Golden State Warriors, via the Milwaukee Bucks, via the Houston Rockets. What? I don't care who made the pick. The Kings made the pick. All right, fine, keep it moving. But we have to have this complete detail on how this particular team got to that pick. Now I get that. There were a lot of trades last night, and second round picks are being thrown around all over the place. And we saw the Sacramento Kings make their selection. A big man. They got some people talking. 7-1 French prospect went to Stanford. Man, Maxine Renault. He's got one of those last names. James, I had to ask James, like, how do you say it? And he said it. And because I didn't practice it, I'm probably going to say it wrong. But I believe it's Maxine Renault.
Yeah, it's close.
It's close.
That's good enough.
What is it?
It's you're doing it right without doing like an accent.
Okay.
Which makes it sound like you're like making fun of the accent, but it's not.
Okay.
The video I watched of a French guy saying it was like Maxime Renault, but that's crazy. So just Renault, I think works.
I just knew the last letter was silent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got to be careful how you talk on this show. But I knew that the last letter was silent.
Very good.
I was like, okay, you got this. And
it's an
Maxime
X, right?
Renault. Nope, it's definitely not. It is definitely not. But he's a 7'1" center who can step away from the rim and shoot a little bit. I was listening to Matt George this morning, reading up on, some of the different write-ups, Sam Vecini being one of them. I know James talking about this early. Sam Vecini, one of the best, write-ups when it comes to college players. His offensive skill set it's really good. He was projected by many to be again, projection is whatever. We've learned projection, especially through the NFL draft, means absolutely nothing. But point being, he was projected to go in the first round. And when you read about why he might have fell to the second round, it has to do with his defense. His defense is a little sketchy at best. And I don't know if that means he's just bad defensively. I don't know if that means he's not quick to pick up on defensive schemes. It seems like schematically working on the offensive end, learning on the offensive end, learning different offensive schemes is easier for so many different guys. And part of that could be it's just no matter what level of basketball you're in or you're at, you're taught to like move a certain way. You're taught to move without the ball. You're taught to, run towards the pass, run away from the pass. You're taught to go over the screen, under the screen, depending on who your coach is, over the screen, under the screen, depending on the philosophy. And it seems like so many guys can pick up on that pretty well. But you hear so often about guys struggling to play defense. Defensive schemes sometimes are so much more intricate. We heard the line here in Sacramento over and over and over again over the last couple of years about moving on a string. We heard that. I don't think we heard it as much in the finals, but we definitely heard it in the Western Conference Finals. Oklahoma City's defense moving on a string. It means they're all moving in sync. And sometimes guys struggle moving in sync with their teammates. And that's why we've always been careful. At least I have always tried to be careful about when I criticize a player defensively. I was actually taught this from a professional basketball player. Don't be so quick to think you know what a player did wrong because you don't know what the other four people on the floor were supposed to do. We saw that a ton. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to get my jokes off, but we saw it a ton when Buddy Hield was here, specifically in regards to Harrison Barnes. People would be hypercritical of Harrison Barnes when he was playing exactly the type of defense he was supposed to. Buddy was supposed to make a move, but he made the move the wrong way, but he made the move too late. And you could always see it over and over again. You could see the look on Harrison Barnes' face when it was like, all right, like that and not that Harrison Barnes is thinking this because he's certainly not. When you sit in the film room, that's on Buddy Hield. For those that don't know what Buddy Hield is supposed to do, everyone thinks Harrison Barnes is letting players get by him. And it just seems to be a more difficult thing to pick up. Now, listening to Scott Perry's philosophies on a basketball team, listening to him talk about enhancing the identity of this roster, listening to him yesterday talk about what he expects the identity of this roster to be, it's like, okay, this kid might not be the best defender right now, but clearly, based on those, I'm going to call them principles. That might not be the exact word it should be, but let's call them principles that Scott Perry laid out for the Sacramento Kings. He expects Maxime Renault to be able to play defensively. He expects him to be able to keep up with Doug Christie is going to want to do defensively. Now let's hit the pause button right there. He is a second-round pick. Now, the the position in which he plays certainly got people's attention because there's a number of things you can do here. I think a lot of us expect Trey Lyles to be gone. And Trey was a big who could stretch the floor. He was a big who was more comfortable stretching the floor than Domantas Sabonis was. Of course, he rarely played the 5. He prominently played the 4. But now you have a situation where if you wanted to use a true big, potentially a rim protector who could pull out to the three-point line a little bit, maybe you have that option. I know a lot of people immediately think, hey, what does this mean for Jonas Valanciunas? I caution everybody to hold up on that because, again, he's a second-round pick. This brother might play in Stockton. He could certainly be on the main roster, but he could also be there as, the last guy on the bench, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm saying let's not be too quick to try to dissect what this looks like. But, of course, that's what we do, man. It's the offseason. When we get back here Monday, it's the start of free agency. When we get back here Monday, things are going to be happening. Now, whether they're happening with the Sacramento Kings remains to be seen. There's a lot of really good reporting from my friend Matt George about what the market looks like for some of these Sacramento Kings players, particularly Malik Monk, who we have talked about extensively over the course of the last couple of days, particularly since the draft, particularly since Nick was drafted. It was like, Now, we started to... It was probably earlier this week, maybe late last week, where we started to, pose the question like, do you need Malik Monk and DeMar DeRozan? If you move one, you have to keep the other, right? And I think for so long the idea was, well, the Sacramento Kings are moving DeMar DeRozan because, he doesn't fit. All right. He's a ball stopper. All right, cool. So you got to keep Malik in that situation. Then you start to listen a little closer. Then you start to get into these text exchanges and you're like, man, are we? Then you just start to look at the surface of this basketball team. You have to ask the question, are we sure DeMar DeRozan doesn't work here? Now, I think we know DeMar DeRozan doesn't work with the roster as it's currently constructed. But everyone's of the belief that this roster has to change, right? So if the roster changes, does DeMar DeRozan make more sense? If DeMar DeRozan winds up making more sense for the Sacramento Kings, does that make Malik Monk more expandable? And the real tough question is, does Malik Monk have a market? Don't get it twisted. I'm not a pizza guy, but I'm a Malik Monk guy. If Malik Monk plays in Sacramento next year, I'm going to root for him. I'm going to cheer for him. I'm a fan of Malik Monk. Malik Monk plays somewhere else, I'm going to root for him. I'm going to cheer for him because I'm a fan of Malik Monk. I like the way he plays. I like his vibe. I like his energy. I like what he brings to the team. I like what he brings to the city. I love how much the fan base adores him. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know if you need both of them. I think you can move Malik, but the harsh reality might be, as Matt George was reporting last night, there might not be a robust market for him. And I can co-sign that a little bit because I know last year we got ourselves into a tizzy about what was going to happen when Malik Monk became a free agent. Money dried up, dog. Those aren't my words. Those are his. It wasn't there for him. All of those offers that we thought might be there, they weren't. We're going to talk a lot more about Malik. We're going to talk a lot more about the draft. We're going to talk a lot more about free agency coming up. We'll take a look around the rest of the NBA as well. The phone lines will be open for you all day. As you can see, Casey's not here. My man Kyle Matson's going to join me here in just a couple of minutes. We're so happy you tapped in. Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. I hear you, Eric B. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Mr. 49er, I hear you too, my brother. I think the idea that DeMar DeRozan somehow slowed down Keegan Murray is the biggest load of bullshit that this fan base has told itself for the last several months. We're gonna get back to it. I'm gonna start this, Mr. 49. I'm gonna bring you into the show here in just a little bit. I'm gonna bring you into the show because I'm gonna need that one. We're gonna use that. Can't use the word bullshit, but I'm gonna use that tweet. What else we got in here? What else y'all talking about? Did I miss hearing something? Yes, sir. How long is it? That's the first question. Wow. How long? Okay, perfect. So with an 8-minute video, what I'd like you to do is download it and load it into StreamYard. Media assets, ad clip. Yep. And I'll fire it from there. Thank you so much. Sorry. Okay. No, there haven't been reports that Malik is gone. I think some people who cover the team and some people who are just trying to do a radio show have heard maybe Malik isn't in their plans. Maybe they're exploring options for Malik Monk. I by no means think that I don't think it's a he has to be gone type situation. I think we're hoping to balance out their roster a little bit by using him rather than using DeMar DeRozan. But if you ask me to bet on the first player being traded, I would have bet it was Malik. That's gonna, we're gonna talk a lot about that this hour. So I'm gonna start at 2. Y'all gonna have to help me rock this show today without KC. I don't want to bother Kyle too much while the man's trying to work in there. My thought on DeMar being moved has everything to do with the timeline fit, not on court. Okay, Chris. All right, man. Y'all cooking today. Oh, man. Great meeting you too, man. Appreciate you. Nah, it was awesome. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. That was terrific. That was terrific. Really great to meet you, man. Appreciate you guys. I appreciate you for pulling up. Appreciate everybody who pulled up. I see Patrick. Man, start right there. Yep. Back in here. No KC today. No Jesse Tapia, but I do have my main man, Kyle Matson, here with me, who I'm going to pull away from all of his post-show work for the Insiders. He's going to be here for the next 4 hours, but I'm going to make him spend the next 30 minutes here talking to me about some things going on with the Sacramento Kings. I'm not one of those people. I try not to be one of those people who get overly excited about the draft and draft picks. I think we have conditioned ourselves to go watch highlights, and highlights are just that. They're highlights. You're normally watching the best part of.
Guy looks great in his highlights.
Yeah, it's a little harder to find programs or accounts that give you a full breakdown of a player's game, the good and the bad. But I certainly enjoyed watching Neat Clifford and some of the different highlights. I did try to spend some time on Synergy last night and watching maybe what might be a more complete picture of him and looking for shortcomings on the defensive end, looking for the way that he moves up and down the floor. But overall, man, I like his game, and I'm trying to kind of end it at that and say, yeah, I see why he fits with this team. I see why Scott Perry had him on a short list of players that he was willing to move into the first round for.
Yeah, I think the excitement is warranted, because it feels like the vibes have been down for so long that anything to bring the vibes up is going to be a big
and
winner.
Nunes is going to do that. Nunes is almost always going to do that.
Yeah, and Nunes in in the scope of the Kings got a couple of steals based on consensus mock drafts or consensus big boards or whatever.
Yeah.
But it feels like every good thing for the Kings recently has come with like a, well, kinda, or a, well, but like Zach LaVine, really exciting player, but does he really fit? The Kings are kind of becoming the Bulls. It's like, the DeMar DeRozan signing. Okay, but like, does he really fit with the offense? Like it's been all these things. What we're seeing now is, hey, Nick Clifford and Maxime Reynaud, maybe they're good, maybe they're not. There's just no but. There's like, here's how he fits.
Yeah.
There doesn't need to be a trade for him to fit.
Right.
There doesn't need to be he doesn't need to be particularly like adept at scoring necessarily out the gate. Like, can he do these little things on the margins? I think there's reason for optimism here because it doesn't involve like, okay, but there's overlap. How does he fit? What's next?
Yeah.
And I think that's great. I think that's why there's so much like positivity and optimism around the two picks.
It feels like they drafted a player who can come in and play like the player he is.
Yes.
Rather than, hey,
exactly.
we're going to need you to, all right, man, we're going to need you to do something a little bit different. Right. Yeah. And I wonder, there is so much talk about Keegan Murray. And I think Keegan showed himself to be a solid defender. And then it became like, hey, man, you're the primary defender on this team now. Yeah. Like, you're the guy. And people have tried to blame 50 different things on why his shooting percentages were different from his rookie year, why things seem to have kind of tapered off a little bit for Keegan. And I think part of it is his responsibilities for the NBA team he was drafted to completely changed.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that makes a lot of sense. I also feel like just what you said there about he doesn't have to change his game to contribute. He can just be the player he is.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's kind of funny because I think Devin Carter is the same way, but he's 6'3" or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's that overlap positionally with Keon Ellis, with Malik Monk, with Zach LaVine to a different extent. I feel like the reason I'm so high on Nick Clifford is because there's not that. There's not the concern about size. There's not a concern about scoring ability or whatever it is. There's just like, it's a 3-and-D wing. That's amazing. They've needed one of those. It's a 3-and-D wing that can like move his feet.
They've needed one of those for like a decade and a half.
Right. And so just that Scott Perry, whether Nick Clifford is good or not, is almost secondary for me right now. The fact that Scott Perry went, hey, we need one of those guys. There's one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to actually give up assets to move up to go get that guy.
Yeah.
Like, hey,
yeah.
Wow. What a concept.
And that's the thing where I think so many rookies, young players kind of get stuck. And it's that they get drafted to teams who they're drafting a player that they're trying to mold into something else that they aren't.
Yeah.
And like so many more, I still believe that this is true. More teams in the NFL ruin quarterbacks than help them. Like, there are more quarterbacks, I think, that are drafted to wrong team. That
got it. Yeah.
It's hard for me to believe Josh Rosen is this bad, right? Like Josh Rosen coming out of college, now I always thought, I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But I always thought Josh Rosen was a good quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he wasn't great, but man, he's going to have a good NFL career. He's going to have a fine NFL career.
Better than out of the league in 3 years.
That, right? And you wind up in a Cardinals situation where, your GM turnover, you've got coach turnover. Oh, now we're moving him. And I can't even remember. I think he went to the Dolphins. I can't remember where he went after that.
That sounds right.
But it was just like, okay, he's going from one bad franchise to another. It's the Sam Darnold thing. I think Sam Darnold is a lot closer to the quarterback that people saw him as, like with the San Francisco 49ers and
the Vikings,
the what he did after that with Minnesota versus what he was with the New York Jets.
Sure. Yeah.
The Jets have a long track record of destroying NFL quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that happens in the league. I feel like that happens in the NBA where teams, Charlotte, they're a bad basketball team that can't develop. I wonder how many times it's happened here. where you have players who get here and they're asked to be something that they're not. And this could very much be the case, you're asked to be more than you are. And you've got to do it quick. You have to do it now. You can't grow into it. You've got to do it now. And you just wind up with, these young men who are like, I'm trying. And then they become journeyman players who are, playing overseas in 4 years.
I think there's a little bit of risk of that here, where with Reynolds and with Clifford, because James and I were talking about this a little bit, and maybe we're getting too far ahead of ourselves, but the Kings are still a 40-ish win team right now.
Okay.
And for me, and the only way I think that's going to change substantially, we were talking about this at the end of the show, at the end of the Insiders, like they have to make a trade, and a substantial one, if they're going to impact their wins and losses in any kind of significant way. My biggest concern here, and while it's a thumbs up for the draft, that's awesome that Scott Perry swung a trade up into the first round and all that, and got a couple of steals, got good value,
sure.
Presumably. If this is the extent of their moves, along with Tyus Jones and another point guard, it's like, that's not enough, man. Now all of a sudden you're asking Nate Clifford to maybe be something more than he is. Maybe now you're relying a little bit more on Maxime Reynolds than you anticipated.
So let me ask you to elaborate on that. It's not enough to what?
To be better
than you were last year.
Yeah, because I've been of the opinion, I don't know where you land on this. I've been of the opinion you either have to be significantly worse in service of gathering assets and getting better over the next, give yourself a window to get better over the next 2 or 3 years.
Sure.
Or you need
I don't feel like that scenario is possible, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think that
just because of the way that this team is made up, I don't think that's even remotely possible.
Yeah, you would. I don't think they have the tradable contracts.
Right.
They just, that's a difficult. So I think they're rightly going, all right, well, hey, we just got to kind of push chips in here.
Yeah.
What can we build the right team around Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, and Keegan Murray and DeMar DeRozan? Can we build the right team? Can we do that and get them to the playoffs? Can we just do that? It feels right now like they're in the middle of those two lanes.
Let's go back. How long is a year? 52 weeks. Let's go back 53 weeks ago, right before DeMar DeRozan signed.
Okay.
In fact, let's go back 51. Let's go back to after DeMar DeRozan, like right after the 4th of July. I'm on with you in Mexico. We're talking about DeMar DeRozan signing with the Kings. You thought what about this basketball team on that day?
I was cautiously optimistic. I probably had my purple glasses on a little bit.
Okay.
In saying like, I'm reading people smarter than me telling me how DeMar DeRozan is going to fit and how awesome it's going to be. So it's like, all right, like we asked them to get better. I think my exact thought at the time was they didn't get better in the way I thought they needed to, but they've at least insulated themselves from Malik Monk goes down and all of a sudden they can't score the basketball.
Okay.
That was kind of my thought. It felt like the roster was better, and that turned out to be not to be the case.
Okay. So I think you might have just answered the next part of this though.
Okay.
Did the Sacramento Kings underachieve, or did we overestimate them?
The second one.
We overestimated them.
Yeah, I think so.
I disagree a little bit. Now, it was my question, so I'm allowed to cop out of it. It's kind of in the middle.
Sick.
Right. Again, it's my question.
Tight.
They won 40 games last year. I won't do Kenny's 55, but
I had 51 was my number.
So we'll go 50. Like if we met in the middle, and this is a 45, 46 win basketball team, it's essentially the same thing they were the year prior. Now that's going to draw emotion as well, because that wasn't the goal. The goal wasn't to be a 45, 46 win team that ultimately didn't make it to the playoffs, which brings me back to, if we pull back our expectations while also recognizing the chaotic nature of the season and the thought that maybe they underachieved a little bit, because I'm not going to change my tune of what I said when the De'Aaron Fox trade happened. They went to get Zach LaVine because I think they thought it was a wash. They thought, okay, maybe it's not perfect, but Zach can do a lot of the things De'Aaron can do on the offensive end. If we can just survive the second part of the season with that, we'll finish what we were going to finish at if De'Aaron Fox was here. Of course, you had dug yourself into that hole in December. Doug Christie, and those guys have kind of drugged themselves out of it. And now it was like, okay, what now? How is this going to transpire the rest of the way? So I'm going to maintain that same thought. It's close to a wash because Zach LaVine is not the defender that De'Aaron Fox is. So if we go to that 45 slot, if we go to that 45 point, maybe these marginal improvements will help a little bit more than we recognize.
Yeah,
because
I'm
if you're
without
the Mike Brown firing, without the De'Aaron Fox trade stuff, without all of that stuff, maybe you can just land on, let's play basketball. Let's lock in. There's not like, we're here. Let's do this. Maybe that helps put the team in a bit of a different space.
I hope so. I'm super.
That might be wishful thinking. I understand.
They just like I did the hope thing last year. I'm out. I'm done. So
yeah, I understood.
And again, I'm saying this all too on June 27th. There may be a trade coming.
Sure.
That dramatically changes how everybody feels about the direction of the Kings. I personally don't believe that the players they have fit together well enough to be substantially better than 40 to 45 wins. I think it's a collection of talent that what's the phrase? The whole is greater than the sum of the parts. I think it's that, but backwards.
The sum of the parts is
greater than the whole.
That's
greater than the entire picture, the big picture.
It just doesn't feel appropriate.
No, it doesn't. That's my bad. But no, it feels like the opposite of that phrase because the Kings individually have a lot of really good players. I just don't know that they're maximizing those players in a way that gets them where we think that collection of talent could be. And I think it was evidenced in some of their late season games where, they had all the turmoil, but they'd been past it for a while. And then they go into Washington and lose, or they play a home play-in game against the Dallas Mavericks team that had an equally traumatic year.
Yeah, that
maybe even some would argue more traumatic year, and got mollywopped at home.
Yeah,
like those are the kinds of things where I have a really hard time going like, hey, I'm all in. And I was in on the Kings last year, and I can't get there this year. I'd love to be proven wrong, but I don't look at their roster construction and go, Nick Clifford and Maxime Reynaud are the substantial changes they need. Maybe I'm insane.
Yeah, I think I started feeling like this before the draft. Maybe it was either Tuesday or Wednesday. I didn't think the Kings, and I had heard all of the reports on the air, on your show, Matt George, all of the different people who have been, all Jake Fisher, I have had extensive conversations with James with the microphone off. Like it was clear there was the opportunity for them to move into the first round, but somewhere around like Tuesday, I don't think they're doing that. And I think that's the approach I'm just taking to this offseason is I'm not expecting them to do anything. If, I've really started to kind of wrap my brain around the idea that Malik Monk isn't back here next year. But, talking with Matt, like listening to Matt's podcast, following up on a few things, like I really absolutely thought there was a deal to be made for him with Toronto. And by all outward appearance, that might not be the case. And I don't think you move a player like Malik Monk just for the sake of moving him, just because like he's still a really good player. He is a valuable asset to this fan base. He is a guy who will keep your fan base engaged. But I'm just kind of the belief, like, maybe there's a free agent signing or two. They'll probably be of the Dennis Schroeder variety. Obviously, I would be thrilled if it was Russell Westbrook, but I think most people would be very underwhelmed if it was Russell Westbrook.
Would you buy a jersey?
A Russell Westbrook Kings jersey, no. I don't own I don't own one single jersey. Well,
You
I own
wouldn't go out-
one.
you
It's a
wouldn't-
Kobe Bryant autographed jersey, but that's the only one I have.
Is 2029. Russell Westbrook played a year for the Kings, and it was mostly meh. He is retired, and he's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Your concerts at the park. You're going to concerts in the park. It's 94 degrees outside.
Yeah.
That Russell Westbrook jersey is hanging in your closet.
Why is it there?
In your closet?
Did you buy it for me?
Maybe.
Okay. Thank you.
It might be in the cart right now.
In advance. Thank you. Yeah.
It's in. You're not wearing it.
I might.
You're wearing it.
I might.
You're wearing it. You're gonna see that. You're gonna have some shoes with some purple in them. You're like,
I might wear it. Yeah. I might wear it. I always thought if I got a Russell Westbrook jersey, it would be the white Oklahoma City one. I always thought those were clean.
Yeah.
That actually, that's
the jersey I picture him in.
Man, you are reading my mind. I saw something. As I was getting my haircut, as I've outlined on this show. My brother Ricardo, for whatever reason, he chooses Fox Sports over ESPN pretty regularly on the TVs in the shop.
I got some questions for Ricardo.
Yeah, and so that show with Acho and Shady and I think it's
Unspeakable. Don't speak now.
I'm not sure what it's called.
I think I'm naming Taylor Swift albums.
It's those three football players. The question was, when you think about Kevin Durant's career, what jersey do you see him in?
Mm-hmm.
And I think I had my answer, and I was like, wait, is that the right answer? What is your answer?
Golden State.
So that was the same thing I thought, which is, I don't know if that's
my lasting. I have two lasting images of Kevin Durant. One, him stepping up to the 3-point line, in LeBron's face.
Oh my God, yeah.
In the finals, to hit a dagger and kind of say like
Killer.
that was a very on court. I'm the best player in the world right now moment, and so that's why. And the other one is his toe on the line in Brooklyn.
Oh man, yeah.
Those are my two lasting Kevin Durant.
But what's crazy
images.
is he went to an NBA Finals with the Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
He was up 3-1 on the Warriors. Like it's funny that there were 2 3-1 comebacks in that postseason.
To me, the way
he won an MVP.
I thought the first 3-1 comeback was even more impressive. When you factor in Steph Curry's injury, I think that's a callback to last week. I was just joking. No, the thing with when Kevin Durant got treated the way he got treated by Oklahoma City when he went back there, I'm not picturing him in an Oklahoma City jersey anymore.
I got you. Okay.
The Phoenix thing was a disaster.
Awful.
Brooklyn went way sideways. He's going to go.
I mean, he was out for a year in Brooklyn.
Right. He's probably going to finish his career with 2 titles. And those were both, he was the MVP of both of those in Golden State. So
yeah, that was absolutely my first thought. I said it's the Golden State Warriors, and I was like, that I don't think there was a right or wrong answer, but I immediately thought that's the wrong answer. It has to be Oklahoma City, but it's not. I think about stupid ass Kevin Durant in his face, like doing the meme bit. And then I think about the video that Legends put out the other day. Then I think about the shot on LeBron James, and it's like, man, he was the best player on a team that had one of the greatest players ever on it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just how, and I don't know, I feel like I'm on an island with that. I don't think that will get mentioned in either of their career breakdowns, but KD is just like he's been such an incredible basketball player. His run at Oklahoma City was amazing, but that stretch with Golden State just sticks out, and I'm sure it's because of the titles and playing that deep into the playoffs.
That was a Golden State team that was ascending. And obviously Steph Curry was going on early in his path to becoming one of the 10 or 15 best players ever. And then they won 73 games, and then Kevin Durant just joined them. And I know we don't want to, because nostalgia has such a strong pull when it comes to things like sports and how we view sports and past teams and athletes. the 2017 Warriors are might be the best NBA team of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because of Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
And Steph Curry is my favorite athlete ever. I have defended Draymond Green to the ends of the earth. Klay Thompson is amazing. They're all going to the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
The Warriors are going to be good whether Kevin Durant joined them or not. But Kevin Durant joining them put them into this echelon of, oh, good, like really, really good team, championship team, to, oh, it's the 96 Bulls. It's some Celtics team when there were 4 teams in the league, and the 17 Warriors, the 17-18 Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
Like that it put them into that echelon. And that to me is why Kevin Durant gets the Warrior jersey.
Is okay. This got a little out of hand.
That's fine.
Sorry. If you were ranking the greatest players of all time,
Mm-hmm.
is Kevin Durant above Steph Curry?
No.
Okay.
And I say I need this to be. I like Kevin Durant so much.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Durant is one of my favorite players ever. I just like the person. I love his game. He's might be the best scorer we've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly one of the best I've ever watched. But I think when you start factoring that in, the ring thing is such a substantial part of it.
Okay. Alternate universe.
Okay.
It's KD on that Warriors team and not Steph. Are the results the same?
Ooh, I don't know. Like, I don't.
And it's Steph that comes over from Oklahoma City, and Draymond tells him to get lost because they won without him. And you
and KD has 4 rings now, and Steph doesn't.
Well, I'm asking, can that Golden State Warriors team? Would that Warriors team have?
I think it implodes.
Really?
Yeah. I don't think enough credit goes.
I know where you're going. I know exactly where you're going. Go ahead.
This sounds so stupid. I don't think people talk about enough.
Yeah.
How good of a teammate Steph Curry is.
No, you're 100. No. You're 100% right.
But I think that
you have to manage egos.
Yes.
When you're he's so good. He's probably, if you were ranking the top 15 players of all time, Steph is in the list.
Mm-hmm.
If you were ranking the ones that were lacking in ego, Steph's probably number 1.
Yeah, sure.
Because there's no way it's Jordan. There's no way it's LeBron. There's no way it's Magic. Like, right. You can run Larry Bird, give me a break. All Kareem, Shaq, all not even close. Mm-hmm. Steph is very much it's cool.
At least publicly.
Which is what makes to me, at least, what he did at the Olympics so special.
Mm-hmm.
Casey posted a reel that looked like it was shot from the stands the other day on Instagram. And the thing I kept watching as he was hitting threes on this side of the floor was, you've got LeBron, on the floor, but then you got, Ty, you got Ant-Man, you've got the best basketball players on earth going,
right, acting like little kids.
Yeah. Yes. Like, and Steph is having that moment where it's like, I'm the one. I don't have to say that. They're saying it for me. I'm the one. You might be onto something with that. That's a good call.
Thanks.
It might implode. You're good at this.
Thanks.
You should do this every day.
Well,
now you're going to tell me to go to break because it's time to go to break.
I'm waiting for you. I am doing short sentences because I need you to go.
You are also producing the show today. My man Kyle Matson. He's not going anywhere. He's got other work to do. He's making sure that this show stays on the air all day. But big thanks to our man Kyle Matson from the Insiders. You're actually going to hear more from Kyle Matson and James Ham later. I'll explain why when we get back here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Guys, I need a second. I sincerely apologize. I drank this entire bottle of water already, so give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Right back. Yeah, man. Seth's back there. Seth making sure everything working the way it's supposed to. Hey, what is can you give me coach's name? I know it was something that I probably can't pronounce. Okay. Nope. Crap. Shoot. I was ready. Hey, real quick. What was Neek's coach's name?
Ali Farokhmanesh.
Ali Farokhmanesh. I got that. Ali Farokhmanesh.
Ali first name, Farokhmanesh last name.
Ali Farokhmanesh. You and James talked to him earlier. For those you on the inside, of course, you can catch it. I always get so weird by doing this. We live in such an on-demand society. If you missed the interview, you can go to YouTube, you can watch it. You can go to the podcast, you can hear it. But there's a radio part of me that still lives where it's like, we're going to run the interview back. That's obviously extremely important content. So at some point today, I haven't figured out when we're going to run that. So if you missed it, you can hear it here during the show.
The radio part of my brain is still so prominent that when you said send it so we can re-air it, I said audio or video?
Yeah, right.
I was
right.
like, you want the audio file?
No, I very much want the video file, and we'll run the whole thing back. And of course, running the video back encompasses the audio for everybody listening on the radio and stream and all of that good stuff. So we'll have that coming up for you at some point today. Again, I don't know exactly when. I didn't write it into the show because I wasn't, sometimes stuff happens. Coaches get busy. They can't make things happen. So, but those guys talked to Ali Farokhmanesh at the end of their show. And so we're going to bring that content to you here. We're going to bring that conversation to you here coming up later on today. Just got a note from Matt George. Matt George was like, hey, if you need me, man, I'm willing to jump on. And so he's gonna jump on and join us, and I'm glad he is, because he's been doing some really good reporting lately. Obviously, we talked to him yesterday, but he knows I'm riding solo today, so he was like, "Hey, just hit me up if you need me." And I said, "Hey, man, jump on. We talking Kings, we talking NBA." And I've really started to be of the thought that Malik Monk isn't gonna be back with the Sacramento Kings. And it really, I think my thinking on that all started with my thought that DeMar DeRozan might be. I really started to kind of get stuck on the idea of, and I think it started, truth be told, I think it started when that picture was posted with DeMar, Zach, DC, and I think it was Mason Jones was the other guy in the picture. It was either Mason Jones or Isaac Jones. No shade to either. I don't remember which one it was, but when I saw that, I thought, and it's not unusual. NBA players, different teams, they work out all the time. It's not as this big thing where Warriors. I mean, we saw Steph and De'Aaron and Davion train together, right? It's not as crazy as some fans might think it is. And even though he's a former player, Doug's the coach. And that's where it was like, something about this feels like something. Now, could it be something small? Could it be something serious? I'm not sure, but I thought it was something. And again, this is just me. These are just opinions. These are just thoughts. This is not reporting. This is not sharing anything. This is just a thought. And I posed the question one day on this show, was that, like, if DeMar is here, does it make sense to have Malik Monk here? And I might have even framed it as, if DeMar isn't here, doesn't it make more sense for Malik Monk to be here? And then I just started kind of working through this thought where it's like, yo, what if they tried to move Malik? Like, they, you know, we've kind of run the gamut with him where he's the sixth man, a potential sixth man of the year. You know, many will argue, I think we will all argue, he should have won the award that year. Then it's like Malik needs to start, and then he starts, and maybe it doesn't really go so well. But he's not playing alongside with De'Aaron Fox. He's playing in place of De'Aaron Fox, who was traded. And then I think he got sick, and I always, like, I don't think he was hurt. I think he got sick. And Doug just very quietly moved him to the bench. He was, I'll never forget the night he was announced in the starting lineup, but didn't actually start, because I guess the message just didn't get conveyed properly. And Doug never started him again. And it became, you know, I don't know if that had an effect on Malik Monk or not, but it was like he never, I don't know, it just felt like that vibe from Malik was never there. Just what we were so used to from the 2 years prior, it just felt like it wasn't there with him last year. And that doesn't mean you have to move on from him. That doesn't mean, oh man, well, it was a good 2 years. It doesn't mean any of that. It just means I'm starting to look at this situation a little bit differently. And I started to recognize, okay, Malik's a scorer. He's a guy who could do a lot of different things on the floor. He could score a lot of different ways. He'd be a pretty valuable asset to a number of different teams. Let me bring Matt George in of Locked On Kings and, of course, ABC 10. Matt, kind enough to come hang out with me simply because I'm alone and Kyle has a lot of other work to do. Matt, thanks for, listening. Thanks for jumping on. And thanks for all your great reporting over the last couple of days on the Sacramento Kings. We'll get to the second round of the draft here in a few minutes. But obviously you heard I'm talking about Malik Monk and some of the things you reported last night, and how I think you and I were of the thought and maybe even the understanding that, hey, there's a good chance Malik is on the move. And you told us last night that, yeah, that might be a little bit more harder in execution than it is in theory.
Yeah, I think it's less of a conversation of, well, I should put it this way. I think it's more of a conversation of preference at this point. I don't think it would be accurate to say Scott Perry is trying to get rid of Malik Monk. I don't think that's true. I think Scott Perry would prefer to keep others on this roster over Malik Monk. And as we all can assess, somebody's got to go or something's got to change.
It feels like it, yeah.
Right. And it just seems like as of now, Malik is the most likely guy to be that change or to facilitate that change with. However, like you alluded to, like it takes two to tango, right? And this is surprising for me to hear. And I think it's surprising for some people, maybe even in the Kings organization, to understand, because we've seen how effective of a player Malik Monk has been over the last 3 seasons in Sacramento. Last season had probably, I think we could say, his worst season out of the 3, but he arguably had 5 different roles over the course of last season. And honestly, last season was the worst season for a lot of Kings players. You could put Keegan Murray in there. You could put Kevin Huerter in there. You could put even De'Aaron Fox in there to some extent, right? Domantas Sabonis even in some ways. So I do believe Malik Monk has value. And if that value means you have to keep him on your basketball team short term, then to me, you do it, even if that means you're more running it back than anything else. But yeah, I'm surprised to hear, and I think again, other people in Sacramento might be surprised to hear that there might not be as much interest in Malik Monk in the market as you would think for a player that should have won Sixth Man of the Year 2 years in a row. But
yeah,
again, things change also very, very quickly, right? Some team might strike out in free agency and suddenly, hey, now we're a little more willing with Malik. I mean, the Toronto Raptors just completely turned their front office on their head today. So maybe now the Toronto Raptors are more interested in Malik Monk. I've heard that rumor.
Great point.
Who knows?
Maybe Masai Ujiri was fired because he wouldn't trade for Malik Monk. That has to be it.
We're on to something.
That has to be it.
Not Kevin Durant.
So I'm going to, right? Of course it's not. I'm going to say I'm gonna ask you what I think a lot of Kings fans are screaming at their radio or their computer screens right now or phone screens when you say, and I think this has long been the belief. Well, someone's got to go, right? I think most people have worked under the assumption, yes, someone has to go. DeMar DeRozan will not be back with the Sacramento Kings.
Mm-hmm.
And again, in theory, that might have been everybody's thought, but in execution, maybe that actually isn't reality.
I think that's becoming more clear. Now, what I don't know, but I think it's a fair conversation point to have too, is if we're talking about the three, meaning DeMar, Malik, and LaVine, if the answer might be if Perry had his preference of who to move on from, it might be LaVine. Like he might, but because of LaVine's contract situation, and I'm not reporting that by anything, I'm just speculating. Because of LaVine's contract situation, you're kind of stuck at this point. So he's kind of put to the side of this conversation when in reality, I guess he could be a part of it. I think we have to look at what's most important to Scott Perry right now. And I'll ask the question to you and ask the question to listeners out there. What's more important to Scott Perry, winning basketball games next season or establishing his culture? What's more important?
My guess is establishing his culture.
So if DeMar DeRozan fits that culture, and DeMar DeRozan also, I think next season will help the Sacramento Kings win basketball games. I don't think it's going to be a lot of them, to be honest with you, or it's not going to be enough to firmly plant the Kings in the playoff conversation. But I think DeMar DeRozan fits the identity and the culture that Scott Perry is trying to establish and build here in Sacramento, and to some extent Doug Christie too. He might fit that more than Malik does, and that might be why he's the preference. He's a veteran. He's someone that you don't think Nick Clifford is going to be very excited to play with. Nick Clifford, apparently, I learned this today, Nick Clifford has a Joker tattoo because his alter ego on the court is Joker. Well, DeMar DeRozan has a fat Joker tattoo on his shoulder. And I know James and Kyle spoke with I don't want to butcher his last name.
I'm going to mess it up. No, I had it earlier.
I have to look at it to say it phonetically or say it the right way.
We'll just say coach.
Yeah. I mean, and I did an interview with him on Locked On Kings too. And he told me about that Joker thing. He also told me, like, I told Neek when he was drafted, DeMar is the first guy you got to talk to. Like DeMar is the guy that you have to like get him to take you under his wing. So that might be more valuable to have in your organization right now for Scott Perry, who's looking more long-term than next season than Malik Monk at this point.
Yeah.
And that's understandable.
Yeah. I think you posed a really great question right there about what would Scott Perry prefer next year, winning basketball games or establishing his culture. I'm sure ideally he'd like to do both, which is why the position this team is in is so interesting, because there aren't very many ways. There's the blow it up and restart and tank crowd where, like, in theory, in theory, that's a disaster. Like, I hate that idea, and it works for very, very few teams.
Ask the Jazz.
Exactly.
And the Wizards.
But it's also like, it's you don't really have the assets to pull that off. And I think if Malik Monk hasn't taught us anything, it should at least teach us maybe we overvalue our players a little bit. And I think that has long been the case, not just with Sacramento Kings fans, but fans in general of a particular sports franchise. You're trying to trade your G League prospect for a starter just for reasons known to only you in your head. And knowing that might not be a market for Malik Monk, or at least not a strong market for Malik Monk, I don't know what the market is for Domantas Sabonis either. And that's really the only way, because of what you laid out with Zach LaVine there a few minutes ago. That's probably the only way that you could even begin the process of grabbing assets and all of that moving forward. But I'm not sure that you could do that with Domantas Sabonis, because I don't think Domantas Sabonis' contract is looked at favorably to the type of talent that he is.
No. Yeah, I don't think Sabonis' contract, I don't know if it's going to be looked at the same way the league looks at LaVine's contract, but I think you're closer to that than you are to a good deal, right? Like I think the general consensus around the league is Domantas Sabonis is a very, very, very good basketball player. He is one of the best centers in the NBA, but you are paying a man superstar money, max money, who doesn't have a first or sometimes even second instinct to go out and score the basketball for you, and is limited on how you, I have a banner flying in front of my camera, is limited on how you can build around him. Like, you have to build around Domantas Sabonis very specifically. Now, I still think Domantas Sabonis is a fantastic basketball player. I do think you can absolutely win with Domantas Sabonis on your roster. And I've gotten indications that maybe Scott Perry does feel the same way. Like, I think Scott Perry really likes DeMar and really likes Domas. And I think he feels that, sure, he can win basketball games with them, but I think he feels that they are going to help at the very least, especially for 36-year-old DeMar DeRozan, set the foundation and the identity of what the expectation here is in Sacramento, so that when DeMar is gone, whether it's him retiring as a Sacramento King or being traded at the trade deadline or signing a new deal somewhere else or whatever, by that time, whoever is still here, Nick Clifford, Keegan Murray, those guys know the established expectation, know the identity, and kind of take the torch and will carry that on. I think Scott looks at DeMar specifically, and maybe even Domas, as guys that will establish that culture here in Sacramento. And I think that's what he values right now over everything else. And all signs in the draft point to him targeting guys that seem, we believe, to fit this culture that Perry's trying to build. That seems to be number one priority. And he and Doug are on the same page in that.
It's interesting thinking back to when Scott spoke to us for the first time. One of the many things that he acknowledged in that press conference was, and I think he did the same when him and Doug did that joint press conference together. We need a point guard. Like, I know it, you know it, everybody in that locker room knows it. We need a point guard. And, the draft has come and gone, and a point guard wasn't attained. There's Dennis Schroeder rumors out there. There's Russell Westbrook rumors out there. I have my feelings about the Russ one, but it certainly appears that the Kings are going to address this point guard position through free agency, or they're trying to work a trade with someone somewhere to bring someone in here to run this offense. And we're talking the Kings need a starting point guard this year.
And the Kings don't have a tremendous amount of cap space. They're certainly not worried about the second apron or anything like that, like a lot of teams are right now. But they do have room for the mid-level exception. They do have a little bit of wiggle room. And if you're Scott Perry, and again, you're looking at next season as, cover your ears, D-Lo, like a gap year, or a year that you're just kind of, you got to get through it. Like, we can't really make the massive moves we want to make. Next year is valuable for establishing our culture, but whether we win basketball games or lose basketball games, that's second to establishing a foundation and a culture here in Sacramento. If you're looking at it that way, and you can go out and get a guy like Schroeder who can hold it down. Like, I would look at a Dennis Schroeder signing, and I know this isn't going to excite Kings fans, but I look at it the same way as like a a Ty Lawson or a Darren Collison or a George Hill, like guys that are just.
I like Dennis Schroeder more than all three of those guys.
Yeah, yes, as a player, but I look at it's not so much player
But
comparison.
I understand what
like
you're saying.
they hold it down because we got young De'Aaron Fox here at that point, and George Hill is supposed to help hold down that spot till young De'Aaron Fox is ready. There's not young point guard ready to take over as of right now. Hopefully Perry will address that at some point. But if you need to buy yourself a year before you can really make some moves, or even 6 to 9 months before the trade deadline, and you can bring in Schroeder for a year or two, and especially if the second year is like partially guaranteed or whatever you can work out, and it's a reasonable deal, and you don't have to trade away a future first round pick for a player that kind of sort of fits that, like that makes sense to me. And I think that makes sense to Scott Perry. It's not the most appealing, it's not the most exciting, but this sounds weird. I don't think Scott Perry's operating to sell tickets right now. Scott Perry's operating to start building towards a team that won't have to worry about selling tickets because they're in the playoffs every single year.
Yeah. And the thing with Dennis Schroeder is, like, obviously I would love Russell Westbrook to be here. Russ has been my favorite player for 10 years. He'll like if he came to Sacramento, he'd still be my favorite player. I probably wouldn't even cover him objectively. Like, I love watching that dude play basketball. I love what he does off the floor, but I've been pretty, I go back to the day he opted out of his final year with Denver. I think it was like 3 and some change. That told me a very, very specific story. He has a team lined up. Like, yes. It is his agent's job. I know we all think free agency starts on Monday, but we're all smart enough to know it started months ago.
Sure.
And Russell Westbrook opted out of, I believe, Westbrook opted out of his deal because there is a team lined up who wants him to be their point guard. The way Russell Westbrook's name was mentioned with Sacramento was far too passive.
Agreed.
Schroeder's name is much louder, even if it is, Sacramento or Detroit. Even if that really is like the thing, the noise and the smoke surrounding Dennis Schroeder is a lot more prominent than anything around Russell Westbrook, which continues to lead me to believe on Monday, Shams is going to tweet Russell Westbrook has signed with someone really close to, whether it's 3 o'clock or 12 o'clock, whenever free agency officially started. I think he has his place, and I do not think it's Sacramento. It's just too passive. The reporting and the mentioning is just too passive for it to be Sacramento.
Yeah, I interpreted it the same way you did. It's mentioned as an option the same way if you were to pull up a list of available free agents and then list them by point guard, you'd go, okay, there's D'Angelo Russell. Okay, there's Russell Westbrook. Okay, there's Dennis Schroeder. Like, it's an option, and it's someone that the Kings probably looked at and went, oh, that's okay. Like, but that's probably all it is. And I agree with you the same way. Like, Russell Westbrook doesn't leave that kind of money on the table, even if he's not super happy in Denver. Russ doesn't leave that kind of money on the table to go into the unknown and negotiate deals on June 27th with free agency opening 3 days away. Like, Russ, he knows what he is, and the league knows what he is. So,
and if he wants to continue to play basketball, like, he has to have this team lined up. Otherwise, if he opts in, that tells me his options are limited and he loses all control over what happens next. He could be traded. The trade could lead to a buyout, Denver, and then he just kind of loses control of everything. So it'll be interesting to see how that transpires, both with Russell Westbrook in the market and whatever winds up happening here in Sacramento, whether it's Dennis Schroeder or someone else. But it's still, and this is where what you were telling me yesterday was so frustrating, because it seems to add up that this point guard is a stopgap. It's like, okay, we don't have, you talked about the George Hills and the Nick Collisons and so on, or Darren Collison, and well, there's De'Aaron. Well, there's no De'Aaron.
Right.
We don't even have Davion.
No.
There's, I don't think you want Keon running that position. So you're just kind of like, all right, man. But in reality, having a stopgap point guard alongside a player in Zach LaVine who probably won't be here either the second half. I'm guessing it's going to start the second half of next season that he's not here, or at best or worst, depending on where you are with Zach LaVine, that offseason, you're going to have Scott Perry is going to have another roster turnover coming up in about 2 years. That one will probably be significantly more drastic than the one he's experiencing right now.
Yeah, and we're looking at 2 off seasons from now. Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan are no longer on your books if they're even still here, right?
Yeah.
And Domantas Sabonis, I think, would be down to 2 years left on his deal. Now, those 2 years are expensive, right? He's got an appreciating contract, so we're talking $50 million territory now for Domantas Sabonis, and maybe you can't move that, so maybe you are stuck with Sabonis. But at that point, hopefully, you've had 2 years of culture establishment and gathering talent to where if Nick Clifford fits, okay, Nick Clifford is still on this team. And then if the Kings add another rookie, maybe a lottery pick in next year's, the 2026 NBA draft, maybe that's when they go and get their point guard. Or maybe at the deadline this year, Darius Garland suddenly is available, or point guard of the future does become available, right? It's time. I think Scott Perry has the luxury of time at this point. And while you've heard D'Lo, I've been calling for something to be excited about again. Scott's doing a pretty good job with getting me excited about summer league basketball. I'm very intrigued to watch these 4 young men that the Kings have brought in over the last 36 to 48 hours. I'm very excited to see them play in Vegas. I'm even more mad the California Classic isn't here, but that's just a start. And next season's, I don't think, going to be very appealing. I don't think next season's going to be a lot of fun. I think the Kings will be just mid. But if Scott Perry has to get through one season like that to build on top of it, then I understand that. Now he has to deliver. We can't be having these same conversations going into season 2. So training camp in 2026 can't be, well, here we go again. If this season's he only gets one, right? You only get one gap year. You're not going to spread it out 2 or 3 years unless you're totally rebuilding. And like we pretty much know here in Sacramento, that's not really an option. That's not really a path. And I don't think Perry's interested in that at all either.
And the truth is, unless Scott puts the right pieces in place right now, that rebuild that everyone's asking for probably is coming up.
Yeah.
It's just a few years away.
Right.
He has to have the pieces in place now to avoid that, which I'm certain is something he wants to do. But he did very openly in front of all of us discuss building a sustainable winner, not a team that makes the playoffs for 1 year and then falls off the face of the earth. He talked about building a sustainable winner and a team that can be good for a long time. And the process for that starts. It started yesterday. Or 2 days ago. It started with the drafting of Nick Clifford, and then it takes us into the second round, Matt, which is where we'll go right now. Obviously, this is the other part of what you've been covering, both for Locked On Kings and ABC 10 over the last couple of days. It felt like a pretty quiet second round. Obviously, there was a lot of in-draft movement around the league, but the Sacramento Kings were slotted there at 42. They selected at 42. And they got a big 7-footer out of Stanford by way of I think it was it France?
Yeah, Paris,
France. It's got people wondering what might be ahead for this Kings roster.
Yeah, I'm working on my French, and I'm working on the pronunciation. Maxime Reynaud. I was mistakenly pronouncing the D last night. Well, okay, flag.
Yep. Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, see, it was gonna happen.
No, come on, come on.
I can see it. Let me go ahead. Sorry, man. It's just part of the.
Man, come on.
15
Even
yards.
Kyle Madsen calling it on me. Oh man. Oh well.
Right. I caught myself earlier. I nearly said the same thing, and I caught myself at the very end and said last letter.
Well, I'll take the L. But yes, I was pronunciating it like an American that doesn't know French, and so I'm still learning the Reynaud or however they say it. But I'm excited about him, and I don't know if I broke it, but what I learned yesterday, and I think we're hearing more about it in a lot of chatter around the league about the second round has really turned less into a team picking a player and more a player picking a team.
Sure.
Right? Because in the first round, especially in the lottery, where you go, you want to get picked as high as possible because you get a fat paycheck, right? The difference between the 2nd overall pick and the 8th overall pick financially is massive. And a lottery pick compared to a pick like 24 is massive.
Mm-hmm.
But in the 2nd round, like, if you're a 2nd rounder, what you're hoping for is a real opportunity, a real shot to then become the player that everybody goes 5 years later. How the heck did he go to the 2nd round? What was everybody thinking? You want your opportunity to prove that. So that's where you see a lot of teams. Now, teams, of course, will still try and trade up to get specific guys that they like. But from what I'm hearing and what I believe in the case of Reynaud is he and his camp preferred Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't have specifics as to why, but it's really easy to speculate. And I drew very similar comparisons to Keon Ellis. Keon Ellis was an undrafted free agent, but Keon Ellis chose to sign for the Sacramento Kings. He and his agent were brilliant, and things have worked out wonderfully for him because he looked at the Sacramento Kings at that time and saw 2 things: need and opportunity. The Kings desperately needed 3-and-D guard play. They had none of it at the time, outside of De'Aaron Fox, and his 3 was still inconsistent. And so he looks at that and goes, my game, the Kings need more of that. And then opportunity is like, I'm going to get big minutes at in summer league right away. And I'm going to have the opportunity in training camp to play my way into something. And lo and behold, the Kings have kind of become the picturesque organization for two-way talent, because from Neemias Queta to Keon Ellis to Isaac Jones last year, like, if you're a two-way player in Sacramento, you're going to get opportunity. So I don't know if Reynaud is going to be a two-way player, but the reason why I draw comparisons is he looks at Sacramento and says they need rim protection and they need a big that can space the floor. I check both of those boxes. Now he needs to get better defensively. He needs to get stronger, more physical. It sounds like his footwork isn't great. But I think the reason why Reynaud fell to 42 is because he wanted to go to Sacramento, because he recognizes the opportunity here in Sacramento. Of course, the Kings are like, hell yeah, we need a player like you. We're going to take a flyer. It's the 42nd pick. So, I mean, I think that's a big deal. And I'm excited to see what he can be. And yes, I do think I'm not going to go as far as to say, Jonas Valanciunas, pack your bags, because the 42nd pick is here to take your job. But if the door is now creaked open, or at least there's a potential now for the Kings to move on from Valanciunas and feel like they at least have something there. Yeah. It's not like Alex Len.
Sure. I had an alternate theory to that. I want to I'll just go with this. I had an alternate theory to the Valanciunas thing, and maybe it's not Valanciunas, because I know that was a lot of people's first thoughts. Like, oh, okay, what does this mean? You're going to keep all these different pigs on, but the Sacramento Kings almost certainly are losing Trey Lyles.
Yes,
and I know that it's not a position for position comp, but one thing that you laid out right there, and it was actually you that told me. This was a guy who was slotted. This was a guy who was projected in many drafts and breakdowns of players, big boards, all of that different stuff. He could be a first round pick.
Yeah, high 20s.
Yeah, and a big reason for that is because what he could do offensively, the 7-1, being a rim protector, but being able to stretch out to the 3-point line. Well, if you have the idea has always been a big who can stretch out to the 3-point line. Trey Lyles by default has had to play that. Trey Lyles has played that kind of, at that 4 position, but now you got a guy who at 7-1 could probably do multiple different things with either Valanciunas or Domantas Sabonis out there on the floor and not clog the paint, and be able to be a threat both inside and outside. And instead of a Valanciunas replacement, who maybe it does open the market for him a little bit should Scott Perry choose to take that route. If he doesn't, well, now you have a guy who is bigger than Trey Lyles, can potentially shoot the way that Trey Lyles does, and can create a very different type of dynamic out on the floor if he's playing alongside Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, I think that's a great theory and a great point by you too, because I do believe Trey Lyles is gone, and it's not because I know anything about how Scott Perry feels about Trey Lyles. I just think about why and when Trey Lyles re-signed and signed that 2-year extension, remember, it was after the playoff year, and he takes the podium in his end of the year press conference, his exit interview, says, I want to be back here, right? Because the Kings are building something. The Beam team is born. I feel like I found a home. Over the 2 years since then that he was here, one, he was never really consistent enough. Poor guy got banged up left and right just with these little injuries and things like that made him miss time in training camp. And he was inconsistent on the court. His role was inconsistent and his health was inconsistent. And it kind of resulted in it being kind of a meh 2 years. And also over the course of those 2 years, the guys that we believe he was close with are gone, like especially De'Aaron Fox. I know Trey Lyles had a good relationship with De'Aaron Fox. So I think it's the writing's on the wall for the Kings are going to move in a different direction. Trey's going to move in a different direction. I wish him the best of luck because I love Trey a lot. I think Trey's a fantastic guy. So yeah, it would make a lot of sense that
banner is beating your ass. For the people that are watching the show, this banner is about fed up with Matt George and all of his stupid podcasts.
It is I have the fan on and it's blowing in the wind and it's a really nerdy Lord of the Rings banner that I'm very proud of. So I'm not taking it down.
Nor should you.
Yeah, I embrace who I am. Look, it's really great too when I have like a college level coach from Colorado State and they think they're doing an interview with a TV personality and they see Dungeons and Dragons books and a Lord of the Rings painting. I'm like, where the hell am I?
I didn't even think of that. That's actually pretty funny.
I cover the King.
My man, Ali Farokhmanesh is his name.
Yeah.
Coach Farokhmanesh logs on. Is like, oh, sorry, man, I must have the wrong link. I don't know what this is.
Welcome to D&D Anonymous. Regardless, I think your theory makes a lot of sense. The reason why I think Jonas Valanciunas though could be there is what did I do?
Oh, you've been thrown out for that one, buddy.
What did I do?
That was crazy.
D&D Anonymous is tough, man.
No, y'all need to grow up. Y'all need to grow up. D&D.
You're just now learning this.
No, y'all need to grow up. That's wrong. That's wrong. You don't own the
Dungeons and Dragons guy.
Yeah, no. Matt, what's your favorite D&D book? Never be ashamed of your D&D books, Matt.
I hate this show.
I know.
I hate this show. I know. I know. Well, I'm talking Kings basketball, children.
Yes, you are. You're doing a great job too.
I'll say I think Jonas Valanciunas potentially has a lot of value around the league because there are a handful of teams, including two teams in the Pacific Division, one in Golden State, one in LA, that are desperately looking for a starting center, and the Kings have two of them. And Jonas Valanciunas is on a pretty, I would say, really good contract and is a starting caliber center that even if he's a placeholder for a year or two, I think he's really, really good. And I think the Kings can leverage that. So I do think that Jonas Valanciunas will be floated out there. Teams will be interested, and maybe Scott Perry will be interested in trying to turn that into value if he can. And having Reynaud, I think, opens up the door to that. It makes it a little more possible or reasonable than it was 12 hours ago.
Yeah, no, it definitely. And I think the idea that I was going to say Valanciunas, who absolutely is a starting center, but that a big is so coveted by a team like the Golden State Warriors, by a team like the Los Angeles Lakers. We saw Phoenix make that trade for Charlotte. Was it Mark Williams?
Mark Williams.
We saw them. Phoenix somehow, I think, has gotten worse over the last couple of days. Like, I think their cap number has gone up. Like, what? You guys are struggling so bad right now.
I think I saw that they're facing a $126 million tax bill. I think I saw that. I have to double check. That's like just $126 million in taxes that you have to pay on top of your salary. That's crazy.
To be awful.
Yeah, to be bad.
Yeah, but they got Rasheer Fleming, who we determined on the Insiders is the best player in this year's class.
Oh, very good.
He's 6'9" with the wingspan goes up every time we talk about it. He's now 6'9", 9'7" wingspan.
Oh, okay.
Pretty incredible.
No, I heard it was 9'8", but that's fine.
Oh, 9'7.5", whatever. Yeah. It shoots 87% from three on 14 attempts a game.
Wow. Is that with his
blocks 9 shots a game?
Is that with his shoes on or off?
Both.
Wow.
Same height.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Kyle, I've also heard his second jump is incredible.
God damn it. Matt just ruined it for everybody.
Just imagine, like, he doesn't get the rebound at first. He goes right back up.
Matt got that hit way too close to home, man.
Hey,
It was all fun. It was all fun in games till Matt made it personal.
Remember that dunk in the California Classic? That was great, huh?
Literally his career highlight.
When we all thought he made it. Oh, I remember. I almost got kicked out of the media section.
Oh, man.
He made it. We're champs.
That was one of the craziest experiences ever. Refresh my memory. That was the first California Classic, right?
That was the first California Classic, first
against
game,
the Lakers,
first bucket.
California Classic, first one against the Lakers. The arena is sold out.
Upper bowl.
Not scaled to sell out. There's 17,000 people. I swear to God, I know if I search my phone, I'll find it. The crowd is chanting in July, beat LA, beat LA, beat LA. And Marvin has that dunk, and it's like, oh my God, we are the greatest professional sports franchise to ever exist.
That starting lineup for that game was De'Aaron Fox, Frank Mason, Harry Giles, of course, Marvin, and I can't remember who the fifth was, but I mean, talking like all Kings future team.
Carr Sampson?
I don't know, but it was the super team just young. Remember the comment? The super team just young. That's what it was. And we're like, and man, I still go back and watch that. There are two guilty pleasure highlights with the Kings that are terrible, but I go back and enjoy them. It's that highlight and watching like Frank Mason going crazy and Harry Giles going crazy and the crowd going crazy. And then do you remember when Jimmer randomly caught fire inside of Arco Arena and hit like 4 threes in a row and the bench went nuts? I go back and watch that highlight all the time. It's a terrible like pick and terrible time in Kings history. But that moment was like, this is fun.
It just speaks to how great like Kings fans are, because there was that moment at the California Classic. And then I think this was at the class. It was Davion Mitchell. Davion Mitchell just handcuffed someone, and it was a top draft pick. I can't remember who it was. Just handcuffed him at half court, stole the ball. The crowd lost. They hadn't seen defense in 8 years, and they saw Davion Mitchell do that and erupted like Kevin Huerter had just hit that three to take the lead against Utah.
It's not the same thing, but that was the same summer league, because when they went to Vegas, that Davion Mitchell locked down Peyton Pritchard, and that was all anybody was talking about. Was like, look what Davion Mitchell did to Peyton Pritchard.
Was that after Peyton had like 82 in a whatever game it was? He scored like 82 or something. Goes back to summer league, and Davion Mitchell shuts him down.
That was awesome.
It was so great. And it's not going to happen this year because the Kings rolled over and said, we don't want the Classic.
The Cali Classic literally peaked day one.
I know that. I know.
It peaked day one.
I don't know. The DeMar DeRozan moment was pretty dope.
That was cool, but the arena was half full. I mean,
true.
we got the closest that the Golden One Center's first playoff game was a summer league game against the Lakers with a Marvin Bagley dunk. Like that. That's what it was.
We've had, I mean, there have been, man, I can't believe they folded the way they did. The Keegan Murray summer California Classic was crazy too.
I can't speak to that because I was on a cruise ship watching that game, losing my mind on a cruise ship by myself. So I can't even imagine what that arena was like.
Rich guy stuff there from Matt George.
No,
thanks for jumping on, Matt.
Spending the 4th of July on a cruise ship is not rich.
It actually sounds miserable to be honest. We'll come back. Thanks again to our man Matt George for joining us here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Great stuff, man. Thanks for jumping on and helping me kill some time.
Anytime, brother. Anytime. Kyle, I was doing my interview with Coach just before you guys did your interview, so I didn't hear it, but I'm excited to hear it because he was cool, super good on the pod. So I don't know how good, or was he great for you guys?
He was great. Yeah, he was great.
Yeah. Did he tell you the Joker stuff?
No.
Oh, damn.
No.
That was like my favorite part. He just was telling me about his Joker alter ego. But all right.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks as always.
Thank
Great
you,
stuff
gang.
this week too.
See you guys.
All right. Matt George. Locked on Kings. Oh, it was book night. Good call, Maui Strong. It was book night. Yeah, that's exactly who it was. That's who
I
Davion
forgot that
locked
dude
up.
existed.
Yeah, right. I kept
in
thinking
retrospect,
Kuminga. I was like, it wasn't Kuminga. Like, it was against Charlotte. Who was it?
In retrospect, super not impressive that he locked up James Bouknight.
No, not at all. But remember, it was the
Oh.
first time we had seen defense in 10 years.
Oh yeah, and James Bouknight was a high pick,
Oh, yeah.
so
Yeah.
big deal at the time for sure.
Yeah. You know, they can say whatever they want to, man. We can reset at 43 and get caught back up. Dumping the California Classic was whack, or not doing it this year, or whatever they said. It's whack, man. I'm not suggesting it's easy or anything like that. It's just whack that they let it go. Let's see. Yes, Rust Dog, and thank you for putting that in the stream because I forgot Jesse's not here, so I got to send the link out. But yeah, Eddie's with us at about 45 minutes or so. Well, welcome over, Frank. Appreciate you being here. Michigan macro counting's going good. Yeah, it's going good. I feel like I'm seeing some results. The results aren't what I expected, but it's like, okay, this is working. Big thanks again to my man Matt George for jumping on, hanging out. Matt's done a great job. Matt always does a great job of covering the Kings, but he's done a particularly great job covering the last couple of days of the draft, as well as discussing some of the things that might be happening behind the scenes here of the Sacramento Kings as we head into the first day of free agency on Monday. They really stretched out this season to where the NBA Finals ended over the weekend. We got a day or two to talk about it. We went right into the NBA draft. We got today to react to it. And then we are back here on Monday with what will almost be for certain a solid 3, 4, 5 days of just signing after signing after signing. Of course, it was the 4th of July, or at least that time frame when the news regarding DeMar DeRozan started to cook a little bit, thanks to an appearance from Mark Spears on ESPN. And I remember we tapped in regarding DeMar pretty quickly, and we were told, yeah, we can't get anywhere on this one. We're working on something else. And then Mark Spears said it, so I followed back up with a couple of different people, and both of them were like, yeah, there's something going here. And then it just became this wild goose chase to figure out, what is the validity to this DeMar DeRozan, the Sacramento Kings thing that Mark Spears talked about on NBA Today. And man, that led to the moment where, Kendrick Lamar hits at the Golden One Center and DeMar DeRozan walks out because he had been signing his contract in the back with Vivek Ranadive and the rest of the front office back there. So, those were certainly better times for the Sacramento Kings, and it led to one of the most tumultuous seasons in recent memory, which is saying something, given how disastrous this franchise has been for the better part of its 40 years of existence. But having Mike Brown fired, who was the coach of the year 2 years ago, who just signed a contract extension the prior summer, then the De'Aaron Fox situation, which, depending on what you choose to believe, is directly related to the Mike Brown situation and everything that encompasses. I think that's one of the difficulties, too, about the De'Aaron Fox trade is when you bring in a player like Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine is he's a player who has the ball in his hands a lot. He's the player who has been the focal point of the offense on a team that he's on many times, and it's a tough acclimation. So in addition to everything else that's going on, you got DC, first-time head coach with the interim title on, trying to figure out how to be a head coach. And you've got all of these other things going on. By the way, coach, star player, represented by the same agency. You've got to navigate those waters as well. And just, you couldn't have told me a year ago, 350 days ago, 360 days ago, whatever it was, that the season would wind up going the way that it did after all that excitement surrounding the DeMar DeRozan signing. And that was coming off, there had been rumors, just the Lauri Markkanen rumor, which just would not die. Danny Ainge has to be the worst executive in the league to deal with. Like, he is the most, man. I'm not a Danny Ainge fan. I'll just leave it at that. Like, Danny says some very interesting things to people I know in the past. And it's like, all right, bro, like there might not be a more arrogant general manager in the league than Danny Ainge, or president, or whatever his title is. There might not be a more arrogant person at his position than Danny Ainge. And the whole Lauri Markkanen thing was so laughable because we said from jump, all of these teams chasing what you're dealing with Danny Ainge. We see this year after year after year. He's not trading him. There's going to be all of these stupid discussions. He's going to lead you on there are people asking about Lauri Markkanen now, talking about, well, what is Utah even going to do? Who cares? I'm not dealing with Danny Ainge. Danny Ainge will deal with the people that he likes, and that's it. He'll deal with Rob Pelinka. He'll maybe deal with a handful of other guys, and he'll just deal with his buddies, and that's it. He's not trading Lauri Markkanen, man. I see Aldrin J. Brad Stevens is a way better general manager. That is 100% accurate. Brad Stevens says nothing. Absolutely nothing. Everybody's speculating on what Boston is going to do. Everybody's speculating on who's going to be available, who's going to be traded. Brad Stevens just goes out there and makes deals. We got to get under the apron. All right. I know what I have to do. Got to move Drew Holiday. Got to move Kristaps Porzingis. I had prepared that day that Porzingis story broke. I think that was Tuesday because we were talking to Jason Jones. That day that story broke, I had just prepared a segment for the next day about how whoever acquired him, like, you would have to have one of the most extensive physicals in NBA history. We don't know what's wrong with this person. His coach in the playoffs was just casually saying, yeah, he can't really breathe. What? Bro played 12 minutes. He can't breathe? Have y'all bothered to get this checked out?
And not even he's having trouble breathing. Not he's had some shortness of breath. He goes, no, he can't breathe. Like,
no.
Whoa.
No, yeah. Like,
what?
And he just got traded? And maybe, and this is the thing when you have expiring contracts, especially expiring contracts of that value, you have teams that absorb salary. You have teams that could just take players on. You have like all, whatever. But I would think you'd at least want them to play for you. Now, in some cases, maybe the team doesn't care. I would think it was Atlanta, right? Because it was Atlanta, Brooklyn, Boston. I think Atlanta at least cares. We want them to play. There's obviously the trade isn't final. It can't be final. Monday isn't the start of free agency. It's the start of legal tampering. The new league year doesn't start, I think, for 7 days after that. That's when that trade and all the other ones will become final.
forget Atlanta wanting Kristaps Porzingis to play. I think they just want him to be able to breathe, maybe.
Well, that'd be great.
That'd be a really good start.
As someone who doesn't
pal.
know Kristaps Porzingis or met him,
Yeah.
it'd be wonderful if he could breathe.
Love that for him.
I'd be really happy if my man could exist with oxygen. And the idea that you just trade a 30-some-odd million dollar player with, or at least agree to trade a because aren't you at least asking, hey, Joe said he can't breathe, right? You guys have oh, no, he's fine. Trust us. It's good. It's fine.
No, it's good.
All right. Great. I had just prepared a segment about how this would have to be the most extensive physical in recent NBA, because I don't know how you could potentially make this deal without watching and monitoring him run and breathe. And Brad Stevens said, no, not really. Just going to trade him to Atlanta, work Brooklyn into this somehow, and I'm going to shed $180 million in 2 days.
And for Atlanta, I think the just to put a cap on that, Terrence Mann had 3 years left on his deal, and he has not been playing well. He has 3 years left at $15.5 million, $15.5 million, and $16 million.
Mm-hmm.
So Atlanta gets that off their books, and they get Porzingis expiring.
Yeah.
And it clears the money next year.
And never, ever, ever having a clue what Atlanta is doing. Maybe that's all they care about. Just get the money off of the books and move from there. But again, never any idea what Atlanta's doing. I don't understand that basketball team nor the way it's run.
I think they passed the torch to the Pelicans in this draft with that trade.
That's a good call.
I saw a report that Atlanta got the guy at 23 that they were going to take at 13 and got an unprotected first-round pick next year from either Milwaukee or New Orleans to move back the 10 spots. That's crazy.
I would like to take this moment to remind Kings fans, as bad as it might have been with Monty McNair, remember Joe Dumars wanted that job. And remember Joe Dumars left the Sacramento Kings organization because Vivek Ranadive refused to put him in charge of the front office. Look at New Orleans right now, and as bad as it might be, just know we're not that.
It could definitely be worse.
And that seems crazy. It seems crazy that it could be worse, but it in fact could. But could it be better? And I'm talking about SGA. Did SGA have one of the greatest seasons in NBA history? We've posed that question a couple of times. This time, we've done the research on that. We'll bring that to you, some thoughts on some of the best seasons we've ever seen. Plus, I brought this up a couple of days ago, didn't really get to dive into it. There's articles now being written about Luka Doncic and how serious he's taking this offseason and the shape that he is in right now. And as usual, NBA Twitter and such are making jokes. And like, hey, get your jokes off. I'm fine with that. But what is he supposed to do? We'll get to all of that and much more as D'Lo and KC, without KC, continues here. Plus, Eddie Gonzalez in about 30 minutes on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, I sent it to him. Thank you. I did. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh. 13th round. No, man, you don't want no 13th round with me. I'd talk about stuff that happened 4 decades ago. That's about all I could bring you with any sort of level of intelligence with boxing. Early 90s is probably the latest. Mid 90s. Mid 90s. Oh, Zabo, is it really? I didn't know that show was to. Well, I don't know. I'll be honest, man. I'm not paying attention. I have no clue what's going on. Oh, SmackDown is on right now. Is that what you're talking about, Zay? Okay. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino. Make sure you stop in July and check out some of their brunches that they got going on. They got a new 3-course cuisine over at SR Prime. Of course, they got 32 Brew Street. What was jumping off? Big thanks again to everybody who came out to 32 Brew Street last Friday. What a terrific event that was. And we are approaching Sky River's birthday. They celebrate in August. I think we're going on 3 years of Sky River Casino. So that's always a massive month. So if you haven't been out there to visit, make sure you do. And if you have, go visit them again, man, because they got some exciting things going on right now, some even more exciting things going on in July. And August is going to pop off in a major way. So I'm excited to be a part of all of the things that they got jumping off over the course of the next couple of months. Also, we're going to be out at the Crest Theater tomorrow, or at least I am. Wake Up Call Live will be taking place. So proud of that crew for what they've been able to pull off for this show. Tickets are still available. I think they're $20. Text live to 916-909-1065 for the link to buy tickets. They're essentially going to do a 2-hour version of their radio show live on stage. It's going to be uncensored. It's going to be really interactive. And there was a lot of pressure on them to make this event really successful. And I'm obviously really proud of it because this is Katie's baby. And man, they have the venue is sold like crazy. There's sponsors all over the place, man. This is become a massive event. So if you want to be a part of it, it's going to be an incredibly entertaining show. Text live, LIVE, to 916-909-1065 for your chance to be a part of the Wake Up Call Live tomorrow.
I have some news.
Okay.
Not to step on that wonderful promotion of the Wake Up Call.
Oh, it was over.
Should go.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic radio show. Ace Bailey will report to the Jazz on Saturday, the team announced.
Okay. He was originally not doing this.
Yeah, he was going to show up on Monday when practice started. But now he's going to be there Saturday. Quote, this is via Yahoo Sports, but it's from the Jazz. We've had good communication with Ace Bailey and his representatives. We feel good about everything. Ace and his family are coming to Utah tomorrow.
Ace Bailey, 18 years old.
18 years old.
Ace Bailey desperately needs new representation.
So bad.
There is a certain level of, hey, my client's not going to work out for you. Hey, my player's not going to go to your team. Hey, don't draft him. Hey, this isn't what we're doing. When you are an established agent, you don't pull that card very many times, by the way. It's not something that you regularly just throw on the table every draft. It's not something you ever throw on the table when you've got one goddamn client. And whoever this guy is who has been making Ace Bailey's life miserable for the last 3 months has one client, and he's done everything he possibly could to establish his start in the NBA. It's tough, man. I heard you and Hammer talking a little bit about this earlier on the Insiders, and it is such a I think I don't know if you or Hammer used the term predatory, but that's exactly what this is. I don't know the nature of the relationship between Ace Bailey and his agent, but I know when you have high-level basketball players like this, when you have now you can't I can't just walk into the NBA and go, I'm an agent because such and such player at Sac State chose me to be his representation. That's not how it works. There is there are aggressive steps that you have to take to be an agent in the NBA. You have to get certified by the NBA Players Association. You have to be essentially approved by the NBA Players Association. And by all accounts, I don't think this dude is. And so he needs to make a change. He desperately needs to make a change. And the fact that he's showing up in Utah, because what's done is done now. Like whether you wanted to go to Utah or not, and by the way, I don't blame you for not wanting to go. But if you wanted to go to Utah or not, you are. Yo, put that behind you, kid. You've got a career to establish. You've got money to make. And if you have to do it in Utah, you have to do it in Utah. Go look. This is a great first step. Go show up on, you said Saturday. Get ready for summer league practice on Monday, and let's go. Simple as that. I'm glad Ace Bailey is showing up in Utah. I don't want to see these young brothers derailed by stupid decisions that they're making here at 18 or 19.
Yeah, and salute to, again, this is what James and I were talking about earlier. I have no idea why he was going to show up Monday. Maybe it was a problem with movers. Maybe he was having a hard time saying goodbye to his family. Maybe they were trying to move his family to Utah and they were having trouble with it. Or maybe it was he was trying to get traded. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But salute to, I hope everything's okay with him and his family.
Sure.
But B, if he was like, no, I'm going to wait. I don't want to go. I'll show up Monday. Salute to whoever got through to him to be like, no, you go Saturday. If you're to report Saturday, you'll go Saturday.
Yeah.
Because that just, I think that undoes so much of the consternation. It gets, okay, hey, here's photos of Walter Clayton Jr. in his Jazz, showing up to the Jazz facility. Ace Bailey, not there, expected to show up Monday. It takes him out of the news cycle for a couple of days.
Yeah.
You get started on the right foot, and you can hopefully put all this pre-draft stuff in the rear view.
Yeah. And that's good for everybody. And this season was good to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. It was great for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as he and the Oklahoma City Thunder approached the finals. And it's crazy to think, here we are on Friday. The finals just ended a couple of days ago. Like, we're talking about free agency getting underway on Monday. We've gone through 2 rounds of the draft. We've been speculating on players and trades. We've had trades. We've had major trades. The season just ended on Sunday. And as the Thunder got closer and closer to the NBA Finals, the SGA having the opportunity to join Michael Jordan and Shaquille O'Neal as the only players in league history who have won the MVP, the scoring title, the Finals MVP, and the NBA championship. And that is very, rarefied air, kind of the one that really does a lot of separating in terms of guys who have had that accomplishment is the scoring title. And it started, I think we got somewhere maybe in the middle of the NBA Finals. Maybe it was even the beginning of the NBA Finals where I started to realize I just didn't appreciate the Thunder and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander the way that I should have through the bulk of the season. Obviously, the Thunder were incredible. Maybe they were a little boring, but they were certainly the best team in the league year round. One of the few teams that didn't have any, ups and downs. The Indiana started slow for, the first 2 months of the season, really took off when the calendar switched to 2025. You had Boston that was up and down a little bit throughout the season. Milwaukee was a disaster when the season started. New York was up and down. Minnesota is always up and down. The Warriors had like 3 distinctively different seasons. The one that started, the one in the middle where it looked like it was all over and Steph was despondent after the Kings kicked their ass. Then they went and acquired Jimmy Butler. They beat the Sacramento Kings a couple of times, ran through the league right into the playoffs, and it's like that's all within one season. Denver up and down, just team after team after team, all over the place this last year, except for one. And it was the Oklahoma City Thunder. And maybe it was because they were just consistently good, and I expected them to be consistently good. That's what they were last year. I didn't really sink my teeth into anything that they were doing. It's like, no, they're good. They're going to be there. Yo, look at the Warriors, though. Man, I think the Warriors could win a championship. Oh, look, of course, I didn't even mention the Los Angeles Lakers acquire Luka Doncic during the season. And we talk about a vibe switch. They had it. It's like, okay, yo, they look like they could do something. LeBron gets hurt. Team falls off a little bit. Then there's questions about whether the team is even good with LeBron James is on the floor. All of this happened within one singular season. Man, that's without even mentioning the Kings. Kings were terrible to start, go through that brutal 5-game losing streak that leads to Mike Brown's firing, which turns into the 6-game losing streak because they lost the first game of Doug Christie's coaching career in Los Angeles. They come back. They win the next 7. I think they win 10 of 11 or something like that. And then it gets murky. All of this happens in one single season. Why OKC is just trugging along, playing ball, doing their thing. SGA going 30-plus points per game, still being a solid defender, having one of the most unique offensive games in the entire league. And now that it's all over, and his season and this basketball team's championship is in the rearview mirror, you start to ask yourself, is that the greatest season we ever seen? Is that one of the greatest seasons we've ever seen? I have brought this up before, and I will bring it up now because it's far more relevant than any time I brought it up before. In my basketball fandom, and I can even stretch this into my lifetime, LeBron James 2012-2013 is the most phenomenal season I've ever seen. I'm cheating a little bit, but work with me. At the end of the 2012 season, LeBron James is winning an NBA championship. He's winning an NBA MVP. He's going to London and winning a gold medal. He's coming back to the NBA as the most dominant player in the league, winning another MVP and another NBA championship. The greatest season I've ever seen. Stretch it out, the greatest 12 months of basketball I have ever seen. I know Jordan's 1996 is brought up a lot. I always think about Jordan's 88. I was like 7 when that happened and wasn't exactly locked in the way that I am now. But I am very familiar, as I think we all are, with Jordan's 88. 35 points per game, MVP, Defensive Player of the Year. By the way, it's like his 4th year in the league. Doesn't win a championship, doesn't even approach a championship, which is really a big distinction between that season and the seasons of LeBron James, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and some of these other guys we're going to talk about. But again, 35 points per game, the MVP, the Defensive Player of the Year. That doesn't even include probably the most famous dunk contest in history. But you go to 96, that's where you throw in the NBA championship. That's the season where Mike is and Shaq and SGA are in that company, because that year Jordan wins the scoring title at 30.4 points per game. That's the season that Michael Jordan wins the MVP and then, of course, wins the finals in 1996. I mentioned the 88 season. That's always going to be on the list because I'll always have such fond memories of growing up hearing about that 88 season. But again, he didn't win the title. I'll ask you, Kyle Matson, resident Steph Curry enthusiast, does 2016 for Steph, the unanimous MVP year, does that belong on this list?
No, because they lost a title.
It's a 73-win basketball team.
Yeah, it sure is.
A unanimous MVP.
Yeah,
Shot like 45% from three or something.
Yeah, he made 402 threes, I think it was.
You wouldn't put that on this list. Mike didn't win in 88.
Yeah, no, it probably I think it maybe belongs on the list, but if we're putting them in order, it goes down a ways.
Okay.
Just because I think that was what stamped Steph as like this guy's going to be an all-timer. It wasn't, hey, he's a good player, he's an MVP. I think that was the season that really stamped it. And the 403 is crazy.
He led the league in scoring that year.
Yeah.
30.1 points per game.
Yeah.
He just lost to a Kyrie Irving 3.
Yeah.
One basket in 6 minutes of play.
And I think this speaks a little bit to why I was hesitant to put that Steph season there.
Mm-hmm.
Is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander every night in the finals was 30 plus.
Yeah.
Or 28 plus, whatever it was. I think he averaged 30 in the finals.
Mm-hmm.
We were going through this the other day. I think it was last Friday on D-Lo and KC. Steph, I think in that finals against the Cavs had like an 11.
Yeah.
There's a 17 in there.
Yeah. But there's also like a 40 and a.
Yeah. No, he had some ups and downs for sure, but I think that's why I hesitate a little bit. It's just because he was hurt, but they got to the finals and he just wasn't that level.
That Steph Curry season, if we don't want to say it's one of the greatest we've ever seen, it's one of the most memorable seasons I can remember.
It felt like a turning point in the NBA.
Sure. It felt like something.
Mm-hmm.
Like whatever happened that season, whether it was a turning point or whatever we want to label it as, it felt seismic.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything in the NBA that year was Steph Curry.
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
Mm-hmm.
From the unanimous, and then of course you have the unanimous MVP. This is all while timeline matching up. Yeah, they lost the fight. This is all while Kobe's retiring.
Yeah, because the Warriors' 73rd win, they were 72-9.
Yep.
Going into the final game of the year, they played Memphis at home, and it was I was
time
trying to pick. Okay, you're going to watch the Warriors win 73. You're going to watch Kobe's last game, and the Warriors ran away with it with their game, and so. There was an
amazing moment for those who were quick enough.
Mm-hmm.
The Lakers went to commercial. If you flipped during that commercial break, you caught the final 10 seconds of the Warriors winning game number 7, like the actual final buzzer of the Warriors 73rd win. You saw whatever it was, and there really was no pomp and circumstance to it.
Mm-mm.
It was just they did it, and it's like, all right, great.
Go win a title now.
Flip back. I'm going to go watch, which is, man, this is tough. This is tough. There's circumstances involved. Prior, I had maintained since 2016, Kobe's final game was the most fun I had ever had watching a basketball game.
Ooh.
Watching Kobe score 60, begging for him to shoot the ball, booing D'Angelo Russell when he was the first Laker to shoot the ball that wasn't Kobe Bryant. Like that, just and not caring whether he just wanting to see Kobe go crazy that final night. The rush to like realizing, Kobe's going to go 40, 50, 60, watching everyone's reaction. The only game that I think changed that was Steph Curry in the Olympics, watching that game here with this audience, with our people, just throwing the entire show out the window and reacting to what we were watching and watching him bring that team back was against Serbia was just the most amazing. I think it beats Kobe's last game by a photo finish.
Yeah, man, that was so for me that night. Again, Warriors guy. I was texting with a buddy of mine, and he was like, I'm locking into Kobe's game tonight. This buddy of mine is a Kings fan, former Sacramento media guy, actually. And he's like, I'm locking into Kobe. And I was like, that's weak. I was like, he's been around forever. The Warriors 73 win thing, it's going to be historic. Kobe against the Jazz. Who cares? It was by halftime of the Warriors game, I was locked in to the Lakers. Do the same thing as you. Just, I want nothing to do with anyone else in this game except Kobe. And that, watching the end of that, and I think I did flip over for the last 2 minutes of the Warriors game, whatever it was. But then you had to get back to freaking Kobe.
Right.
It was a really cool moment. But that Olympics for me, one, sitting here for that Serbia game, because remember that was the first quarter that Steph went crazy because Serbia was just putting it on the U.S. and Steph started rolling and kept them within. I think they were down 8 or something after the first, but they could have been down 20. And Steph just kind of kept them afloat in that game and then hit a couple of big threes late as well. That was really fun getting to watch that with you guys. But being for the gold medal game, closing out France is my all-time favorite sports memory.
Yeah.
Nothing's ever going to pass that.
Yeah, closing out France was amazing.
Just the crowd, and I thought Noah Eagle and Dwayne Wade were outstanding. You got Carmelo Anthony freaking out on the sideline. It was a really cool thing to get to experience, like, with everyone. Like, everybody got, like, hey, this joy that I feel watching this player play, all the homies are in. Everybody's loving this.
Yeah.
That was dope. That was really cool. I cried when I watched the documentary.
Yeah, I never went back to it, man. I have to go finish it.
Yeah, you do.
So I'm bad.
Why are you out?
No, I'm not out. I'm bad with TV watching. So the only reason I saw the starting 5 was because, like, I watched all episodes of the starting 5 in one day because that was the 2 days after I got back from Disneyland and thought I was going to die. I didn't leave the bed. I stayed in bed the entire day and just watched the entire starting 5 series. That's really the only way I can watch things because between games and just life, like and you know, my schedule is much different than it used to be. I just don't. I started it and it wasn't bad. I remember there was one episode where I don't remember if it was about Serbia or France where I was like, I don't want to watch this. No, it wasn't. It was about Canada.
Yeah, the Canada ones are a thumbs
I was like,
down.
I don't want to watch this.
Dylan Brooks is the only player in that entire documentary that didn't alter my opinion of them at all. He's just bored. He's just a big thumbs down for me, man. Just a thumbs down of a person.
Okay.
And Shai's great, but Shai is not an exciting personality.
No, he's not. And that was one of the struggles with the NBA playoffs is it was really difficult to latch on to SGA. You just like it's Steph is magnetic and he's going to draw a reaction of either love or hate. And I think at this point in Steph's career, I don't think it was always this case, but at this point in Steph's career, I think it's mostly love. Like especially since the Olympics. Like I think everybody loves and appreciates Steph Curry. I don't think SGA draws any type of emotion from anybody.
Anger over drawing fouls?
Sure.
Like that's
it? Yeah,
it?
he might frustrate people in that regard because he has a go-to move similar to James Harden having a go-to move that the entire league fan base seems to hate. And it just made like really latching on to SGA difficult. But none of that should take away from the fact he had one of the most extraordinary seasons we've ever seen. And I would put Steph's 2016 on that list.
Yeah, I think so.
Title or not, if I were to build out a list, I'd put Shaq's 2000. I lived through that. Shaq, that's like I have my frustrations with Shaquille O'Neal. I hate the way the end of his career went. I hate the way he talks about bigs in the league today. But he was the most dominant professional athlete next to perhaps Mike Tyson in the late 80s that I saw at that time. Like there was no one in the league like Shaquille O'Neal. And he showed that in 2000. I saw Brian Windhurst a few days ago had a list of seasons that he thought were the best ever, and Jordan 96 was at the top of his list. He had Kareem 71 in there. I think it would be totally disingenuous for me to say Kareem 71 is one of the greatest. I wasn't around for it. I'll trust history.
Sure.
The numbers say it was phenomenal. Bronze 13, 2013, which is number 1 on my list. Then he has SGA, and then Shaquille O'Neal's 2000.
I think LeBron's 2013 was and this might have been what you said earlier. I was doing some other stuff, but I don't know if it's the best season from like a statistical standpoint or how it's going to stack. That was the highest level basketball I've ever watched.
That's it. That's almost exactly the way I phrase it.
He was just unfreaking believable.
But I admittedly cheated because I'm including the fact that he won an MVP, won a title, won the gold medal, started the next season, won the MVP, and won the title.
Yeah,
like it's not a singular season. It's a stretch of 12 months that to me is just absolutely untouchable. And the only guy that can approach it is Jordan, who beat the Blazers, went in was a part of the first dream team in Barcelona, came back, beat Phoenix, didn't win the MVP that year. Charles Barkley got it, and continued to just be the most dominant player. And I think that was the year. God, I feel like he averaged like 40 in that playoffs. He averaged something absurd. Maybe it was 38.
You could
Maybe
tell
it
me
wasn't
anything
40.
about Michael Jordan.
It was either 38 or 40. It was just some absolutely absurd number against Phoenix in that 6-game series where John Paxson hits that 3 and they win.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much we'll talk. I have another thought on the Oklahoma City Thunder, by the way. I don't know that. Well, I think we can get to it today. Eddie Gonzalez is going to join us in just a few minutes, but it really centers on this. On Wednesday, the Kings made a trade with the Oklahoma City Thunder to get back into the first round. Insert team name making a trade with the Oklahoma City on draft day is going to be a phrase you have to hear a lot moving forward. And this is how I'll preface this. And if we get to it today, great. Did the Golden State Warriors set the blueprint for how not to do a 2-timeline thing? Or did the Golden State Warriors prove you can't do a 2-timeline thing? Everyone believes that the Oklahoma City Thunder are destined for a dynasty. Sam Presti's next moves are going to determine that. Whether this team is ready-made or not, they're going to have contracts coming up. Now you've got aprons you have to deal with. At some point, this isn't going to be a young, cute team anymore. This is going to be a veteran team. And trying to incorporate 18 and 19-year-olds into a championship situation to this point in the NBA has not worked. There aren't a lot of examples, admittedly, but there's one glaring one, and it failed miserably. We'll talk more about that. Eddie Gonzalez joins us next. We'll get his reaction to the Kevin Durant trade finally being complete and what he expects next as the NBA free agency gets underway on Monday. That's coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good stuff, man. Thanks for that.
Hey, do you know the other thing about the 2016 Steph season that sticks out to me?
Yeah, you got a weird echo, though, or a weird sound. What is that?
That might be my speakers.
Oh, okay. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah. Nope.
Really?
But it doesn't matter. Go ahead. We're not on the air, so it doesn't matter.
It matters to me.
Is it this? Do I need it? No, it's not that. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll just keep talking. I'm paranoid that I have something on that's not supposed to be on.
Oh, yeah, you did. You had the mic on. I got it. I got it. You're good.
There we go.
Okay. Yep.
Now we're all set. Okay. So yeah, because I was feeding to you and okay, got it. The other funny thing about the 2016 season, and I think this is a real black eye on the league. The block by James and Kyrie's 3, they're wearing those stupid sleeve jerseys.
Yes.
And then Steph, I'm actually wearing the double bang shirt today. That moment, yeah, I said it.
Yeah.
That moment is they're wearing the sleeve jerseys.
Mm-hmm.
And also, if you'll remember, that was the year that ESPN did the light up 3-point arc because three-pointers were starting to become much higher volume. And so they went, we need to let everybody know when it's a 3-pointer. So the 3-point line is going to light up. So when you go watch, very subtle, when you go watch highlights of the Steph Curry OKC game where Steph hit the half court shot to win it. Not quite half court, but you get it. Hit the logo shot to win it. The 3-point line lights up for every single 3-point attempt, including his one from almost half court, which kills me.
Oh, that's amazing.
It's thank you for letting us know that that's going to be worth 3 points if it goes down.
That's amazing. I don't think I've watched that highlight a million times. I don't think
that video's in, by the way. The interview.
Okay.
I meant to tell you that a long time ago.
Thank you. I think I'm going to run that. I think I'm going to run that at 3:15.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's my plan right now. That's a fun highlight. That's such a fun highlight. Even as someone who loves, oh, that's great. That's terrific.
Are you watching it right now?
Yeah, that is terrific. I remember this game so vividly.
Yeah, dude. Go to the last shot and watch the 3-point line.
No, I'm watching it. It goes red.
So funny.
Yeah. That's terrific. So is Enes Kanter's response.
Oh, just the hands up, just like, Oh, here we go. Coming back.
Okay. All right, I think Eddie Gonzalez is going to join us here in just a couple of minutes, perhaps, maybe. If not, we shall just continue to vibe because it's been a busy week in the NBA. It really started, I talked about how the NBA Finals ended on Sunday, but this offseason really began on Saturday when the Kevin Durant trade became final. Kevin Durant, of course, headed to Houston. And many, many, many people, including my partner, Kenny Caraway, think that the Houston Rockets now kind of shoot up to title contention. And I think I'm with that. I know one thing leading into the Kevin Durant sweepstakes that I absolutely didn't believe that the Houston Rockets could just kind of sit still. I didn't think that was going to work for them. I didn't think they would. I kind of thought they had hit their ceiling. And not that they couldn't have, what were they, 50 wins last year? I could have absolutely have seen them win 48 to 50 games again last year. I could have seen them lose in the first or second round again. I just didn't. They weren't going to be a championship team to me. They weren't going to be a team that grew together. There was nothing about Houston that was like, oh, one more year together and they might be able to do this. I didn't think that was going to be the case. And I thought, unlike San Antonio, this was a move that they desperately had to make. Not desperately, but this was a move that they definitely had to make. And we'll welcome in our man, Eddie Gonzalez, because he was a part of all of it. Eddie, appreciate you, brother, as always. It's been a big week for you, man. The move that we have been waiting for finally happened. Kevin Durant headed to Houston, and I just laid out, Eddie, Houston, of the teams that we heard about, Miami, I feel like KD goes there. They're treading water. They're not further along. They're just not a championship contender. San Antonio didn't have to do anything. If he landed there, good for them. They could be real passive with their offer. And if Phoenix took it, cool. The team that had to do something to compete with the top of the conference, in my opinion, was Houston. And for me, this matchup is this pairing with Kevin Durant and the Rockets is perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it all came down to at the end of the day. It's who wanted him the most, who needed him the most. I think the Wolves were up there on that list. I think the Raptors were up there on that list.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Cleveland Cavaliers out there were up there on that list, as some of the reports have said. But at the end of the day, it was the Rockets. It was the Rockets who looked and said, we're the 2 seed, and what do we need really bad? We need a shooter on the outside on the perimeter who can be our best scorer, maybe some veteran know-how and savvy, and a guy who can defend. And who is that exact guy is KD. I think this is what it all came down to. I know from Kevin's end, he was looking for a home. He was looking for somebody somewhere he can end his career. He can sail off into the sunset, but he also wants to be competitive and play in important games for the rest of his career. Yeah. So it was a great match. It wasn't always the choice. It wasn't always the bright idea for the end of Kevin's career, but the circumstances laid out to that point, and what they ended up having to give up made it even a more perfect move. You lose who could be a young star in Jalen Green. You lose Dillon Brooks, who is a defensive force for that team. But Kevin's now getting all of Dillon's minutes, and you've almost replaced Jalen anyway. You don't like how he finished the season, how he finished the Warriors series. You got Reed Shepherd waiting in the wings. It's just a natural transition for this team. There becomes a time when you go from a young upstart team to like a big boy serious team. Now we want to win games. We've added guys. I think we watched the Oklahoma City Thunder do that with Isaiah Hartenstein and Alex Caruso this past offseason. It was like, okay, it's time for that leap. I always say in Sacramento lore, I remember on Sacramento radio saying you go from Jason Williams to Mike Bibby when you're ready to be a serious team. And I love Jay Will. I love watching some of my favorite players of all time. But you do make that transition kind of in your trajectory towards competing. I think the Pacers did the same thing when they got Pascal Siakam and on and on and on. And this feels like that move for the Rockets and that move for Kevin as well.
So I asked my man Kyle this a few minutes ago, not even thinking, I got to ask Eddie this. I saw this question earlier, and like I answered it and convinced myself my answer was wrong. There's no right or wrong answer to this. But when you think about Kevin Durant, the basketball player, what jersey is he wearing?
I asked him. So I thought you were talking numbers, but I think number plays a part of it too, because I asked him what number you're going to wear. But I think that's the thing with Kevin. He's this new age star, right? Like, I think LeBron kind of set the standard here, but these guys are taking control of their own careers. They're not letting the old standards of what they're supposed to do dictate what their careers are, and they're living this the way they want. I think we're going to see this with other guys. I know we got Jokic, and you feel like he'll never leave, but you had Luka, and you feel like he'd never leave, and he didn't get to dictate that. And the same for Giannis, who seems to be dictating his situation right now. So what jersey is Kevin wearing? Whatever your favorite version of Kevin was. Yeah. I think the stats say he might have been the best when he was a Net. He obviously won the most when he was a Warrior, and you see those championship runs, and you see him in the finals hitting big shots. But you also see young KD on the Thunder, maybe even on the Sonics. And that's just, again, kind of the new age version of what a superstar is. And then there's a lot of guys who fit that mold. And I think there's a lot of guys who will surprise us in the coming years and fit that mold as well. These guys are taking control of their careers. The CBA is kind of dictating that you move around a little bit now. Yeah. And the stigma is a little gone. And I won't say it's all the way gone. People are always going to hold you to that old guard and that old standard, and they're going to complain. But I'll tell you this, from talking to players just around the league, the idea of, being able to forge your own path, to move around as you see fit, we've all been there. You turn 27, you're a whole different person than you were at 21. You have different goals. You have different interests. You have different businesses. You have different things like that. They're pulling you in all these other directions. And the ability to hop around freely, I think a lot of guys covet that and will use that going forward.
And I think KD and LeBron really set, because my belief has always been, my next chapter doesn't happen if LeBron doesn't take his talents to South Beach, right? That was kind of the start of like, oh, no, star players can do this. And yeah, maybe there'll be blowback or maybe there'll be this. And Kevin Durant certainly experienced it. But that is a kind of a brand new thing to the league. And it certainly happened in the past, but it felt like it happened in the rarest situations. There's the famous moment where Magic Johnson requested a trade and the Lakers bent over. No. What do you want? Okay, fired. Like we'll do whatever. Like, I don't know that teams are as willing to do that anymore. You mentioned the Raptors a second ago. The Raptors had a big day today. Do you think that had anything to do with falling short on KD?
Yeah, I mean, the noise I heard from Masai when he was chasing Kevin was he's on his way out. He's taking one last swing for the fences. He's going to do what he can. They wanted Giannis. They wanted Kevin. They wanted everybody. And Masai, in large part, is built on what he did to help put together that Nuggets team, obviously, and then the Kawhi trade. And, ever since then, the moves have been a little shaky, a little bit hit and miss. He's been really aggressive. But I absolutely think, if he lands Kevin, he probably lands himself another year to operate this team and to figure out and to make it as good as they can. Funny enough, I think the team's going to be pretty good next year. I know I saw Bill Simmons and Kendrick Perkins arguing about this and going back and forth. A 6 seed in the East isn't going to be so crazy for that team. They were hurt all year. They have some good young players that they like. There's some talent. And sometimes a team with a bunch of talent like that's going to play hard, they win regular season games. Yeah, are they going to win the title next year? No. But can Brandon Ingram, Scotty Barnes, RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickly, Jakob Poeltl, can a team with that level of guy win 45 games and make the playoffs? Yeah. This is the world of the play-in. That's going to be a decent team in a not so great conference. But they'll be doing it without Masai Ujiri.
And the conference is crazy, Eddie, because since the last time we talked to you, not only did the Thunder have won the title since the last time we talked to you. Kevin Durant has been traded. We lost Tyrese Halliburton too. He's not dead. We lost him for the season. Ty joined Tatum, joined Dame. You talk about the Eastern Conference, man. Those are 3 top Eastern Conference teams that are going into next season without, if not their biggest stars, certainly one of their most prominent stars on 3 of those teams.
And look at what the Celtics did in the interim as well. Getting rid of Drew Holiday, getting rid of Kristaps Porzingis, and even if you like Anthony Simons, there's a downgrade here somewhere. They've allowed themselves to be a lesser team. I went from last week yelling at Miami Heat fans saying, the East is going to be fine next year. The Celtics will be competitive. I think the Hawks will be better. I think the Magic will be better. They just got Desmond Bane. I think the Raptors will be better. On and on to again, now we've lost the finals team. We've lost the number 2 seed. So there is a little bit of disjointedness out in the East and no clarity in what we're going to have. We also could lose Giannis to another conference in the coming weeks and months. So there's a lot of opportunity out there out East. It's tough what happened to Tyrese, obviously. But that conference looks to be wide open, and it makes the Magic being aggressive look even smarter looking back. They gave up a lot for Desmond Bane, but that could be a top 4 seed. They could have home court next year, and we watched what just happened with the Pacers. You get the right matchups, you have the right continuity, you're coached well enough, you can win 3 playoff series in the East and make it to the finals. And then from there, it looked like the Pacers were on the way to at least being close in that game, and they really were still, even after losing Tyrese. Get to June and see what happens. I think a lot of teams in the East, a lot of these young teams will feel that way.
And with so many, it feels like there's journeyman point guards that are on the market. Obviously, the Sacramento Kings are desperately looking for one when free agency begins on Monday. But Russell Westbrook is out there. Tyus Jones, there's a handful of other guys that are out there. And I wonder if someone like Indiana was looking at where Boston is at. Haven't even mentioned the fact the New York Knicks don't even have a basketball coach right now. They just went through a draft that I guess they didn't even have a pick, but we're approaching free agency and they don't have a head coach. Then you've got the Tyrese Halliburton injury, you've got the Jason Tatum injury, you got the Dame Lillard injury. In addition to Sacramento, coveting a point guard. I wonder how many of those teams are let's just throw some money at Russell Westbrook to try to get us through the year. Dennis Schroeder's a name that's been mentioned in Sacramento. I know that he likes being in Detroit, but I wonder if any of those teams are if we just get a guy to fill a spot that where we lost our guy, we could wind up being at the top of the conference again just by default.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of aggression from the Eastern Conference, and you should. Again, some of these young upstart teams. I think the Hawks adding KP. You hope for some growth from your young players. You just had the number 1 overall pick, and I quietly. Risha Shea got better throughout the season as rookies do. And maybe he's not a mega star, but he's a talent who's going to help Trae Young. I'm very curious about the bottom half of that conference and where that goes. I'm big on the Magic. I'm big on the Pistons. Those are two teams I think will obviously be better. The Knicks, they didn't get KD, and there's a lot of conversation about whether they were in on him or not, but they seem to be pretty flexible on some of their guys who could be on the way out because what they may have to pay Mikal Bridges, what they already paid OG Anunoby, what they may have to pay Mitchell Robinson. So there may be a lot of flexibility out there, a lot of opportunity as well. And as far as the point guard situation, I mean, I heard in no uncertain terms a few days ago, the Kings are getting Dennis Schroeder. I ain't any details. And then a little bit backed off of that. But, I expect the Kings to be aggressive too. You keep hearing DeMar DeRozan noise. You keep hearing all this stuff. The Kings historically have been aggressive. It's just like, are they shooting at the right place? And that always, is hit or miss for them. And
what the loudest noise around DeMar is right now is that he's not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I think so. When we started hearing rumblings that maybe DeMar wasn't going anywhere, I started to think, well, someone's got to go. It's not Zach LaVine. It's probably going to wind up being Malik Monk. Of course, they get this kid Nick Crawford who could play, Nick Clifford who could play at the 2 and the 3. And then again, it's just further like, yeah, I don't know where Malik Monk fits. And then at the same time, it appears Malik doesn't have much of a market. So I don't know if you have to pivot back to DeMar DeRozan because he might have a slightly more robust market to make a trade. But man, it's like Scott Perry definitely have he might have assets to move, but the value might not be there for his assets. He's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, it's tough because you watch these guys every day and you see how they can help the right team. But the Kings have the type of assets that just aren't valued in the current league. A dribble-heavy, shoot-first shooting guard who is a point guard size like Malik Monk, yeah, that's not the biggest value in the league. You're not going to overpay a Jordan Clarkson right now. You're not going to do that for that type of player. And the same thing for DeMar DeRozan, a guy who lives in the mid-range, a guy who isn't the greatest defensive player, a guy who basically just is a scorer. I know he's capable of doing other things, and I know he's a great clutch player, but this is the perception of these players around the league. And it's like, yeah, that's not the most valuable guy that we're giving first-round assets for. And then obviously then with his contract, and it's like, I'm not necessarily signing up for that. And that's what puts the Kings in a tough place. They built this team to be the team that's around De'Aaron Fox and Domas Sabonis. And then once you remove one of those pegs, all these guys look a little different, a little less valuable. And that's frustrating because you want to continue to build. I hate to be that guy, but I've thought for a while it might be rebuild time, but they're just anti-rebuild and have been for a long time. And look, a rebuild is no fun for anybody. And I'm captain like, yo, you don't rebuild, you just keep trying to get better. But a team like this, where they've taken a bunch of swings and then you've traded away your best or most market or whatever you want to call it, De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
That's the beginning of that. It's supposed to be, especially because you didn't get a ton of premium assets on the way back for him either.
And that's the problem. Like if you were contemplating a rebuild, you've already screwed up because De'Aaron might have been, and I'm saying might because I really don't know what De'Aaron's value is across the league, but he was probably certainly your best asset to if you were going that route of kind of starting over, he was your best asset. Now you've handcuffed yourself. I like Zach LaVine, but I also recognize what that contract is. You've handcuffed yourself there a little bit. And for my money, he doesn't even have the worst contract on the team. That's Domantas Sabonis. Like, I do not believe this league thinks very highly of Domantas Sabonis. And if the Kings attempted to shop him, and I don't think that they are, but if the Kings attempted to shop him, I think they would be hit with a nasty dose of reality with what that $40+ million per year the next handful of years really looks like.
Yeah, you don't have this asset on your team that's going to get you 4 first-round picks,
right?
Like a Desmond Bane, or even a KD on with his aging.
Well, to be clear, I didn't think Desmond Bane was going to get you 4 first-round picks,
right?
But if you're willing to pay for it, that's the value of it.
Well, it goes back to the point too. That type of player, a great shooter in this league, an active defender, and a scorer, and not just a great shooter, a 3-point shooter, if DeMar DeRozan shot threes and made them at the volume of Desmond Bane, he probably would be much more valuable. And that's what it was. And then also a team that just needs that. The Magic needed that player really bad. And so that's what you're looking at with Dom. Like, who needs a back to the basket big that's going to kind of be the center of your offense, isn't going to necessarily be switchable on defense? I think is improved and is holding his own. He's a great rebounder. But, like, what team needs that right now and is going to pay multiple first-round picks, 2-3 first-round picks that you want to kind of replenish your coffers and be a better team in the future? That team doesn't really exist right now. And I think that was the issue with Kevin. When you're trading Kevin, like, you're looking at exactly what that, not the player is, but the situation. What team needs that guy at that age, at that price, with that, like, hanging thread of his contract, but also has multiple assets to get that done because you have to swap $54 million.
Yeah.
And there weren't a lot of teams. And that's why I think the Rockets package ended up being less, because they weren't competing against too many people. And so I don't need 4 first-round picks. I need 1 and some seconds and players that you can play now, because that's what the Suns want now, is guys that are actually going to play today. What do the Kings want in a Domas trade? I mean, they probably want multiple picks and a starter, but who's lining up multiple picks and that salary number to get Domas right now? Who does Domas put over the top? Not because he's not a great player. It's just, where does he fit? And I don't think he has that fit right now.
Yeah, like everyone's thing with Domas is, oh, you've got to put the right guys around him. Well, like, then clearly, like, Domas isn't a guy that he seems to be an extremely difficult guy to build around, because if you miss on one player, it seems to throw the whole thing off. Like, you have to have the perfect player. Like, I got excited yesterday. They drafted this 7'1" kid in the second round who can shoot threes, where it's like, okay, maybe in a situation, if this kid really winds up working out in the NBA, you could put him on the floor with Domantas Sabonis, and now you have a 7'1" guy who could protect the rim or stretch the floor by dropping out to the 3 and leaving Domas there in the middle to do what he does around the basket. And it just feels like you need very specific skill sets around Domantas Sabonis, which I think is tough, not only for the Sacramento Kings to navigate, but as you pointed out, every other team in the league.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. If you're keeping him, you need specific guys around him, and you don't necessarily have the assets to acquire those guys right now. If you're sending them out, that's what the other team's going to be looking at, the same situation. If I'm the Wizards or whomever, like whoever the trade partners, or say like a fringe contender, if I'm the Grizzlies, well, I need this, and this to surround him with. That's not going to work. It's not. It's a little too expensive for me too, and that's just, I think, what they're looking at. So they're in a tough situation. They're in that middling situation. They could end up being a competitive team this year. I thought they had some great runs last year, but honestly, it's like you either need to hit a home run, or you need to, like, understand it's not your day and begin to build back up. And they don't necessarily have the tools to do either one of those things right now, which is a frustrating place to be.
Yeah. Were you surprised? Like, there was a lot of, like, in draft movement, but there weren't really any fireworks in the draft. Were you surprised by that?
I don't want to brag. I don't want to bag on the Brooklyn Nets, because every time I do, I get yelled at online. I cannot believe they took all 5 of those.
No one can believe they took all 5.
I cannot believe that. And not to pile on here, but I thought the point of gathering all those picks was to move up. And maybe they couldn't. Maybe nobody was just into 3 picks in the 20s and then the 19. Like, maybe they just weren't that. And then it felt like a lot of those picks were reaches on top of that. But even if, trade out, trade back into next year. And they did neither nor. I couldn't believe that. You're not going to play all those players next year. Like, you already have a roster as it is. That shocked me. The lack of, like, big name player trades. I think the thing there is the guys who may be on the move, you don't necessarily need picks around them to make it happen. You can do future picks. You can do stuff like that. So, like, a lot of people are talking about Trae Young, who I don't think is on the move. Or even the Memphis guys, who Memphis has kind of outwardly said no. You don't need that. I never saw the Sixers trading out of their pick and attaching that with Paul George unless there was a superstar involved. So it was tricky. But I thought we were going to get more kind of like fringe moves than we got. I thought the Nets were going to be more active, for absolute sure. I thought the Suns might do the Bradley Beal thing finally, or some of their fringe guys as well. They made some moves and they got active, but not the moves I thought. But I'm with you. I thought it was going to be more fireworks. We got a lot of chalk. And then we got the Pelicans, who set the blogs on fire by trading away next year's pick, which is crazy. But if they really like their queen, then that's what you do it for. But I know Joe Dumars' history, so I'm not necessarily jumping to defend him either.
Yeah. Did Phoenix get worse? Like you talk about, you got to have like an objective somewhere, whether rebuild, do this. It feels like they just added a bunch of more money to their cap after moving $52 million of Kevin Durant's a couple days earlier.
I can like see the scenario right now where they win more games next year, where they finish 500, where they're technically a better team. And it's like, look at what Kevin did to this team. He broke them last year and now they're better. I can just see it right now. I know how this goes, but I don't know that they confuse me because of the timeline they're on. Devin Booker's 28 years old. They've talked about wanting to compete. Then you draft, 3 guys that you're planning on playing, it seems like. And so you have that along with Ryan Dunn. You have all these 21, 22, 23-year-old guys, and then your number 10 pick is 18 years old. And then you go get Mark Williams, who's 23 years old. So you got younger. And it's like, by the time 3 of these 5 guys are active contributors to your team, by the time the Duke kid is the center you want him to be, like Devin Booker might be 31. He might be a Detroit Piston by then. So it just confused me in that sense. I thought there would be a little bit more win now to this. And you can say that's what Dylan Brooks is and what Jalen Green is. But Jalen Green is 22. Dylan Brooks is about Booker's age, but it's just a confusing shift of timelines. I think they got more deep. I think they added some stuff I wish they would have had where they had Kevin, which is a center rotation, which is some rangy forwards. But in this Western Conference, in this Western Conference where the Dallas Mavericks missed the playoffs this year, I just don't see it. But maybe there's more moves to be had. It seems like they're trying to trade Bradley Beal, but I don't expect a big return for him either.
I don't expect that.
But I expect them to be competitive. Like they'll be a decent team next year. And I'm going to laugh at Kevin when everybody starts saying it's his fault.
I need, as a good friend would, I need 2 things next year. Jordy to play all 5 rookies at once. And then I need Phoenix to play Jalen, Dylan, Brad, and Book all on the floor at this. I just guards as far as the eye can see out there for Phoenix.
Yeah, look, they were running 3 guard lineups a ton last year, and Kevin was playing the center. Now they have 4 centers on their roster, and maybe they trade Nick, but they have. I want to see the 4 center lineup. That's what I want to see.
There you go.
Duke kid. I want to see Nick Richards. I want to see Mark Williams. Like giving up real assets, multiple first-round picks to get the Hornets 2024-25 center rotation. That seems kind of crazy. But I do remember the Phoenix Suns center rotation before that as well. So who knows where this goes?
Any predictions for Monday?
Monday.
Start of free agency.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not expecting too many big.
I'm not either.
Trades.
Yeah.
But look, you have a prediction for tomorrow? Cena and Punk,
bro. I don't know, man. I'm seeing these clips come out of I saw that clip of Punk this morning in Saudi Arabia, and I like Punk, but I'm like, bro, you're such a bitch for that. Like, you're so whack. Like, he had this big stance about these Saudi Arabia shows.
Yeah.
He walks out and they're booing him, and he's like, oh no, it wasn't about Saudi Arabia. It's like, oh, bruh. Oh, it was tough. It was tough to watch. I like Punk. But man, that was tough to watch. And prediction is, I assume Cena wins.
Yeah, Ella Cena wins. That's a whole other combo.
Yeah,
but that's what you get when you grandstand the way he did, and it's like
tough, man. Because
he might go home one day. He might relax.
I was gonna say, I'm sure he didn't anticipate that bag being dropped in front of him the way it was.
Now he's the company man. It's crazy.
Yeah, that was a hell of a line too from Cena. He said, "You're Mr. TKO." It's like, oh. That's tough.
Yeah, my critique is Cena is a better actor than a wrestler now. So that promo was perfect for that. We got to see what he does in the ring now, but
yeah, he did that. He did that. Appreciate you, Eddie, as always. Thank you, my brother.
My guy. Talk soon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's a man, Eddie Gonzalez, right there. We'll come back. If you missed the Insiders conversation with Nick Clifford's coach at Colorado State, Ali Farokhmanesh, we're going to have that coming up for you in about 30 minutes. Do not go anywhere. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento sports leader ESPN 1320. Great work, everybody. Great work. Great work. No, Russ, not today, man. Not today, Russ. Right on, Soren. Happy birthday, brother. Have a great weekend. Have a great, great weekend. What else? Let me get back to something. Y'all had some comments in here I wanted to get to. All right, I'm going to save these for the 3 o'clock hour. Let's see. What do I got? What do I got left? I have a few things planned. Oh, right on, Mark. Happy birthday to you too, brother. Hey, Manny, how was Wu-Tang last night? I did not get an opera. It looked packed, which is dope. Because I wasn't sure, to be honest. So I'm glad that show jumped off. Can't decide what to do here. Shout out to everybody over on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up and all that stuff before you go. Oh, I'm with you, B. Perry. I'm ready for that Clips album to drop. Oh, that's good, Manny. That's good. I hate that I missed it. That's one I really wanted to check out. All right, a couple of pieces of business too. 10-2. I know I've been bad with this all day, man, but if you want to get in on the phone lines, please do. Obviously, KC isn't here. Kyle working his second show of the day. Big thanks to Kyle Matson. I don't know if you and I have done a show together, since we might have been down south, but
just you and me?
Yeah.
Ooh. No, I've filled in for.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think I filled in
probably when you were at 95.7.
Yeah, but I don't know if I did a whole show. I know I did whole shows with Kenny. I don't know if I did whole shows with you, though.
Okay. All right.
I have no idea.
Well, that's cool. We were like, man, Jesse's gone, Joe's gone, KC's gone. All right, we're gonna keep moving.
This station has 4 full-time employees, not including Charlie, and 3 of them are gone today.
That's correct. That's correct.
Well, 2 of them, I guess. No,
yeah,
that's fine. We got it.
We got it.
It's good.
That's what we do. It's good. It's been a great week. Nothing has gone wrong this week whatsoever.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. 916-909-1320. That's what I said I was bad about, man. If you want to tap in and talk about anything the Kings are doing, anything that's happening around the league, please do. It's the Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Big shout out to my man Colt there at Elk Grove Kia. Gonna come in and see you, boy. Looking at that EV9, man. We on the way. 916-909-1320. If you missed Kyle Madsen and James Ham, the insiders, talk to Nick Clifford's coach at Colorado State, Ali Farokhmanesh, earlier in the day. Don't worry, we're going to have that conversation in its entirety coming up in about 30 minutes or so, right about 3:15. We'll run that conversation back for you. So hang tight. It's on the way. Lots of insightful stuff from Nick Clifford's coach at Colorado State. A couple of things around the league before we dive back into the Kings, because there is still very much a Keegan Murray conversation that needs to be had. We started the conversation earlier. It centered more around like DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk and, who might be here, who might not be here. And there seems to be this belief that DeMar DeRozan's very existence in Sacramento affects Keegan Murray. And I take exception to that for a variety of different reasons. And I'm going to tell you why coming up in just a couple of minutes. There are a couple of things I mentioned earlier I do want to touch on, or we'll never get back to them. I mentioned the articles. I think they were over in The Athletic and it was probably article versus articles, but still, it's going to wind up on social media and it's going to start getting some run and it's going to get aggregated. And it was about Luka Doncic, and it was about Luka Doncic, taking this offseason seriously, being in shape. I don't think there were any pictures attached to it. It was just a write-up about what his approach is to the offseason. Of course, there have been pictures of Luka Doncic out that have made their way to social media, and it's one of those, look at Luka, he's losing weight. And, of course, with that, we all remember the saga of Ben Simmons hitting three-pointers during the summer. We can all attach to a player needs to work on this particular attribute. Then they work on that particular attribute during the summer, and then they constantly get made fun of on social media. So I ask you the question. Everyone said, even Magic Johnson was talking about Luka Doncic needs to be in shape. Luka Doncic ain't done nothing but get traded to the Los Angeles Lakers. He didn't even have the opportunity to even have an off season yet before Magic Johnson is on national television with Stephen A. Smith yelling about how Luka Doncic needs to be in shape. Hey, come on, man. This is the Los Angeles Lakers. Made a slight calculated mistake by bringing up Shaquille O'Neal, whose career in Los Angeles ended because, wait for it, he wasn't in shape. So Luka needs to get in shape. Luka approaches this offseason by going to get in shape. Reporter who covers the Los Angeles Lakers writes about how what you asked for in Luka Doncic getting in shape is happening. And yet the internet still makes fun of him. NBA Twitter still caps on him for this. And it's like, what is it that you want him to do? It's no different than Ben Simmons shooting threes during the offseason. You want Ben Simmons to shoot more. You want him to develop a jumper. He does it. It winds up getting shot on video. It makes its way to the internet, and then it becomes a punchline. But these guys are literally doing what their fan bases, or in some cases, their teammates, their legends, their executives, their whatever, their people associated with their franchise are telling them to do. And no one buys it. No one takes it seriously. Luka, people would say, Luka did this last year. No, he didn't. No, we didn't. Luka wasn't in shape last offseason. In fact, didn't Luka's calf injury start in October? Or maybe that was a hamstring injury that was in October. Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't an injury. My mistake. That's when Nico Harrison told him, hey, man, you need to go get in shape, and then gave him 11 days off or something like that. That big fabricated story that dropped after Luka was traded. Oh, man, what are we doing? Luka is doing what everyone has asked him to do. I'm not getting hyped saying, oh, watch out for Luka Doncic. It's about to go crazy. Watch out for Luka. He about to be this. Oh, the league is about to be unleashed. Watch out. Yeah, nah, man. I'm not doing that. I'm just looking at a dude who y'all told to go get in shape. He went and got in shape. Good for Luka Doncic. Hopefully it leads to nothing but no success for the Los Angeles Lakers. And I asked Eddie this a second ago, and I actually really agree with Eddie. When we look at some of the biggest stories right now, again, just within the last week, 6 days, we saw Kevin Durant being traded. That was virtually an all-season thing we expected to happen. We saw the Boston Celtics shed like $180 million in salary. Another thing that had long been speculated about what was going to happen. We saw Tyrese Halliburton tear his Achilles. We saw Shai Gilgeous-Alexander cap off one of the most phenomenal seasons in NBA history. And we saw the Oklahoma City Thunder complete one of the most incredible turnarounds we've seen for a professional sports franchise by winning the NBA championship. All of that has happened within the last 6 days. But what's going to be the biggest? And didn't even mention Cooper Flagg was drafted. We just had the NBA draft. We have the Ace Bailey situation. Dylan Harper winds up in San Antonio, takes a FaceTime, and Victor Wembanyama's on the other end, and he goes, "Hey, my name is Vic." It was both humorous and charming at the same time. But I ask you this. What's the biggest story 1 week from right now? Because there is no championship to be won. There is no draft to be had. We're talking about free agency, and we're talking about the trade market. What's the biggest story 1 week from now? 1 week from today, I think, is the 4th of July. What are we talking about at the barbecue? What are we talking about when the fireworks are going off? What are basketball fans clamoring for? What are Kings fans clamoring for as a week from today? I think we'll be a week away from Summer League. All of the executives will be in Las Vegas. And the truth is, I don't know what it's going to be, but I don't expect it to be anything major. We have long talked like this. The Giannis thing is getting difficult. It's getting difficult to make heads or tails of what's going on with Giannis Antetokounmpo. And not what Giannis wants, but the way Giannis is being reported, because now it's like a battle of insiders and you don't know exactly what the truth is. These multiple insiders are, I'm sure they're all reporting what they're getting from people, but they're getting people talking to them in different camps. And so everybody's trying to get their story out. And one story was Giannis is closely monitoring, the draft and free agency. And there's constant, it feels like, and this is where it's difficult. I don't want to pile on Giannis Antetokounmpo because I don't even know if any of this is true, but it feels like there's he's kind of like the 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Like, he's thinking about it. Oh, there's going to be this big meeting between the Bucks and Giannis's people. Oh, he's monitoring this and he's monitoring that. If that's true, this is all like a Giannis asking out. It's just inevitable. It's not even an if anymore. It's just a when. And in that case, the Bucks would be foolish to not inquire about trading him now. They're waiting for him to ask out. Now, I don't know what the Milwaukee Bucks think they can accomplish with Dame Lillard on the shelf for an entire season, which is why I think this Kings search for a point guard is so intriguing. The Celtics, they seemed to have landed their guy who will take Jason Tatum's place next year in Anthony Simons. The Bucks in Indiana are in different situations than Boston. Indiana is, once you remove this season, remove the fact that they lost high on a night that they were competing for the NBA championship. You look at all of those teams are in the Eastern Conference. All of those players that we referenced, those teams are in the Eastern Conference. So doesn't a player like Dennis Schroeder become more attractive for those two teams for a single season? Doesn't a player like Russell Westbrook become more attractive for those two teams for a single season? I see a lot of Kings fans talking about Colin Sexton. Doesn't acquiring Colin Sexton, again, you're talking about a single season. Hell, maybe you keep them around for 2. That way Ty isn't under too much pressure when he gets back. Maybe, not you can obviously he'll have time. He'll have next off season to really prepare, and that should knock off some of the rust. It's not like Kyrie is tough for me. Like the Dallas situation is tough for me because I don't landing Cooper Flagg, Anthony Davis. It's why I propose maybe you have to trade Anthony Davis this offseason because you're essentially you're always hoping and praying that he stays healthy, but you've lost Kyrie. And I know he's not out for the entire year, but the idea that Kyrie just steps on the floor after tearing his ACL and is back to Kyrie, that's a ton of pressure on him. That might set unrealistic expectations for your franchise. The best thing you can hope for, I think, if you're Dallas, is that Cooper Flagg emerges in his rookie year as that dude. Then you've got Kyrie coming along the following season or maybe halfway through the season and guiding along whatever the end of this looks like for Dallas and, leading them into something that could potentially be special. It's just hard for me to buy in. And this is where I keep getting hung up on the idea of trading Anthony Davis. He's still a solid defensive player, and Nico Harrison, for better or worse, has stuck to that line about defense. You're not going to acquire a player, and I'm not even talking about Anthony Davis's skill set. You're not going to acquire a player who can do a fraction of what Anthony Davis can do on the defensive end in a trade for him. So do you just cross your fingers and ride this out? And that's the other concern. If, in fact, this upcoming season for Dallas is about Cooper Flagg, then you're hoping maybe you hope for the best between Cooper Flagg, Anthony Davis, and a late arriving Kyrie Irving. But if not, you're a year further into Anthony Davis, where I know everyone's going to be anxious about Anthony Davis being healthy year after year, regardless of it's this year, the year after the other year after that. Any year Anthony Davis is playing, the fan base that he's playing for is going to be anxious about his availability. And I keep looking at Dallas like, are they going to do something over the course of the next couple of days that gets everybody's attention? And they too, much like Indiana, much like Milwaukee, and much like the Sacramento Kings, are in the point guard game. And so I know, I kind of wonder, James said something, I think it was yesterday, 2 days ago, where he was like, when the Dennis Schroeder report, when Mark Stein first reported that the Kings were really interested in Dennis Schroeder, it is like, yeah, like Kings fans were like, so underwhelming. But then when he winds up re-signing with Detroit, Kings fans are going to be like, we couldn't even get Dennis Schroeder. And there's a very real possibility that you could run through a long list of point guards that wind up going elsewhere. I'll say this until it's announced on Monday. I believe Russell Westbrook opted out of his deal with Denver because he knew exactly where he was going. His agent knew exactly where he was going. Now, he opted out long enough ago where I don't believe that's Indiana. It might be Milwaukee, or it could be someone I haven't mentioned and I'm not even thinking of. It absolutely could be. Yeah, why couldn't it be Dallas? Westbrook there with Kyrie out for a chunk of the season. Russ is there. Kyrie doesn't have to rush back into playing 30 minutes a night when he returns. You can ease him into it I don't think they will be, but if Dallas is in playoff position, you allow him to ramp up for the playoffs. Again, I don't think Dallas is going to be in playoff position unless Anthony Davis is very healthy and plays incredible. And Cooper Flag needs no transition to the NBA. He's just great right out the gate. To me, that's the way it works.
I guess Jason Kidd was saying today, he spoke with the media, and I guess he kept talking about Cooper Flag playing point guard. So I kind of wonder if that's the plan, if they think he's just going to be that good out the gate. I'm skeptical. I think that's where Russell Westbrook could fit really nice.
Yeah, I don't love that idea.
I don't hate
love
it.
That.
I don't hate it as a developmental thing. If you've got Cooper Flag,
is that how you want him to start his career though? Is playing in that position?
Yeah, probably not. But if that's where I think a Russell Westbrook fits great there.
Yeah.
Not only do you need Kyrie Irving, probably needs a full year,
right,
to come back
100%. So
you get Russell Westbrook in there, and it's the same philosophy as the Blazers bringing in Drew Holiday. At least for me, if you're looking for Cooper Flag to develop as a point guard, okay, hey, here's a Hall of Famer.
Sure.
Like, who's good at a little bit of everything. I don't hate that idea at all.
Okay. All right. So we're on to something, and I think you can look around the league and see, or at least look around the league at the teams that have injured guards and realize this is going to be I don't know if he will, given what's happened the last few weeks. Like, I think Russ played at $3 million, I think, for his time in the league. I think that's a vet minimum. Russ has an opportunity to get a couple bucks this year. Some of these other point guards who you just think might be, 1 year rentals here, 1 year rentals here. Like, these guys have an opportunity to get a couple of bucks. And the thing that I think really worked out for Russ, I think I was the one who said during that Oklahoma City Thunder series is this series goes as Russell Westbrook goes. And that wasn't about, where Russ is at in his career. That is about where the Denver Nuggets were. They had no depth, and they needed one other guy to be great. And when Russell Westbrook was great, they won games in the playoffs. Russ was really good throughout the season. That's the other thing that can get frustrating is don't minimize, Russell Westbrook's year last year to the last, that last series against Oklahoma City. That Denver Nuggets team went on their biggest run when Russell Westbrook wound up being in the starting lineup, and he seamlessly transitioned back to coming off of the bench. Russ was really, really good last year in his role. Russ was great in his role last year. The question will be whether it's with Sacramento, is he asked to play a different role? Is he asked to play the starting point guard? Whether it's with Indiana, whether it's with Dallas, as Kyle and I were just talking about right there, whether it's with Milwaukee, is he asked to be the starting guard? In the case of Indiana, Milwaukee, and Dallas, he absolutely would be asked to be the starting point guard at least for a year. What would he be asked for in Sacramento? But I maintain what I've been saying all along. It might have changed with the Tyrese Halliburton injury, but I think Russ already knows what team he's going to, which is why I lend a little bit more validity to the Dennis Schroeder stuff. Dennis Schroeder might very well wind up a Sacramento King. But that's not going to be a massive story. It'll be a story here, but Shams Charania, the most prominent insider in the game, friends with our man Eddie Gonzalez, who was with us, a few minutes ago. Eddie was like, I'm not sure. I don't really expect anything crazy. Maybe there'll be some trades out there, but I don't think anything crazy. It's been 4 months of, this could be the craziest offseason ever. Well, KD has moved. I don't think Giannis is being traded this offseason. I don't think Trey is being traded. I don't think LaMelo is being traded. I didn't see the Desmond Bane thing happening, but the only thing that was really seismic about the Desmond Bane trade was the return. It wasn't, oh my God, Desmond Bane was traded. It was, Oh my God, there were four first-round picks involved in this Desmond Bane trade. And I said it when it happened. If you think you're a Desmond Bane away, hey, salute. Get it done. Go make that move you think you have to make. They did it. Indiana did it. Siakam was their guy. They made that move. They paid that money. We wondered, would Trey be that guy for Sacramento? Make that move, pay that money. Very, very clear. Crystal clear. He is not. I'm not even sure that he was actually available. I mean, we heard rumblings that Atlanta would entertain moving him, that Atlanta and Sacramento were engaged in trade conversations, but how engaged were they and how far did those conversations go? I have no idea. And I don't think he's being traded. I don't think LaMelo Ball is being traded. The biggest name that might be traded, and I'm not even sold on this yet, given the state of this franchise at the moment, is Mikal Bridges. Is the front office sold on Mikal Bridges' ability to help that basketball team? New York just needs to run it back. Player-wise, obviously, they can't run it back fully anymore because they fired Tom Thibodeau and have yet to hire anyone in his place. But roster-wise, that team is good enough. There's enough on that team to do it again. But if someone gets moved, is it Mikal? But all of this talk about the crazy offseason ahead and the stars and Derek White and Jaylen Brown and getting under aprons, and I don't think any of it is happening. I think Miami's just going to continue to make mid moves and be mid. You know who I think is the most interesting player to watch on Monday is Jonathan Kuminga. I think everything Golden State does next centers on Jonathan Kuminga, and I think it centers on the market for Jonathan Kuminga. I think someone, a general manager, team, whatever, will absolutely go all in on Jonathan Kuminga. But what does that look like? I have no idea. He might be the biggest story a week from now. The Golden State Warriors might be the biggest story a week from now because Kenny and I were talking about this a couple of days ago. The Golden State Warriors, no matter how good you think Jonathan Kuminga is, or if you just don't think he fits on the Golden State Warriors, whatever it may be, the Warriors are about one thing right now, and it's number 5 for Steph Curry. Get Steph. It isn't even about getting the Golden State Warriors a championship. It's about get Steph Curry one more ring. That 5 puts him in company with Kobe Bryant, Tim Duncan, and more importantly, I believe in the mind of the Golden State Warriors, it separates him from LeBron James. And I think you can acquire enough with the Jonathan Kuminga move where the Golden State Warriors could be frustratingly good next year. We'll come back. If you missed the Insiders conversation with Ali Farokhmanesh, he is the head coach of Colorado State. He is Nick Clifford's coach. You will hear from him when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What is going on in the chat? I had to turn away. I was like, what are y'all doing?
3 times a show. I just closed the chat
Yeah,
entirely.
Gotta do it.
Not because it's bad, but it's like, I'm going to just keep scrolling up until I find out what's going on. And then I'm not listening to James. Then it's a bad show.
Yeah. No, I got you. I've stopped trying to figure out what's going on in there. It's just stopped. Like, y'all do it. I appreciate you, Gwitty Cube. Thanks, Russ. Appreciate you, man. These solo shows are taxing.
Is there anything worse than when you're like, man, this conversation we're having is awesome. Like, we're having a really good conversation. Wonder what the chat's saying. And then you look over and it is nothing to do with anything
Oh, yeah,
you're talking about.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Yeah, it's tough.
It's very humbling.
I
very
thought-
humbling.
I thought, I thought for what it was, what I just did was good. And then I looked over and I'm like, this is dog shit. They're not even listening. Yeah, no, the chat can be the most wonderful thing in the world, and it can be the most demoralizing thing in the world. But then you got Ash who says you're holding it down. Respect. Appreciate you, Ash. Thank you, brother. Michigan, it's all good, baby. Man, you good. You good. Yeah, it's facts, bro. Facts. Young Zell, what up, boy? Mm-hmm. Yeah, your guys' shorts are killing it. Yeah, your guys' shorts are killing it.
YouTube shorts.
Very good. Thank you. Yes. I need to get those on Instagram. I should say I need to do a better job of getting those on Instagram. Yeah, for sure, man. I'm down. It's a good idea. Good idea. Good idea. Yeah. Yeah, I did that too. I don't even archive them, to be honest. I delete them. Yeah. Another big fan, by the way. The person you were talking to. Another fan. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he has the ability. I don't think we've only had what I would deem a really upsetting conversation once in 2 years, and it was just a miscommunication, but it caused a lot of problems, and I was really upset. But I know that's hard to believe that I'd get really upset, but it happened. It happened. Most people can't. Most people can't. No, it's all good. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino. We have got a lot more to talk about. I mentioned this, and I'm not sure because I want to play. The insiders had the opportunity today to talk to Ali Farokhmanesh, the head coach of Colorado State, where of course Nick Clifford played. And I want to run that conversation for you in its entirety here in just a heartbeat. But I mentioned earlier that what we saw from Oklahoma City and Sacramento on Wednesday night is probably going to have to be the norm for Oklahoma City to a certain degree moving forward. Like, everyone is very aware of the treasure trove of picks that organization has, the treasure trove of assets that organization has. And, it's this idea, the draft and the number of draft picks doesn't seem to really be about the players you can acquire through the draft anymore. It seems to be who's willing to trade a player to you to get a bunch of those draft picks. And obviously the Thunder made a deal with Sacramento. It was far from seismic, but they did trade out of this particular draft. Now they're in on another one. Now those picks could wind up being a first, could wind up being multiple seconds. Most likely, it's a first round pick, but they got out of this draft, and that's what I think we're going to have to see from Oklahoma City more moving forward. Is find teams they can't draft all of these players. It's Casey's old thing. I'd never do a deal with Oklahoma City. Well, the Kings had a player that they wanted in Nick Clifford. Oklahoma City was right there. They knew they could make a deal with them. They did just that. But when you look at the idea of acquiring players, even one, like what would a player for the Oklahoma City Thunder have done this year? Like this upcoming season, I should say. This is a team that just won the NBA championship. You're going to try to incorporate an 18-year-old, a 19-year-old into a championship-winning team. You got multiple first-round picks next season. So you didn't make anyone this year. All right, perfect. You got your squad out there. Now you've got guys like Chet, J-Dub, SGA. Now they stop being the cute young team, and now they start becoming the veteran team. And then you try to incorporate these young players now who are in a championship situation because of the way Sam Presti has run this organization. The second they step on the floor, does any of this sound familiar? This is exactly what went on with the Golden State Warriors. Now, we can argue about whether the Golden State Warriors handled it properly, and that's certainly very much a big part of this discussion. We got the famous two timeline line. And I was absolutely of the belief that the Golden State Warriors had two timelines, and I was absolutely of the belief that the Golden State Warriors were going to be near the top of the Western Conference for years to come. But something happened along the way. That team won an NBA championship. And I think you can make the argument, and this is not shade whatsoever, they probably weren't supposed to win that one. That was but they did it. They went out and won, of their four, easily the most unlikely NBA championship that they have. Probably one of the most unlikely championship if you just take the team within that season in recent memory. And then it started to become, we can keep doing this. And that two timeline thing got put on hold. Why? Because those young players hadn't developed yet. And I don't know how you develop young players on a team that is expected to win a championship the second they step on the floor. Like Cooper Flagg is not expected to win a championship next year. There is a certain, now I know everyone wants to win a championship, but if you're a rookie stepping on the floor with Chet Holmgren, SGA, the team that is getting their rings, you're watching that basketball team get their rings, your first night in regular season NBA action. That's pressure. When you start hearing things like, hey, could SGA solidify himself as one of the greats? Like could this be a true dynasty in the NBA? There is pressure for these young guys. Now, I don't know if a two timeline thing doesn't work. I don't know if the two timeline thing was just messed up by the Golden State Warriors. I just don't know how you develop young players while trying to win an NBA championship at the same time. And that's where using your assets to acquire other players of the same timeline matters. That's why finding guys who fit what SGA, J-Dub, Chet, all they're doing. I think we're about a half a season away from speculating on Chet Holmgren's future with the Oklahoma City Thunder. And this is what Draymond was talking about. We're not there yet. But each passing year, we're starting to approach it. But this is what Draymond was talking about. And this is where, and we, give the devil their due, this is where he was right. The new collective bargaining agreement makes it extremely difficult for teams like Oklahoma City Thunder that hit on the draft. The Golden State Warriors built their team primarily from within. Clay, I don't think is not in Golden State anymore because he's not good anymore, because he's not the Klay Thompson of old. We know how much Joe Lacob loves nostalgia. It's because they recognized we're probably not going to win a title with this group anymore. Now we've got not just taxes, because Joe Lacob was at – I'll credit Joe Lacob for this for eternity. He said, if we have a championship, I'll pay the taxes. I will pay for us if it means we're winning a championship. If we're not, we've got to make some changes. Then these aprons get put into play. That changed the game. First apron, second apron, a complete game changer, because it's not just tax penalties that go along with this. It's the ability to add and improve. I should say it's the inability to add players and improve that affects you the most. I think it was Boston's owner that was talking about that during the sale process of the Boston Celtics. It's not the money. Everyone's talking about get under the apron, the money, the money, the money. No, you've got to get under the apron or you can't make a move as a basketball team. And so Oklahoma City's trade with Sacramento on Wednesday, I think, was a sign of what's to come for Oklahoma City. They've got all of these draft picks, and whether they trade them on draft night or they trade them for a star that wants to come in and join the franchise, which that will be one of the really interesting things to watch. Because Oklahoma City is universally, and I'm not talking about the basketball team, I'm talking about the city, is almost universally considered the boringest city in the NBA. Like, teams have movie nights on the road in Oklahoma City. That's not shade. That's a shoot. I've heard it. I've gotten reports from them. Like, that is a real thing, and it seems to always happen in Oklahoma City. Some teams do it in Sacramento. True story. But they're really good. They play a certain level of basketball, and they have the assets to acquire anyone in the league they want, assuming that team out there would do business with them. That includes Giannis Antetokounmpo. So what the Oklahoma City Thunder did with the Sacramento Kings on Wednesday night, I think, is the first step in something we see a lot over the next 3 to 4 years in some way, shape, or form with Oklahoma City trading those picks. Of course, that pick was used to draft Nick Clifford, Colorado State, 6'6" wing, coached by Ali Farokhmanesh, who talked with the insiders earlier today. And here's that conversation that you heard on ESPN 1320.
All right, let's get right to it here on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, and joining us now, Coach Ali Farokhmanesh. He has been with Colorado State for the last, I believe, 7 years. Is 7 years now, Coach? You've been in that you've been in Fort Collins?
Yeah, 7 years, going on 8 now. So it's long time.
Well, congratulations on the recent promotion to the head coaching job there. That's outstanding for you. Really happy for you. But I want to get to Nick Clifford. We only got a few minutes with you here, but I want to get to Nick Clifford, who you coached over his 2 years at Colorado State with the Rams. What type of player are the Kings getting with Nick Clifford?
And obviously, I think the first thing that comes to mind when you talk about Nick is his versatility. He truly is a two-way player, and I think he showed that both years with us, to be honest. And then the scoring and the shooting and the playmaking really picked up in his second year. But I mean, he's always been an elite rebounder. And I think from a guard position, like he's on the Josh Hart type level of rebounding. From a comparison standpoint, to be honest, it's kind of ironic, but I've always because I grew up watching the Kings with them in the Mike Bibby era and whatnot. And Doug Christie comes to mind in some ways. And I think so it's kind of ironic, but I love the way he competes on the defensive end of the floor. But I think in the last year, what he added to his game is the shot making off the dribble, off the move, off the catch and shoot. And then his secondary playmaking skills. There's not a lot of guys that you can say are true wings defensively that also can make plays for others on the other end of the floor too.
You know, Coach, when you're looking at his development, again, it's not like he was being squandered in Colorado, but when he came to you guys, he just took this massive leap. What has he done off the court that makes you feel like he's going to continue this this sort of, I don't know, aggressive ascension that he has since joining Colorado State?
Yeah, I don't want to say he changed the way he worked when he got to us, but I think he he morphed his thinking and his mentality of the way he worked. We became way more intentional with what he was doing in his development. Because everyone gets in the gym and like he was always going to get better because he loved being in the gym, but the intentionality that he had with his work in terms of his shooting right away when he first got here, we were working on his feet and his balance and then his one motion. And then the next thing we wanted to work on was him playing off 2 feet better. And so once he progressed in that area, then the next year when he came back, it was his shooting off the dribble. And then obviously his ball handling too, because we thought he'd become more of a playmaker in that year too for us. And each one of those things was very specific. And I think you could see that progression happen through those 2 years here. And it all led to this. And it doesn't always work out that way when you have someone that's willing to work, buy into the work. And then the humility that he has, because a lot of guys, you tell them what they need to work on and they don't want to hear it. And he was very accepting of what we thought we needed to work on right away. And it was fun to see that progression happen for him that fast. And it's cool to now say that we got 4 guys that are going to be on NBA rosters this coming season.
Talking with Colorado State men's basketball coach Ali Farokhmanesh. Now, Nick could have come out last year in the draft, but he chose to go back to school there in Fort Collins. What was it? What was the reason you think he went back, and B, what were some of the things you think he improved with that extra year in college?
Yeah, honestly, you just don't want to go back to school. That was the biggest thing.
Sure.
I mean, you've been in school up to that 4 years. He was graduated already. Like it was that was one of the biggest things to him. And then it got to the point. It was like, everyone says bet on yourself, and that I took that more as bet on yourself to come back to college to improve your stock. And he had basically 7 months with us at that point, from the time he got here in June to the end of that season. So we thought if we had another 9 months to work on his game, that he would change completely, because he made that much progress in essentially 7 months. What would he look like with another 9 months with us? And so specifically right away, it was the shooting off the bounce and the ball handling, because we thought he had Isaiah Stevens the year before that set him up for a lot of plays. And this year we thought he was going to have to make plays for himself and for others more. And that showed up, in a completely different atmosphere than I think anybody thought, which I thought was ironic. He came out trying to come out the year before, and he only was looked at as a 3-and-D wing. Then this year, now we had teams calling us and being like, well, is he like a secondary point guard type player? And it's like no one even talked to me about that a year ago. So it's a huge credit to him, just buying into that work and also having the humility to understand, like, yeah, I'm not good enough in these areas yet. I need to improve. And he did. He made double the amount of threes he made the year before. And the year before that, he made double the amount of threes that he made previously his entire career at Colorado. So the level of growth and development over the 20 months was something that that's what we pride ourselves on, but that doesn't happen with a lot of kids either.
One of the stats that jump out on his box score for me is his free throw attempts jump from 2.3 to 5 from his 4th to 5th season. And again, before that, he'd capped out at like 1.53 free throw attempts. That shows me that, number one, he's got the ball in his hands more, but also number two, he's being more physical going to the basket. Is that something that you guys were able to work with him, sort of the development of the off the dribble game and getting to the basket, drawing contact?
Absolutely. It's funny you say that, because that was one of the key things that we thought we needed to develop. If you want to be a true scorer, that doesn't mean just making shots. Like the best scorers in the world get to the free throw line. I mean, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, right? Foul merchant. So you look at all those guys, like the best scorers get to the foul line. When they're not making shots, they're still scoring 4 to 5 points a game just at the foul line. And he did a tremendous job of not only getting to the line, but also converting once he got to the line. So no, you're 100. It's funny you point that out, because we made a sheet prior to the season, and that was one of the 4 things that we needed to work on and grow in. And that's what he did. I mean, he went from 12 points a game. If you just add the free throws right there, he's already at 15 to 16. And then obviously you add some more scoring and playmaking at the rim, and he got to 19 to 20 points a game.
Ali Farokhmanesh, he's the head coach of Colorado State. He helped coach Nick Clifford during his 2 years there. What type of guy is he? Is he quiet? Is he a vocal leader? Tell me about him as a person.
He's the most elite teammate you're ever going to have. And I think there's the one thing that I can point to, the story that always comes to mind to me is, so he was at Colorado before. Obviously Colorado State don't like each other. So that year's first year with us, we beat Colorado at home, so they really don't like us now. But then some of his best friend, Tristan Da Silva, who's now with the Orlando Magic, they're having senior night in Colorado, and we're off. I think we had like a 2-day break or something. Well, he decides to drive up from Fort Collins to Boulder, which is about a 35, 40-minute drive, on Tristan's senior night. It was up for Tristan Da Silva's senior night. I don't know too many guys that would do that in general, but much less you're going into enemy territory at the same time. And I think that just speaks volumes to the type of teammate he is as well. You're not only getting an elite basketball player, but the type of teammate that you want not only with the other guys in your locker room, but also in the community.
That's outstanding. Coach, thank you so much for your time, man. Know you're super busy this time of year, so really appreciate you.
Great stuff from the insiders right there from earlier today on ESPN 1320, talking to Ali Farokhmanesh, the head coach of Colorado State basketball, of course, Nick Clifford's head coach.
I really appreciate you cutting that off before I stumbled my way through the outro. That was super nice of you.
I got you, buddy.
No,
yeah, I got you.
It's great.
Sometimes, you know, the two most difficult things in this game, can often be saying hello and saying goodbye.
1,000%, dude.
This happens to Kenny and I on KSFM all of the time, where we'll be conveying a message about the Ty Dolla $ign concert, right? And then we can't find the exit. And it's just like,
all right,
just go to commercial, stupid. And you just can't find your way to get out. And I always say starting the conversation and ending the conversation can often be the two most difficult things. And so that's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. It was a great conversation. Anything stand out to you in the conversation you guys had?
Yeah, I think the part about him being an elite teammate,
yeah,
that bodes well for me.
Sure.
Because regardless of how his game translates, whether Nick Clifford is an all-star or a 15 minutes a night role player, he's going to do whatever his role winds up being. I think he's going to do it well in service of the team.
Yeah.
If that's where his mindset really is, like, I'm going to do everything I can for my teammates, for my brothers. They need me to play this role or that role. I'll do that to the best of my ability. That matters a lot to me.
Yeah, and I think that's a great characteristic to have when we don't know exactly what his role is going to be next year. Like we can guess, we can speculate. Man, we don't know what this team is going to look like Tuesday afternoon, much less what it's going to look like when these guys take the floor for camp here in a few months.
Yeah, the opposite version of this is a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, who has all the talent in the world, but the Warriors needed him to play a certain role.
Yeah.
Like, hey, do these things. And he went, no, I'm better than that. I would like to do different things. I would like to impact the game in this way.
Yeah.
And I think that ability to go, I'm going to play this role. This is going to be my role moving forward, or the team needs me to do this on this night. They need me to do something else another night. Oh, I'm going to start this night and play 35 minutes. I think the ability to recognize that is a skill that not every player has.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And this is a team that's in flux right now. Like, it's a team where, I mean, Nick doesn't know. Domas doesn't know. Malik doesn't know. We don't know exactly where this team is going, what direction they're going, what they're doing. And maybe we'll get some answers on Monday. I don't expect everything to be figured out on Monday. I expect a slow trickle of signings. I'm not sure if there's, trades for this team to be made. I don't expect Trey Lyles to be back. I wonder if both of these draft picks that the Sacramento Kings made, of course they signed some guys, some undrafted free agents, and there have been exhibit 10s throughout the day, two ways throughout the day. Like, the Kings took part in that as well. I don't know how much of that will have an impact on Sacramento this year, but of course, one storyline we are following is the Keon Ellis one, who was a G League player. He was an undrafted free agent. He was a guy, on those exhibit 10s and G League contracts and all of that different stuff. So it'll be a fascinating few weeks to see what direction that the Sacramento Kings go. And I go back and look at some of these comments in the chatty house. Young Sav asked, did I miss hearing something? D'Lo, there have been reports of Malik being gone. And I don't know that there are reports that Malik is gone. I think there's conversations about who doesn't fit on this basketball team. And so many people for so many weeks, months, have thought, well, the answer is DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan doesn't fit. And I don't know that that's – I'm not going to argue with anyone. He's a ball stopper. He doesn't shoot threes, or he doesn't shoot enough threes, or he doesn't – in that regard, maybe you're right. I mean, Marshall Harris joined us multiple times this past season. And Marshall Harris, Chicago, he's watched DeMar DeRozan many times. He walked in and said, how y'all like the ball stopper? It's not new to Sacramento. It's kind of what has been labeled DeMar DeRozan. And the one thing that bothers me, and there were a couple of these, let's make sure we get to them. I want to start with my man, Mr. 49er. He said we need more ball movement so Murray can get more touches, and the rest of the team. DeMar DeRozan slows down too much. Of course, these comments are courtesy of the Chatty House over on youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, and on Twitter as well. Just make sure you're following us at ESPN1320. The idea that DeMar DeRozan or any other player in a Sacramento Kings uniform is hindering the development of Keegan Murray is laughable to me. I don't know why Keegan isn't shooting the percentage of threes, or is hitting the percentage of threes that he did in his rookie year. I think Kenny and I looked this up a couple of weeks ago, and I'm more than happy to do it again. It wouldn't be the first time I looked up the same stat a billion times, but I believe the year-over-year number was less than 2 shots per game. It's less than 2, but we'll call it 2 shots. Keegan Murray in 2023-2024 averaged 12.7 field goal attempts. 2024-2025, he averaged 10.8. So in this world we've created for ourselves, DeMar DeRozan single-handedly kept Keegan Murray from shooting the ball on average 2 more times per game. I do find it fascinating how everyone is clamoring for Keegan Murray to shoot the ball more and willing to blame DeMar DeRozan as the reason that Keegan Murray isn't shooting the ball more. When I infamously asked Domantas Sabonis to shoot the ball 1 or 2 more times per game, I was killed for it. I was told I hated Domantas Sabonis. Domas has, man, you talk about the picture of consistency. 12.5, 12.1, 13.5, 11.9, 13, 12.8. Bro is what he is. Those are Domantas Sabonis' shot attempts per game. He averaged 19 points per game at 12.8 shots. You go back a little more, it's even more impressive. He averaged 11.9 shots, 19.1 points per game. Yeah, Domas is efficient. But again, 19 points on 12 shots. Keegan Murray last year was 12 points on 10 shots. The year before, he was 15 points on 12 shots. Okay. The person who has stopped Keegan Murray, I want to be nice for a second, because I don't believe that there's anyone who is hindering Keegan Murray from being what he was his second year, his first year, from being great, from being whatever. Like, I don't believe there's any Sacramento King that is doing that. But I do wonder if his role on the defensive end has changed that a little bit. How many times did we see shots come up short last year? Really, you could look at over the last, couple of years. I feel like we saw it pretty regularly. Maybe it's what Mike Brown was asking him to do. Maybe part of last year wasn't just DeMar DeRozan, but it was the switch from Mike Brown to Doug Christie. Maybe not just DeMar DeRozan and switch from Mike Brown to Doug Christie. Maybe it was the loss of De'Aaron Fox, which is why I keep going back to the same thought that maybe there were extenuating circumstances last season that led this team to underachieve. Again, there is a level of maybe we overvalued this team a little bit, or maybe not even a little bit, maybe a lot after the DeMar DeRozan trade. Maybe the idea of 50 wins was a little bit too ambitious. And of course, this is a different basketball team to start the year than it was last year. Last year, De'Aaron Fox started on this basketball team. So we know that that's not happening. Now, the flip side to that is Zach LaVine is here for the full year too. And I know people don't like to acknowledge the human side of professional athletes all the time. Zach LaVine and his wife had a baby a couple of days before he was traded here. And they all moved from Chicago to Sacramento. I think he was living at the Sawyer or whatever hotel they stay at for, I assume, the entire season. There was a human aspect to what Zach LaVine was dealing with last year. Sure, this all started with Keegan Murray. Yo, Uncle Keegs. That was the nickname. The kids, De'Aaron, that was his dog. They were together. There's a human aspect of all of this that I think factored into last year. Did it affect him? I have no idea. But whether it did or it didn't, it can't anymore. Because this season can't be tied to anything that happened last year. Mike's not here. De'Aaron's not here. Let's move forward with this group and figure out what it looks like. I wrote this down in my notes, and I've been hesitant to say it all day. But I do think, Matt George was talking about yesterday, and he even mentioned it today. There is a possibility of, Scott Perry might look at this as a gap year, which is such a stupid ass term. I hate it, but I know what Matt means. Just like I knew what it meant when Sam Amick said it, 2 years ago or whatever it was, 3 years ago. But the only thing that might scare off Sacramento Kings fans more than the term gap year is the phrase run it back. Because when I look and wonder, is trading DeMar DeRozan the right thing? I don't know that it is. I don't know that you can really trade Zach LaVine. Maybe you can. I don't know. I don't think you're trading Domantas Sabonis. As Matt George told us, I don't think there's a market for Malik Monk. You got Neek. Maybe you got Maxine, the big French kid who they took yesterday. Maybe he's a part of the main roster at the jump, despite the fact he was a second-round pick. Don't expect Trey to be back. We know a point guard is coming in, but the point guards that have been referenced with Dennis Schroeder being the loudest is they're guys who you'd be like, oh, that'd be a cool acquisition as a backup point guard. Now, I don't know if the plan is, if Dennis Schroeder winds up here, for him to be the starting point guard. I don't know if Russell Westbrook winding up here is a plan to be the starting point guard. But we know that a point guard needs to come into play, and we're wondering if fans are going to be underwhelmed by that selection. So the big change that fans might have been hoping for, it might not be coming. My man Brian in the chat is saying, D'Lo, are you talking yourself into running it back? No. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not talking myself into running it back. I'm telling you, there's a very real possibility this team might have to run it back.
Yeah.
It's not that Scott Perry is sitting on his hands. It's not that he's not getting something done. It's that, and I'm of this belief, you don't have to trade Malik Monk just to trade him, just to say you did something.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to trade DeMar DeRozan if you don't like the deal, if you don't think it makes your team better. There might not be a deal for the Sacramento Kings to make that will dramatically improve this team or even moderately improve this team.
Yeah, I think my only real concern would be if Scott Perry looks at the Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan trio and goes, yeah, this is it. That would concern me a little because I don't think that trio is it.
What if I understood, but what if he said, man, this is it for now?
Yeah, no, and I think that's what's happening. So I think that like Malik Monk, you said like you don't think there's a market out there for him. I think the Kings are in a weird spot where they have players whose value is at its highest for Sacramento, but those players also don't work that well together.
Sure.
Is that like Domas in a vacuum is one of the best centers in the league.
Yeah.
But I think Matt hit the nail on the head. He's a really tough player to build around.
Yeah.
You got to, okay, he's got this huge contract. You got to give up assets for him. And if you're the Kings, you're not just going to give away Domantas Sabonis.
Right.
You're not just going to give away DeMar DeRozan. So I am of the belief, and this is not, I am not a Kings apologist. I am not a Scott Perry apologist. I think the down the middle view of this is that Scott Perry is in a nigh impossible spot. He has been dealt a terrible hand because of the way this roster and their assets were managed over the last 12 to 18 months. It's just if there's no deal out there, there's no deal out there.
Right. And this is where the thing goes back to De'Aaron. This is all, the De'Aaron thing has to be said in complete hindsight, because when the deal was done, I thought wherever the Kings were going with De'Aaron, I think they were going to the same place with Zach LaVine. I don't think it was any different. The problem is now,
bro.
The problem is what we're living right now is, in hindsight, you think in the moment, we absolutely thought this team could potentially do something, but like if De'Aaron doesn't want to be here, the effect that has on the locker room, the 1 foot out, for your point guard and your team leader, this is a bad look. We have to end this immediately. I don't believe for nothing De'Aaron had a lick worth of leverage. He can talk like he does and he can act like he does, but there was all right. there was at least a team out there that would have been like, oh no, we'll try it. Like if he leaves, he leaves.
Mm-hmm.
But this whole people can talk about winning all they want to.
Mm-hmm.
We've said this repeatedly. If De'Aaron had been an all-NBA player, he's going nowhere.
Right.
He's here. He could talk about Mike Brown and all of this. He knew in December when Mike Brown was fired and in the middle of January when all of this started, he knew he was not an all-NBA player and that super duper max was out of the question.
Yep.
He knew that. So that's gone. So you can get to San Antonio and not really lose any money. Great because of that. Perfect. You trade him anywhere you want to. This whole idea that he's not going to sign here, he's not going to sign here. Rich Paul can puff his chest out because no one's called his bluff before.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very simple. Look, we want you here. We want you here long term. If you leave, salute. You leave. You're taking no money with you because we're not doing any sort of sign and trade. You're just effing leaving.
Mm-hmm.
But no one pulls those punk cards anymore. So this whole idea that Fox had all of the leverage, he was going to end up in San Antonio. KC says it all the time. He would have signed in San Antonio anyways. Fine. Sign in San Antonio for $50 million less.
But
it wasn't it. You would be like everyone. Oh, Jalen Brunson took a pay cut. The reason Jalen Brunson's pay cut was such a big story is because no one does it.
Mm-hmm.
And Kawhi is one of the very few guys who was like, no, I'm leaving.
Right.
I'm just leaving. I won the title. This is great. I'm just leaving. It does not happen. Even Paul George. Paul George stayed in Oklahoma City to, in fact, salute Paul George, build him a statue. He stayed in Oklahoma City, signed that contract, decided he wanted to go to LA because Kawhi was going there, and now Oklahoma City is NBA champions. But the point was they took a gamble and he stayed. When he decided he wanted to leave, OKC had all of the leverage.
Right. And I know this is a butterfly effect kind of thing, because if De'Aaron doesn't go to the Spurs, the record's different. They don't jump up to 2. But let's pretend everything's the same. Let's pretend the Kings held on to De'Aaron until the summer. Do you think the Spurs still try and acquire De'Aaron Fox with the number 2 pick?
Absolutely not. No chance.
Okay, so now
none.
You have so much more. Talking about leverage. If you're the Kings, now you go, hey, the Spurs don't want you, dog.
Yep.
So here we go. Open bidding.
Yep.
And what you're getting back for De'Aaron Fox probably looks a little bit something like what you're getting back from the Desmond Bane trade.
There was absolutely, I don't know if it's that.
I don't know if it's, but
so that was my other thing.
I just meant you're getting more than you got.
I hear you. One, the biggest loser of the lottery was the Sacramento Kings because of that.
Yes.
Because of San Antonio moving up to number 2 and everybody presuming that they knew who number 2 was, which it was. It was Dylan Harper. The other thing ties into what we've talked about a couple of times with Malik and a couple of other players. I do not know what De'Aaron's value was around the league. I have no idea. Like, I don't know. Orlando looked at Desmond Bane and said, we need a tough defender who can score. We need what we essentially need is a really, really good two-way player.
Specifically a guy who can shoot.
Right. De'Aaron is also a really good two-way player when he's engaged on the defensive end. It's not all of the time, it's a lot, but he is good on the defensive end. But I don't know who goes. Orlando thinks they're a Desmond Bane away from competing in the East. I don't know who goes, we're a De'Aaron Fox away from competing in insert conference here. I don't know who feels that way. And the idea that there would have been this robust market for De'Aaron Fox come this offseason, I don't know that that's true. But your point that you just made a second ago is the most valid one. He would have had they would have gotten a better trade package now than they did then.
Yep.
We are done for the day. You are done for the day. You've had a very long day. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I got some stuff to cut, but almost done. More close to done than you.
Well, you'd be surprised how inaccurate that statement is.
Oh, no.
Big shout out to our man Kyle Matson for working the insiders and D-Lo and Casey here today. We will be back Monday. You don't want to miss Monday's show. NBA free agency starts. We'll be on top of it all. We hope you'll tap in beginning at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good stuff, guys. Appreciate you as always. Filthy McNasty, thanks, man. Thank you. Thanks, David. We're gonna sign off. Hey, look who's here. Man.
Odyssey's number one sports fan in the building.
I guarantee you this man had no clue what he was listening to.
Not one.
He was probably looking for something else and was like, oh, that's D-Lo. Let me see what he's doing. And then immediately tuned me out. But that's cool. Just knowing he was here is a big deal.
Who do you think? This might be a fun summer game to play.
Okay.
Who is the what's the least most obscure NBA player that Complex could name?
Oh.
Do we think Complex could name a non-All-Star?
No, I don't.
A non-King?
No, I don't know that Complex could name someone outside of Devin Booker. Only because he DJ'd parties for him.
Which is crazy.
I just don't think there's a player.
Like if we put photo of Michael Jordan, he's got that.
Sure.
Photo of LeBron James.
Yep.
He's got that.
Yeah.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
No, absolutely not. Like he's not even one.
SGA is the most obscure player we can get to.
He would not know who Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is. He would absolutely not know.
Complex is the best.
I believe he would know who Magic Johnson is. And I think he would know like Shaq, Kobe.
Steph Curry? He works enough in San Francisco.
I think he'd know. Oh, he would definitely know who Steph Curry is. I don't know if he'd know who Draymond Green was.
And I don't want to. Hey, by the way, you got out at exactly on the dot, the right time.
Oh, that's
really well done.
I'm very proud of myself.
No, it's not. Does he know who Steph Curry is? It's like, could he name if I showed you a photo of Steph?
I think
Curry,
he could.
I think he would. I definitely think he would. I just didn't want to super insult him.
He talks with Matt Nahigan enough to know.
Yeah. No. I would pay to watch that conversation.
Matt Nahigan complex.
Yes. Look, complex.
It was funny. I've never had a conversation with Matt Nahigan before.
Really?
Never. I've never talked to him.
Guys.
We've texted a couple of times or emailed, but I've never talked to him before.
Guys, I got a number on Neat Clifford's cousin's third grade teacher.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna get him on.
Yeah.
No, I think it'd be good.
All right, y'all. We're gonna end the stream and get out of here, man. Have a great
Goodbye, everybody.
weekend. We love y'all.